Of Risk and Redemption, a Revelry's Tempest novel. Written by K.J. Jackson. Narrated by Shiromi Arserio. Chapter 1. London, England, November 1822. The shot still ringing in his ears, Rorrick walked across the field, the seed tips of the tall grasses brushing against his boots. He could hear the gurgle even at 20 paces away. Every step forward his feet slowed, heavy. 10 paces. 5. 2. He stopped, looking down. His brother splayed deep in the grasses, the earth swallowing him. Johnny looked up at him, his dark blue eyes bewildered, all anger gone. He didn't know what was coming. His brother coughed, droplets of blood spraying upward, then falling, splattering along his cheek. Johnny's mouth moved, opening and closing again and again, before words thick with blood formed. Damn you, Rory. His body jerked. You had it in you. You damn well shot. Rorrick's look travelled downward, stopping at the hole in his brother's chest that had torn through the white linen shirt Johnny wore. Frayed threads of fabric soaked with red. Red that seeped, spreading wide. Rorrick's arm twitched, drawing his attention to his own hand. The pistol, gleaming silver. Heat still radiating from the barrel. His body lurched forward, yanking him from sleep as his eyes flew open. The carriage stopping. Before Rorrick could orientate himself, the door of the coach opened, and the driver looked in at him. "We are here, sir." Cass shut the door behind her, cutting off the boisterous din of gaming currently underway in the ballroom of the Revelry's Tempest. She paused with her fingers on the knob, staring at the back of the slicked brown hair of the man sitting in her office. Logan, her head guard, had told her hours ago that Mr. Peaton had arrived at her gaming house, but his appearance had coincided with a most scandalous night of gambling at the Revelry's Tempest. Lady Canton had thoroughly trounced Lord Fodler at the hazard table, and Cass's presence had been a necessity in the gaming room. Cass inhaled a quick breath and stepped further into her office. "I apologize, Mr. Peaton. I understand you have been waiting a good portion of the evening for an audience with me." Mr. Peaton stood from his chair as Cass walked past him to sit behind her desk. His forehead dipped slightly toward her, and he sat after she took her seat. "Need I remind you, Lady Desmond, that it was you that had requested my presence here?" The manner in which he said his last word indicated exactly how disgusted he was in having to come into the Revelry's Tempest during an evening of festivities. It was far beneath him. Her gaming house was clearly a horrible outrage to society. Yet his moral superiority had never stopped him from taking her money, her soiled, ill-gotten coin. She forced a serene smile onto her face. Let him have his righteousness. If he had brought her what she needed, then he could judge her from heaven to Hades and back again. She set her hands on the desk, clasping her fingers together to stop them from scratching nervously along the wood. "When Logan reported your ship had arrived, I did not wish to wait on the news." "A full report would have been forthcoming, milady. I did not need an escort directly to your office." Her head angled to the side, a slight frown setting on her lips. "I apologize for that as well. I am most eager, and I will ensure that you are duly compensated for the discomfort." She lifted her clasped hands, her frown flipping. "As it is, you are here now. Please, tell me what you have found." Mr. Peaton glared at her, his sallow cheeks sucking inward as the grease of his hair caught the light from the sconces by the door. "The offer of extra compensation is waning, Mr. Peaton." An exaggerated sigh left his mouth. The woman had arrived in Savannah as we had speculated. We verified she then travelled to Beaufort and then to Charleston. From there what, Mr. Peaton? From there we lost her. Cass leaned forward. You lost her? His eyes lost their righteous indignation as they slipped downward, turning sheepish. We did, milady. Her trail disappeared. It disappeared in Charleston. There was insinuation that led to the mountains, but nothing real to follow. She just disappeared. Disappeared? How can that be? People do not just disappear, Mr. Peaton. Mr. Peaton cleared his throat and his hand lifted to tug at the collar of his coat. I understand it is hard to hear, milady, but she cannot be found. Both of Cass's hands flipped out, slapping onto her desk. One woman, I understand, might just slip into thin air, Mr. Peaton. But two people? How could you lose the trail of a woman travelling with her young son? Two people do not just vanish, sir. Milady, what am I paying you for, Mr. Peaton? There is only so much I can do, Lady Desmond. Americans are a different sort, especially when they look upon anyone with a British accent with distrust, if not outright disdain. But why? We are the mother country. Mr. Peaton shrugged. Forgive me, milady, but I don't think they take quite the same view upon it all as that. The distrust runs deep. Not a one in Beaufort was going to speak to me. 'Twas a miracle I traced her to Charleston. A miracle? Cass sat back in her chair, staring at her right forefinger scratching along the divot she had long ago worn into the wood. She looked up to Mr. Peaton. So where does that leave it? Do you think there is still a chance to find her? Not with me, milady. With who then, Mr. Peaton? You would do well to hire an investigator from their land, one the townsfolk would trust to speak to. Cass let a pointed sigh slip from her lips when he didn't continue. Do you have a suggestion in that regard? I do not, milady. He shook his head. I have some American contacts that do well to a degree, but they operate in the larger cities and lean more toward the uncouth. I would trust none of them to handle the delicacy of this matter. I understand. Her look travelled to the top shelf of her bookcase by the door as her lower lip slipped between her teeth. The anxious hope that had knotted her stomach the entire evening had turned into a snarled mess of despair. I do appreciate your uncompromising discretion, Mr. Peaton. If I may ask, milady, just how far are you willing to go to find her? Cass's gaze drifted down to the man. As far as she needed to. But she wasn't about to tell him that. He was no longer of use to her. That will be all, Mr. Peaton. I assume your full report will be delivered within the next day? All of the contacts? All of the locations? He nodded. It will, milady. Thank you, Mr. Peaton. She waved her hand to the door, dismissing him. Payment in full will be ready at the deliverance of the report. With a quick nod, he stood and put on his overcoat, and then moved to the door. She watched his movements, precise and exacting. The very reason she had hired him. Of the 4 investigators she had hired, he had been the only one to find a trail that brought him onto American soil. But still he had failed. Mr. Peaton slipped out the door, and a rush of light and racket spilled in from the ballroom to break the stillness in her office. The heavy door closed, and with it, the last of her hope trickled into oblivion. There is an issue with one of my men that requires my attention. Standing in the foyer of the Revelry's Tempest, Logan glanced over his shoulder into the lower-level drawing room. His dark eyes swung back to Cass, his loyalties obviously torn. But I can stay in attendance. Cass looked past Logan's upper arm to the man sitting in the drawing room, already regretting her decision to arrive at the Revelry's Tempest so early in the day. After a sleepless night caused by Mr. Peaton's news of failure, she had given up on sleep and had thought to lose herself in work. But the man sitting in the drawing room was definitely not how she intended to lose herself. Her look lingered on his form. He emanated trouble. A great deal of trouble from the way he lounged on her kissing swan settee, his long arm casually draped along the elaborately carved mahogany that lined the upper back of the sofa. He was a large man, thick. His fingers weathered, rough, tapped out a silent beat on one of the 2 carved swan's heads that centered the back of the settee. The man's clothes, though crisp and dark and cut to the latest fashion, expensive, were secondary to his form, a form that exuded such a casual swagger that she had to look at the fabric 3 times to convince herself he wasn't a common tradesman. Her eyes went to his profile. Though he was almost entirely turned away from her, looking out the front window, she noted the strong line of his jaw, his light brown hair that was cut short, no pomade in sight. I did not care how the man insisted upon Mr. Walt his need to have an audience with you. Logan glanced back over his shoulder once more and shook his head. He turned to Cass. My guard can wait. I will stay. I don't trust him. Cass looked to Logan. You said Lord Bridden sent him here. Logan nodded. That was what he told Mr. Walt. Lord Bridden would never compromise my safety. She glanced to the man in the drawing room. I am positive his business here can be handled quickly. He's probably just another gentleman that would like a line of credit at our tables. She set her fingers on Logan's forearm, and he tensed, just like he always did when she moved too close to him. Her hand dropped away. Go handle your man, and I will handle this gentleman. Mr. Walt is within calling distance should I need assistance. Logan craned his neck to look back at the man one last time, then nodded at Cass before moving down the main hallway and disappearing into the back of the townhouse. Smoothing the front of her simple cerulean blue muslin skirt, Cass stepped into the drawing room. The man sitting on her settee didn't stand as she entered the room. The lack of the basic courtesy was startling, and she slowed, stumbling a step as she waited for him to move to his feet. He didn't. Her head tilted as she studied the side of his face. Was he blind? Deaf? Did he not know she had just entered the room? His head turned, his dark blue eyes looking directly at her. Her breath caught. The devil. Trouble. Just as she had presumed. Handsome as sin, with blue eyes so sharp, so calculating as they looked her over head to toe that she almost halted and backed out of the room. This was a man that was not one to be controlled. His entire being pulsated with mastery of his world and everything in it, her drawing room included, notwithstanding the fact that it was not actually his. She forced a breath into her tight chest, wishing she hadn't sent Logan on to his business so quickly. But there was nothing for it. She willed her feet forward and moved further into the room, not stopping until she stood in front of the man looking down at him. He still hadn't made the slightest movement to gain his feet. Mr. Trowlson, she cleared her throat. Lord Bridden sent you, sir. His blue eyes not wavering from their stark assessment of her body, his gaze drifted up to her face. Whatever he saw, whatever he had just calculated, made the corners of his mouth lift upward. Not quite a smile, not quite a smirk. He did. Lord Bridden made the kind recommendation that you would be the one to call upon to discuss the ownership of a certain piece of land. The low rumble of his voice filled her drawing room in the oddest way, the tenor so low it vibrated the air around her. But even more interesting was his accent. An American. Her eyebrows drew together. The man was an American. Mr. Walt had left out that fact. An American that came with, first, a pointed refusal to stand at her entrance, and second, a complete dismissal of proper introductions. He hadn't even indicated the slightest curiosity as to who she was. He had just gone directly to his business. She cleared her throat. A piece of land. This is what you have demanded an audience with me for at this unearthly hour.
Unearthly? Most of this city has been at work for hours.
The upward curve of his mouth dropped, his thick but not too plump lips drawing to a line.
My brother Johnny, Lord Vanderstyle,
Your brother is Lord Vanderstyle?
Or rather was.
Luck was with her, for her immediate gasp was overrun by her insistent question. Annoyance set into his eyes at her interruption.
He is.
Her hand flattened along the expanse of her stomach, pushing in against the sudden spike driving through her belly. My condolences on your loss. His death from the duel was a shock to us. A long moment passed without any reaction to her words. The man just stared at her. She bit her tongue. How had she missed the connection? Mr. Trowlson. If she hadn't been so tired, she would have recognized the name sooner. The spike in her gut twisted. Just what was his actual business here? He couldn't know the truth. Could he? Battling back panic, she inhaled, letting the breath settle deep into her lungs. She was overreacting. The man was an American. He was merely uncouth because of it. Or maybe he was just this rude to all women. Cass clasped her hands in front of her, drawing up a veneer of perfect, tranquil patience. Patience she had honed over the years in keeping belligerent rogues in line at the Revelry's Tempest. She fixed a placid smile onto her lips. So you are the brother that I had heard was coming from America. Is there another relation in line for the title before you, or may I presume you are the new Lord Vanderstyle?
So they tell me.
He shrugged. The fact that he was the new holder of a prominent 300-year-old title clearly held little concern to him.
My brother lost land here at your establishment. Gambled it away, and I do imagine it was probably the only debt he ever made good on. That you collected on his loss is a testament to your obvious charm.
His hand atop the carved swan flipped upward, his forefingers sweeping in a pointed circle at her body. Her instinct to step back, to remove herself from this man reared, but was overshadowed by the instant ire his words sparked. Her hackles spiking, her heels dug into the Axminster carpet. He wasn't the first man to come into the Revelry's Tempest and try to bully back what had been honestly lost at the tables. I assure you, sir, I am not charming. I am, however, most assuredly fair. Your brother understood that. His eyebrows cocked at her. The late Lord Vanderstyle appreciated my fairness when it came to choosing a gaming establishment. He chose to gamble at the Revelry's Tempest specifically because of our reputation.
My brother never had a problem losing money at any establishment.
Her arms lifted, clamping across her ribcage as she glared down at Mr. Trowlson. He did when he thought he was being swindled. Too many of the gaming hells saw him as, well, forgive my frank terms, but as an idiot American ripe to be duped. He sputtered a cough, jumping to his feet. So he could stand. And it only took an insult.
My brother was not an idiot, Lady Desmond.
Her head snapped back. So he did know her name. She stifled a sigh as she looked up at his scowl, at the way he leaned forward, attempting to take over the room. Intimidation by sheer mass. Intimidation she sloughed off. The Ottoman sitting in between them distanced him enough to cut the obvious threat. Truth told, his blue eyes were more of a threat than the imposing width of his shoulders. No, I did not think he was an idiot either. But as an American on English soil, for many of society there is only one possible conclusion as to his intelligence.
That's pompous idiocy.
Her head gave a slight bob. Yet it is the way of things. Regardless, here at the Revelry's Tempest your brother was treated the same as any other patron. I only tell you this to explain why he chose to gamble here and, as you noted, explain why he gambled here with honor, always promptly paying off his debts. His dark blue eyes seared into her, weighing her words. After a long breath, the hard lines of his face softened and his posture relaxed.
Well, there is a first time for everything.
He exhaled a low whistle, the toe of his boot tapping. He dropped down, once more settling himself onto the settee. Tossing his legs out in front of him, he rested his boots atop the low ottoman as he leaned back. His blue eyes remained pinned on her.
So do you have the land, Lady Desmond?
And if I do?
I want it back.
I don't look empathetically upon men with their dirty boots on my chintz ottoman.
And I don't look kindly upon a woman who bamboozled my brother out of what little land is left in the Vanderstyle estate.
Her arms tightened around her waist. Is your intention to insult me so grievously that I will agree to return what I honourably acquired just to get rid of you?
I need the land, Lady Desmond.
Why?
I am a man of business, a successful man of business.
His eyes left her for a moment to gaze out the front window.
The Vanderstyle estate holds within it a unique opportunity, and I did not find success by ignoring opportunities.
His hawk-like blue eyes off of her for the moment, she was able to take a real breath, able to stop her stomach from flipping. How long have you been in England? Maybe you have not been made aware. Do you realize those of the peerage do not normally lower themselves to actual work?
I also didn't find success by being lazy and sitting in the comfort of a wingback chair in a club all day.
His look travelled back to her face.
Hard work, Lady Desmond. That is what the Vanderstyle estate needs. That is what the Vanderstyle estate has sorely lacked for a very long time. Hard work.
She stared at him for a long breath, her left fingers tapping on her hip. And if you don't get the land back, he shrugged,
then I will refuse claim on the title, and it will go dormant. Opportunities are only opportunities until they become annoyances.
His feet slipped off the ottoman and he sat upright, resting his forearms on his thighs as his blue eyes pinned her.
But I think I can convince you, Lady Desmond.
Do not be so assured on that fact, Lord Vanderstyle. He gave a perplexed shake of his head, his eyebrows drawing together.
Lord Vanderstyle.
That is you, is it not?
Though it is not official, I was told courtesy would dictate others using it. Though no one has called me that as of yet. None except for a butler or two and that wastrel crew my brother hired for servants that are too lazy to learn a new name. He scoffed. More like whores and vagabonds per my brother's tastes.
He looked her up and down again.
Yes, you were right in line with Johnny's tastes. I can see well why my brother was entirely happy to lose in your establishment.
Bile ran up her throat at the words.
She was in line with whores?
Cass instantly stiffened and she took a step backward, her voice turning impossibly icy. My lord, you go beyond too far. I entertained this unannounced meeting, and now it is time for you to vacate the premises. His right eyebrow lifted for a quick moment, and then he nonchalantly moved to stand.
You may dismiss me now, but I do not give up that easily, Lady Desmond.
You should. She pointed to the open doorway. Good day, Lord Vanderstyle. Chapter 2. Cass glanced over her shoulder. She had given the signal, a feather from her headdress cracked downward along her upsweep, to her friend Lady Alton 5 minutes past, and still Violet had not rescued her. There was no mistaking it. From across the room Violet had looked directly at the feather, and then had offered a slight nod. So where was she?
And in my tumble I managed to fire off a shot that hit the grouse in the tree.
She looked back to Sir Robert and bubbled up a polite chuckle as he hit the apex of the tail on his latest hunting exploit. His booming chortle swallowed the noise of her laugh. It was just as well, as the man thrived on talking about himself and would always be the loudest one in the room. If he weren't one of her most loyal patrons at the Revelry's Tempest, she would regret the effort it took on her part to participate in the conversation, as his need for attention was wearing Cass particularly thin this night. In the last 3 days, she'd had no success in finding another investigator to journey to America for her. No matter the price, all reputable investigators had declined her offers. Though Logan had promised to continue the search to find someone for the mission, they had already exhausted his network of possible men to hire for the job. She was choosy. Logan was choosier. Impossibly choosier. Her silk-slippered toes turning slightly to the right, her look darted about for Violet. Where was her friend? Violet had convinced Cass to attend this small ball at the Alton townhouse to cheer her, and now her friend had abandoned her. A slight cough behind her drifted to Cass's ears. Violet's cough. Finally. She started to spin towards Violet's voice. "Lady Desmond, may I present to you—" "You?" The word blurted from Cass's mouth. "You." The reply was instant from Lord Vanderstyle's lips. "What?" Violet's look whipped to the man she was just about to introduce Cass to. "You know Lady Desmond." "Lady Desmond?" Lord Vanderstyle looked from Violet to Cass and then back to Violet. "Yes, Lady Desmond." Violet glanced at Cass, confusion wrinkling her forehead. "Lady. A true lady. That was real?" Lord Vanderstyle's blue eyes were centered on Violet. Perplexed, Violet's eyebrows lifted high. Cass stepped closer to the two of them, her voice in a low whisper. "You don't believe her, Lord Vanderstyle." He glanced in Cass's direction, not even fully looking at her, before his eyes swung back to Violet. "The lady part. I thought that was a fabricated title. I thought with her establishment she was also a harlot." "You what?" Cass's voice lifted into a shrill whisper as she jumped in front of Lord Vanderstyle, forcing him to look at her. "You can address me directly, Lord Vanderstyle, or at the very least have the decency to look at me while you defame me." Violet deftly skirted around Cass and flung her right hand up between Cass and Lord Vanderstyle. She grabbed Cass's elbow. "Cass, will you please accompany me and Lord Vanderstyle into the library?" Without waiting for a reply, Violet dragged Cass along the edge of the ballroom to avoid the guests posturing about in the centre of the room. Lord Vanderstyle followed, and Cass couldn't tell if it was reluctant or not, for every time she tried to look over her shoulder, Violet pinched her elbow and quickened her step. Out into the main hallway, Violet rushed Cass down the stairs and toward the rear of the townhouse. It wasn't until the three of them reached the library that Violet released Cass, and then stalked over to the door, emphatically clicking it closed. She turned back to Cass, confusion and ire in her violet blue eyes. Cass opened her mouth before Violet launched into a scold. "Truly, Violet, dragging us into here was not necessary." "Not necessary?" Violet's forefinger flew up, her point flipping between the two of them. "You two were at the precipice of making a scene I would never allow either one of you to make in my ballroom." Violet paused, drawing a deep sigh as her hand dropped to her side. Her eyes narrowed, going first to Lord Vanderstyle and then to Cass. "So I presume you two have met?" She looked to Lord Vanderstyle. "How is that even possible? You've only been in London for 3 days." Cass watched the aggravation on Violet's face thicken, and guilt settled onto her shoulders. No matter how rude she thought Lord Vanderstyle was, it was not fair to involve Violet and stress her, especially as she was currently carrying her 3rd child, though her belly had not swollen just yet. Cass set her voice to just above a whisper, the most calm she could afford. "Lord Vanderstyle approached me at the Revelry's Tempest 2 days ago, Violet. That is where we met." "You met? Whatever for? Why is that a concern of yours, Lady Alton?" Quiet until that moment, Lord Vanderstyle's voice rumbled into the air of the library, his words more of a demand than a question, in the way only a man accustomed to power and control could manifest. Cass recognized the undertone of it. Violet did as well.
Violet's ire spiked across her face, and she turned the full force of it onto Lord Vandersty. "My lord, I understand you are new to this world of ours, but I do believe it was you who asked for my assistance in navigating it. And calling my friend a whore in my ballroom in front of the ton does not endear you to me. That is why it is my concern. I was not about to call her a whore." "A harlot, then? Excuse me, I was not aware of the nuances between the two. Whatever were you thinking?" Violet stepped toward him. "And I beg of you to be very careful on what you say next, my lord, for Lady Desmond is one of my dearest and oldest friends." The man suddenly had the good sense to look slightly chagrined. Cass hid a smile. Not many could withstand Violet's icy glare without cowering just a pinch. "It appears as though I was grossly mistaken about Lady Desmond." "It appears as though you were." The sudden thumping of feet on floorboards above and the beginning chords of the quartet warming their instruments floated down to them. Violet looked up, a groan escaping her lips. "Dancing is about to start. I must go up to the ballroom." Violet's gaze dropped to Cass. "Will you stay and clear this matter with Lord Vandersty? I trust you will set him on the straight about the Revelry's Tempest." Standing in the Alton library and speaking with this man was the last thing Cass wanted to be doing at the moment. She would gladly take back Sir Robert's insipid hunting tales in a second. But she forced a smile on her face, biting back what she truly wanted to say to the man standing on her left. "I will make the attempt, Violet." Violet nodded and quickly escaped the room, shutting the door behind her. Cass stood silently staring at the library door, not willing to look to her left until she had a long moment to collect her thoughts. The first strains of a quadrille came from above, and rhythmic thuds of feet stepping in time on the floorboards filtered down into the room. Cass glanced to her left, only to find Lord Vandersty staring down at her, his dark blue eyes intent on her face, calculating, just as they had been the other day. How long had he been watching her? She couldn't let him intimidate her. He was in the wrong. He had been the one to openly call her a harlot upstairs in front of all society. She cleared her throat. "Why would you think that?" "Think what?" "That I was a harlot. That my title wasn't real." He shrugged. "Every woman I know that owns an establishment of ill repute in America puts a madam or a lady in front of her name. It elevates her. She is the mistress of her house, and it denotes the respect she deserves as such. I thought it was the same of your name when we met." Her eyes crinkling at him, she shook her head. "My lord, you are sorely mistaken about the Revelry's Tempest. My establishment is not of ill repute." "It is a gaming hall?" "Yes." Her words pushed through gritted teeth. "And most emphatically, that is the whole of what my establishment is. A gaming hall, nothing more. Never anything more. We take great care to protect its reputation in that regard." Cass could feel a flush filling her cheeks, her face turning red. "I did not intend disrespect." "Yet you have insulted me nonetheless." Her eyes narrowed at him. "You have far to go in your manners if you wish to grace the ballrooms of the ton, Lord Vandersty." "And you have far to go if you intend to convince me running a gaming establishment warrants the airs you put forth, Lady Desmond." Her head jerked backward. "You overstep. Again, my lord. Do I? I don't take kindly to pretenses, my lady." "What pretenses exactly do you insist I harbour?" He moved a step closer. "I will be honest with you, Lady Desmond. I have discovered there are two types of people in this world, ones with pretenses and ones without." His eyes drifted down and then back up her body. "I like to deal with those without." "So now you are calling me both a fraud and a whore." "I am being honest about what I expect from those in front of me." "Please then, my lord, let me tell you the honest story of the Revelry's Tempest, as Lady Alton requested, so that I can be done with you." As hard as she tried to control it, Cass's voice pinched, her words fast.
The gaming hall was started 8 years ago as a last measure by my friend, the Duchess of Dellen. I assume you have met her or heard of her? She's Lord Alton's sister. Starting the gaming hall was her only option to support herself and her young nieces after her husband died and her brother, Lord Alton, went missing. His hand lifted, palm to her. Lady Desmond, please. No, stop. Stop this instant, Lord Vanderstyle. She took a step toward him, invading his space, glaring up at him. You have made your assumptions. You have made your judgments. So now it is my turn to speak. I assume since you asked for her help, you obviously know that Lady Alton was married to the 12th Viscount Vanderstyle. The Viscount before your brother? Her mouth tightened as she shook her head. How a boorish-mannered man such as yourself ever convinced Violet to help you enter society is beyond me. The slightest flicker flashed in his steely blue gaze. Good. Her hands went on her hips. But did you know that when the Viscount, Violet's first husband, died, he left her in monstrous debt and shattered her good name? Did you know that Violet reopened the Revelry's Tempest to clear that debt? Debt that had not only been attached to her name but to all of the debt the Vanderstyle estate was mired under. She did that. The Revelry's Tempest did that. The estate was about to collapse and Violet saved it. Violet presented your brother with a solvent estate, and he ruined it in 6 short years. Your blood did that. My brother. He looked to the bookcase on his right as his words trailed, his jaw tensing. Lady Alton did not share that information with me. No, she wouldn't have. That house has saved 2 of my dearest friends. That house has saved me. That house saved your estate, so I will not hear you disrespect it. I will not hear you speak ill of it, and I will certainly not allow you to judge it. For however you condemn me and the Revelry's Tempest, you do the same to the Duchess and to Violet. Her head shook, her words vibrating with fury on her tongue. And I will not stand for it. Don't you dare come into our world and presume that you are better than any of us. That your moral high ground sets you so far above us you cannot bear to speak to us without a smirk on your sardonic face. His gaze whipped to her, the lines of his face set hard. His hands had balled into fists. That is what I have been reduced to? A judgmental prig. One that should fit quite nicely into London society. You speak of pretenses, Lord Vanderstyle, but you obviously haven't realized what you yourself have become. Taking a step backward, she spun from him, moving to the door. Lady Desmond. Her hand shook as she reached for the doorknob, but she refused to stop at his words. Lady Desmond. She opened the door. Let him yell after her. Let the entire ballroom above her hear his bellow. What did she care what he thought? Nothing. The man was nothing. Nothing to her. Just another sanctimonious arse. Yet, at the last second, she found herself looking over her shoulder to him. He stood in the middle of the library, staring at her. His fists had unclenched, and he almost looked relaxed. Almost looked like he fit into the fine clothes that were making him stiff. I still want that land, Lady Desmond. Good luck with that, my lord. She swung the door wide, stomping into the hallway. Her feet could only carry her the few steps it took to escape out the back door of the townhouse and into the cold night air. Never, never had she encountered a ruder man. The frosty air wrapped her bare shoulders and chest, but it did nothing to quell the steam rising off her body. Stepping to the side of the door on the wide top step, she collapsed back against the smooth stone of the wall behind her. That had been the largest number of words she had ever spewed forth in one breath, and she was still panting, still trying to fill her lungs back up with air. But the tirade was worth it. Disrespect her, she could accept that. She had accepted it 100 times before with a serene smile on her face. But to disrespect her friends? To disrespect the Revelry's Tempest and everything it was? Too far. During the last 9 years, she had watched both of her best friends move forward with their lives after tragedy. Move forward with marriages and children and into happiness. They had their happiness, and she had hers. The Revelry's Tempest. her world, her child. And no one disparaged her child. Chapter 3. Rorrick plucked a withered, crispy leaf from the branch brushing his shoulder. Most of the trees in Hyde Park had dropped their leaves, but not the red oak he stood next to. He looked down at the orange-brown leaf, twisting the stem in his fingers as he watched the web of its dried veins spin. Not in England a month, and he had already become what he most feared. An arse. It didn't matter that Rorrick had spent an hour apologizing profusely to Lady Alton the day after her ball. He had succumbed to it. Succumbed to the place where he felt entitled to rush judgment on little basis other than surface appearance. The surface of the Revelry's Tempest had told him it was a whorehouse thinly disguised as a gaming hell. And the surface of Lady Desmond was so striking it was almost unthinkable she was neither a wife nor a courtesan. He had made 2 quick judgments that he was utterly wrong about. Layers. There were always layers. He knew that. He'd lived by that. Or at least he always had. He hadn't paused, hadn't taken a breath since arriving in England. Between poring over the books and holdings of the Vanderstyle estate and his entry into English society, a necessary but tedious requirement in order to get anything done in this blasted country, he'd had no time to gather his thoughts. And somewhere along the way an innate privilege had wormed into his subconscious, eating away at his control. Eating away at the one thing he had always refused to become, a judgmental imbecile. After his initial apology to Lady Alton, Rorrick had then spent the entire evening attempting to convince her that he would do no further damage to Lady Desmond when he saw her next. If he saw her next. If Lady Alton allowed it. He had garnered enough of the machinations of London society to know that the next time he spoke with Lady Desmond, it would have to be with Lady Alton's blessing. And Lady Alton was tough. If all Lady Desmond had told him in the library was true, he had underestimated just how very much Lady Alton had contributed to the Vanderstyle estate. She wasn't just a Vanderstyle widow. She was the whole reason the estate still existed. He owed her a great deal. Rorrick looked across the park. In a circular court of granite paving stones, Lady Alton now sat with Lady Desmond on a wrought iron bench. Pigeons chased breadcrumbs at their feet, and the 2 women had laughter on their lips. Lady Alton wore a dark, military-inspired full-length pelisse, while Lady Desmond's 3/4 maroon-hued pelisse wrapped her cream walking dress and cut in along her waist, highlighting her slender figure. Both wore poke bonnets that curved down along their ears, the front brims deep enough to keep their faces in the shadows from the sun that sporadically dipped behind long grey clouds. While not a direct invitation, Lady Alton had nonetheless mentioned she was to meet Lady Desmond in the park by the lead sculpture of Nereus, a monstrosity of artwork. The Greek god of the sea sat on a whale. Nereus's mouth was open wide to the sky, water spewing upward to the heavens. Rorrick's head cocked to the side as he studied the fountain. Maybe the upward spray was too forceful, as the spewing water looked like one long, unending spit coming from the Nereus's mouth. Maybe the water had been meant to trickle from the side of his mouth, a slow drool. Rorrick wasn't sure which would be the least offensive to watch. He shook his head, his look dropping to the 2 women on the bench, the brims of their bonnets touching occasionally as they talked. The key to the entire future of the Vanderstyle estate sat half a furlong away. He needed that land. After a half hour of their chatter, Lady Alton stood from the bench, moving toward the south side of the park and her waiting coach. Lady Desmond stayed in place on the bench, reaching into a burlap pouch and flicking out the last crumbs to the lingering pigeons. Rorrick rushed across the park in 100 long strides. He hadn't even stopped in front of Lady Desmond before she peered up at him from under the wide brim of her satin-trimmed bonnet. "You walk faster than I imagined you could." Rorrick glanced back over his shoulder to the tree he had been loitering half behind, He looked at Lady Desmond. I did not hide my presence very well. You were making an attempt to hide. Then you are not very good at subterfuge, my lord. He shrugged. I was not about to risk Lady Alton's ire again by approaching you without her approval. If I had truly hidden from the two of you and then approached you, she would have had my head for good. He nodded toward the retreating Alton carriage. I can only assume her vacant seat was her blessing for me to approach. Possibly. The streaks of honey in her brown eyes glowed in the cold midday sun as she looked up at him. It depends on what you wish to say to me. A test. One he had better get right. He looked about the park for a moment, his gaze dropped to her, searching for her eyes under the wide brim of her hat. Can I begin with an apology? That would be a start. Then I apologize. I would like to explain. Her gloved hands came together in her lap, settling on top of the empty burlap bag. I do not think explanations will change my mind on the matter of your rudeness. She was setting herself against him, setting hard and fast. He stepped closer, the shiny black toes of his boots almost touching her fine wool skirts. You were right, Lady Desmond. I did judge you. But I judged you all wrong. I made assumptions upon your trade. Assumptions I had no right to make. Why did you make them? I knew the Revelry's Tempest was a gaming hall. I knew its proprietress was a woman. But when I met you, I was not prepared. Prepared for what? For you to be a striking woman. Her look did not waver. Do not pander to me, Lord Vanderstyle. It will not work. It is no pander. When you walked into that drawing room, I immediately made an assumption about how you ran your gaming house based upon your person. So I look like a harlot? No, but in my experience, a woman possessing your beauty is either kept by one man or is a keeper of many men. It is rare to be neither. His hands lifted, palms upward. So I assumed. And I should not have. She stared at him for a long moment, the golden color of her eyes deepening as her look pierced him. A long breath passed, and then she motioned to the bench with her left hand. That will do. You may sit if you wish. I find my neck cricking as I look up at you. A silent exhale, and Rorrick turned and sat, leaning back against the flat vertical rungs of iron. The bars cut into his shoulder blades, uncomfortable to say the least. He glanced at Lady Desmond, noting her erect posture, far from the back bars. Of course it was uncomfortable. The English didn't lounge, didn't dare allow their shoulders to come near the backing of a seat. At least not in public. A flash flickered through his mind. A vision of Lady Desmond with her dark hair draped long over her shoulders, no obtuse hat in sight, and leaning back on a bench such as this in a secluded nook, laughing. Easy. The thought flickered away. Lady Desmond had never lounged in her life. Was your intention to sit here in silence, Lord Vanderstyle? He looked to Lady Desmond. Her honey-brown eyes were watching him intently, the crinkles around her eyes perplexed. How long had he just made her wait in awkward silence? He cleared his throat. When I spoke to you of having pretenses, Lady Desmond, was that before or after you called me a fraud? Before, he sighed. You do not intend to make this easy, do you? No. He shifted slightly on the bench, his chest turning so he could look at her directly. Please, Lady Desmond, I realize the offense I have caused, but I would like for you to understand. The hard set of her eyes softened slightly and she nodded. Do explain. Can I speak to you of whores without my rudeness held against me? She guffawed, her gloved hand covering her mouth. I do believe you are the first person to ever ask me such a thing. and I have entertained many odd requests." She glanced around the park as her hand fell from her full lips that had lifted into a smile. "Continue forth. I do not imagine I could hold such conversation against you after such a warning." "Good, because it is the best way I can explain my rudeness." He turned even more directly to her, his right arm draping along the back of the bench. She flinched slightly, leaning forward as though he had invaded her space. Another misstep. But he kept his arm in place, forging forward. "I like to deal with people plainly, Lady Desmond, without subterfuge and maneuvers. Where I come from, whores are almost always the most straightforward, plain-spoken people. Their trade demands little else. A need, a transaction, and both parties walk away happy, each getting succinctly to the point of the matter." "If I were to guess, my lord, I imagine it is the same for prostitutes everywhere." "I suppose you are correct," he shrugged. "And that is always how I have cared to deal with people, directly and succinctly. I do not lie. I do not attempt to outmaneuver. I do not hold favors." "And how does all of this explain your rudeness to me the other evening?" "My initial conclusions of you were false, and that is where I went astray." He offered an apologetic shrug. "I thought you were a proprietress of a whore and gaming house, and one that possessed a full armor of airs about yourself. For lack of a more delicate way to say it, I wanted to speak with the prostitute and not the proprietress when I was in your drawing room. Women with airs are difficult to deal with, and I was set on stripping you of your pretenses before we began negotiations on the swath of Vandestyle land. Also, I could strike an honest and direct deal with you." "And the false airs would have gotten in the way of such a transaction?" "Yes." The top of her bonnet, her head, leaned to the side as she stared at him. "This approach, this directness, this works for you?" "It does. At least in America. Here, it is not as efficient. Nothing is as efficient." He glanced about them, his eyes landing on a couple strolling along the far end of the park. "But I usually get people to do what I want, and I usually do that by speaking plainly to them." "So people find you trustworthy?" He looked to her. "They do. At least in America they do." "Interesting." Her look travelled to the cold pond set in the distance as she tightened the collar of her pelisse about her neck. He stared at her, truly looking at the person before him. She was a beautiful woman, with her dark, almost black hair and porcelain skin. Underneath the wide brim, her bonnet sat higher along the crown of her head, and it framed her hair and face perfectly. The way her hairline sloped in a gentle curve along her forehead. Her warm brown eyes that held depths of gold. Soft. The contrast of colours about her was stark, yet the whole of her was soft, gentle. He hadn't seen that in her before, probably because he had only bothered to acknowledge she was an associate to deal with. "How well do you know your native country, my lord?" Her look still far away, the question took him aback. "America?" "Yes, specifically the Carolinas, possibly Virginia. There are mountains there?" Her eyes stayed trained on the pond. "The Blue Mountains, is that what they are called?" "Close enough. And I know the land well. I own land and mines in the mountains." She looked at him. "So you know the towns well? The people?" His suspicions spiked. This wasn't a normal turn of conversation. Nor was the look in her eyes. Curious. Plotting. His words slowed, hesitant. "As well as any who travels the area?" Her golden eyes pinned him. "And you get people to do what you want?" His left eyebrow cocked as he gave a slight nod. "How badly do you want the Vandestyle land, my lord?" Rorrick relaxed. She was ready to negotiate. She was going about it in an odd way, but at least she was open to dealing with him. A success. He offered a slight, non-committal smile. "Do you have a proposal, my lady?" "I do." Her hands clasped in her lap, her shoulders pulling back. For a moment he thought she would continue without prompting, her mouth opening, but then a streak of terror flashed in her eyes and her mouth clamped shut. As quickly as the terror had appeared, it vanished. "What is your proposal, Lady Desmond?" "I would like you to take me to America, Lord Vanderstyle." "You what?" If her request wasn't so serious, Cass would have laughed at the look of shock and horror on Lord Vanderstyle's face. This from a man who spoke of whores not minutes ago with her. She stifled a sigh. "Forgive me, my lord, but I understood you wanted me to speak plainly. Did I mistake your mettle for such things?" "Mistake my I did ask for forthright, but America?" His head bobbed between a shake and a nod, not sure which to settle on as his stunted words spilled fast. "Yes." His head swiveled, his eyes searching the park. Not a soul was within earshot, not a single person to save him from her request. He straightened, leaning away from her as his hand slipped off the back of the bench. Finally, room for her to breathe. The man had sat far too close, so close she could not avoid his eyes that unnerved her to her very core. She had to remind herself he didn't know her, didn't know who she was, what she had done. That he had judged her so blatantly in their first meeting told her he had no interest in her beyond the Vanderstyle land she held. So this could work. It could. He could be the one to take her to America. His gaze landed on her, his eyes narrowing. "What game do you play, Lady Desmond? Why would you need me to bring you to America?" "I don't need you to just bring me there. I need you as a guide." Her mouth slicked shut, hoping it was enough. It wasn't. "A guide for what, Lady Desmond?" Her look met his. There was no holding back. The suspicion in the blue of his eyes had grown so thick she would never convince him of this without telling him more. She took a deep breath. "I need you to help me find someone. 2 people that are lost." "And they are lost in America?" "Yes." "Do they want to be found?" She paused at his words, her head wrenching to the side. It took a long breath for her to answer. "I do not know." He leaned toward her on the bench, so close she could feel the warmth of his body, of his breath around her face. "Have you not considered the possibility that if these people you seek are half a world away, they might not want to be found?" Her shoulders snapped backward, her spine stiffening. "I have not. And frankly, it does not matter if they want to be found or not. I intend to do so." "So this is about you and not them." She shrugged, her gaze going to the shoulder of his dark overcoat as she refused to meet his eyes. She willed him to sit upright and concede back her proper space. "One might say." For a long moment he stared at her, his look boring a hole into her temple. She managed to ignore it with minimal squirming. His voice dropped low. "You said you would speak plainly, Lady Desmond, yet you will need to say much more than you have in order to gain my assistance." "No." Her look whipped to him. "I don't think I do, Lord Vanderstyle. Do you want the land or not? This is the deal I am prepared to offer. The land is yours if you take me to America and help me find these 2 people. I will pay for any expenses we incur, but this is what my demand is." "You think to trust me, a stranger, for this task?" "Lady Alton has assured me you are trustworthy." "Is she a good judge of character?" "Better than you?" The barb landed pointedly and Cass's mouth stretched to a line, though she could not force a smile. "You have heard my proposal, my lord. Please do think upon it." She stood, smoothing the wool of her thick pelisse as she turned to him. "Do let me know when you have made a decision." Her chin tilting upward, she walked away with as much grace as she could muster over the heavy weight swelling in her stomach. What in blazes had she just done? Chapter 4. Tell me I did something stupid. Violet's right hand lifted to calm her. Cass grabbed Violet's hand in mid-air as she sat down next to her on the settee in the Alton drawing room. No, I need you to stop me before I do something entirely regrettable, Violet. Something entirely idiotic. I had an idea that was a flash of lightning, and then I was speaking it out loud to Lord Vanderstyle before I had time to truly consider it. Lord Vanderstyle? So he did manage to convince you to speak with him in the park. What idea did you have? An idea I know I should, but do not want to back away from. Defeated, her hand holding Violet's dropped to the silk of the cushion between them. And that is why I need you to convince me this is idiocy. Violet chuckled. Just how should I do that? You realize you will need to tell me what the idea was. Yes, but first you need to tell me of Lord Vanderstyle. Maybe that is all I need to hear to dismiss the idea in full. Cass's eyes lit up. You said he was trustworthy. Tell me of that. Possibly you have misread him? You said he asked for your help after arriving in England. He did, Cass, but I don't think what I have to say will help you if you are looking for fault in the man. Violet picked up her teacup from the side table, her nose wrinkling as she turned back to Cass. After the mess, Rorrick's brother, you call Lord Vanderstyle by his given name? Violet nodded. I do, mostly because he never answers to Lord Vanderstyle, much less my lord. Time and again I would talk to him for minutes before I realized I did not have his attention. But his consideration is always quick to me if I speak to him by his given name. She flicked her hand in the air. Regardless, after the mess his brother made of the Vanderstyle estate. In ruins again, as if my first husband hadn't done enough to sink the ship when he died on me. Rorrick discovered that the last time the estate was truly solvent was when I was handling its affairs. Well, of course. Violet nodded. So he came to me for guidance. It was soon after he arrived in England. A week at most. Rorrick had said he had hoped for honest answers from me since all he had received from the solicitor and far-flung Vanderstyle relatives were spotty answers that dodged the truth of matters. The cousins are devious with their machinations. If Rorrick dies without an heir, the line reverts back to that branch of the family, and they are foaming at the mouth on the prospect. If I remember, Cass said, you had always noted that they are the most dreadful lot. They would do more harm than Lord Vanderstyle's brother did. Exactly. Violet sipped her tea. So I recalled all of it that I could for Rorrick. How the Vanderstyle estate was solvent when his brother arrived, and how his brother tore it to pieces, without softening the truth. I do not imagine you would have. Cass reached for her own teacup. It is just interesting that he approached you over all the men that must have been talking in his ear. Lord Vanderstyle does not think like other men, does he? No, he does not. He is rather unusual. Rorrick actually approached me with a due amount of respect already in place. Violet sighed. None of which I saw in him in my ballroom 2 evenings past when I introduced you to him. He did blunder it quite fabulously. Violet took a sip of tea. He did. Up until that moment in the ballroom, I have been most impressed by the man. Theo has taken a liking to him as well. They speak for hours about mines and methods of extraction. Cass inhaled a deep breath, her jaw shifting to the side. How is it that the man has so impressed you? I am shocked he has done so, for my few interactions with him have been rather disastrous. She set her teacup onto the white marble top of the side table. Except for this last meeting in the park when my idiotic flash of lightning struck. He offered the slightest shade of normalcy, and my lunacy spiked. Violet offered a sympathetic frown. I told you I would be of little help. It is possible, of course, that he is more duplicitous than I have perceived. Cass's breath caught in her throat. Do you think he is his brother? No, not in the slightest way have I witnessed any indication of that, nor has Theo. Her friend eyed her over the gold rim of the teacup. Now are you going to tell me what this lightning idea was? Cass braced herself, her face cringing. I asked him to take me to America. You what? The teacup dropped from Violet's mouth, the instant shriek echoing in the drawing room. In exchange for the Vanderstyle land he wants back for the estate, I asked him to take me to America. The words flew out of my mouth before I could fully consider them. Cass paused, her left hand flattening on her stomach. Not that I want to pull them back. Not that I could pull them back. Violet's teacup clattered onto the side table, and her friend turned to her, grabbing both of her hands. You can pull anything back, Cass, and this is one you need to do so. Cass took in the utter alarm in Violet's deep blue eyes, and then gave a slight shake of her head. No, I don't think it is, Violet. I think this needs to happen. Violet's grip on her hands tightened. My dear, has Logan not been able to find another investigator after Mr. Peaton's failure? No, not one that he trusts. But why would you have to go? There is no reason for it. It could be dangerous, Cass. Dangerous or not, I don't trust anyone. At this juncture, the only one I am left to trust to find her is me. But did you ask Logan? He would go. He would go in the drop of a feather. Cass's head whipped back and forth in an emphatic shake. No, I cannot. Logan does not know America. He has no contacts there and cannot navigate it as I need him to. Her eyes dipped downward. Aside from the fact that he would do anything for you. Violet's voice filled in the unspoken truth. Cass looked up to Violet. Yes, and I cannot ask this of him. It is not right. This is my responsibility. Do you intend to even tell Logan what you are considering? No. Violet leaned forward, clutching Cass's knee. But Cass, to go to America, this is an extreme. Yes, which is why I needed you to convince me of the trustworthiness of Lord Vanderstyle. She gave her friend a crooked smile. And you succeeded. I would not have done so if I had known this is what you were thinking. Cass chuckled. Yet you did. And if Lord Vanderstyle agrees to my terms in the matter, I think... She paused for several breaths, staring at the brass pendulums and the long case clock in the corner of the room, before slowly nodding. Yes, I will hold up my end of the bargain. Her gaze went back to her friend. I have to do this, Violet. I have to. I have to find her. I know you do. The corners of Violet's lips stayed down with an uneasy frown. I just worry on you, my friend. Cass smiled. I accept your worry, for I fear I will need lots of it if I am to go through with this. Rorrick set his forearms along the railing, leaning forward as he inhaled the air. Salty. Clean. It wasn't pure like it was in the mountains, but it was closer, as close as he had smelled since setting foot on English soil 2 months previous. He was, without a doubt, headed in the right direction. He needed to get back to America, to ground himself again if nothing else, to breathe air that wasn't thick, to surround himself with people that didn't look at him with unabashed greed in their eyes. To get back to his own kind, people he understood, people that didn't want to control his every movement, his every thought, all the way from what jam he scraped across his toast to what political party he should align with. Away from English soil, if not but for a few months. And if that meant dragging along a widowed countess on a fool's errand in exchange for the land that was the key to the Vanderstyle estate, then a side trip home to the Carolinas was worth it. 3 months, and he would have the Vanderstyle estate whole again. Plus he would be graced with real air in his lungs again. It was the best deal he had made in England. He looked out at the receding cliffs, a beacon against the grey skies. Stark, white, jagged swathes of chalk and flint surged up from the crashing waves below. Angry. England wanted him no more than he wanted it. But he had a mess to clean up. His brother's mess. He glanced to his right. Lady Desmond had just made her way to the quarterdeck, and she stood, smoothing the dusty blue woolen skirt of her carriage dress, before tugging her matching velvet pelisse tightly closed over it. The colour was light enough that it drew a striking contrast to her dark hair, though he figured the woman could be wearing a burlap sack and she would still be striking. She had foregone a hat, her black hair pinned in a simple chignon that the wind eagerly snatched strands from. Her look darted about, nervous, until she spotted him. Although he had been assured she was on board by a deckhand, Rorrick had yet to see her. He'd wondered how long she would stay below deck, hiding in her stateroom. Her legs unsteady, she walked toward him with a wide gait. She stopped, aligning herself next to him and gripping the edge of the railing as her gaze went to the cliffs growing ever smaller. "Have you ever sailed before?" A cringe swept across her face, quickly disappearing, though it took her a full breath to restore composure to her honey-brown eyes. She nodded. Once. The one word barked out, curt, inviting no more conversation on the matter. Whatever the memory was, she was not about to revisit it with him. He looked past her head, his eyes sweeping the deck. "You didn't bring a maid?" Her look stayed locked on the cliffs. "No." Rorrick followed her gaze and watched the grey mist of the sea swallow the cliffs into oblivion. "I didn't figure you for it." She glanced up at him as she shrugged. "I did not want to involve her. This trip, it has to remain private. I am perfectly capable of dressing myself." He nodded, suddenly questioning the whole of his agreement to take her to America. There were obviously layers of secrets she was intent on keeping from him. No good ever came from secrets. He shifted on his feet, leaning forward on his forearms as he watched the last of the land fade. He waited. Silence was the enemy of most people, and he had learned long ago it was oftentimes his best asset. Eventually, people always talked. They couldn't hold against it. 10 minutes passed in silence, and the other passengers on the ship began dispersing and moving below deck. Still he waited. And waited. She played this game much better than most. He cleared his throat, looking to her. "For how much you said the other night at the Alton ball, you sure are quiet." Her bottom lip jutted upward, perplexed but not quite falling into a full frown. She stiffened slightly, her kid-skin gloved hands tightening on the railing. "I am quiet. I always have been. I am unsure much of the time." "You weren't unsure about setting me straight about the Revelry's Tempest. You weren't unsure about this journey. About your demands of me." He turned his body fully to her, keeping his left arm long along the railing to lean on. He studied her profile. "Foxfire is what I would call that. Bursts of incredible light appearing in the darkest woods. Fire suddenly jutting out of nowhere. Nothing. So unsure?" He shook his head. "No. Not you." The smallest smile turned the corners of her lips upward. She glanced at him. "No? No. Foxfire. That is an actual thing. Fire. Truth be told, it is something that grows from decaying wood. But that doesn't make it any less startling, or magical to behold." She chuckled, a slight pink starting to tinge her cheekbones. "I am not usually so forthright. It has been a long journey for me just to open my mouth in public. And I still do not take to it." She gave him a sideways glance. "But for some reason I find it incredibly easy to make demands of you, Lord Vanderstyle." He laughed. "I don't understand why it has been so effortless." Her hands curved over the top of the railing, rubbing it, and then she met his look directly. But I do apologize if I have been insufferably rude. I believe I am the one that must own the rudeness between us. Our association began with grievous errors in judgment on my part. His hand slapped on the railing. But let me make a demand of you, Foxfire, and all will be forgiven. A new beginning. Her left eyebrow cocked. Demand? I'm weary of this Lord Vanderstyle nonsense. Your title? You are. Is it the address of the title, or everything that comes with the title? Yes, and yes. I could never have imagined the whole of it would wear upon me so. She turned to him, her right hand remaining tight on the security of the railing. So your demand? Simple. Call me Rorrick. It is who I have been my whole life to anyone that mattered. And I think I lost much of who I am in that hunk of land back there. He pointed out in the direction of England. So I'm looking to recollect all of who I am again on this journey. But you were only in England for 2 months. It doesn't take long for a man to change, Foxfire. His eyebrows drew together as she studied him. After a long moment, she nodded. Then you should call me Cassandra. Or Cass. It would be only right, as we are travelling as brother and sister, after all. His forehead dipped to her. I would be honoured. A deckhand walked past them, and Cass's gaze flicked to him, waiting until he passed before she looked to Rorrick, her voice low. The captain did believe we are siblings, he shrugged. As much as any captain would. I doubt he has the time to ponder on the relations of his passengers. As long as his ship is paid well for our staterooms below, I imagine that is the extent of his concern. Her lips drew to the side. It is easy for you, isn't it? What? To reduce people to simplified designations. He blinked, his attention fully on her. You think that is what I do, Cass? Yes. You appear to see everyone in a role, and there they shall stay. It is my experience that people rarely act outside the bounds of their circumstances, and as long as they can maintain what is comfortable around them, such as the captain receiving fair payment, they rarely strive for more. She turned to the railing and her look drifted out to the sea. You disagree? For a long moment she didn't answer him. She hadn't lied. Hesitation was her nature. He set himself frozen in place, waiting. After another long minute, she snuck a glance at him, her eyes immediately returning to the expanse of ocean. I tend to think every person I meet has something going on in their minds that I don't understand. She shook her head slightly, and a dark strand of hair along her temple fell from her upsweep to curl along the line of her jaw. Love, hate, pride, shame, temper, fear, humiliation. Human frailties that they seek to cover in some fashion. Do we not all have them? Do we not all have them running rampant in our minds, influencing our actions? Yes, he nodded. But with all of that going on in our minds, do most people have time to worry on strangers? A slow smile came to her face as she watched the rolling waves. She looked up at him, the smile stretching wide into a grin. Well argued, Rorrick. Her hand lifted from the wooden railing and she stepped away from him. I must excuse myself and go below. He offered her a slight bow and she escaped below deck. Rorrick stared at the stairwell that she disappeared down into for a long moment. For a woman he had thought he had deciphered within minutes of their first meeting, Lady Desmond was turning into a complex entity. Foxfire fit her too well. An unexpected spark in the dark. Beauty that transfixed. But just how many layers, how many secrets was Lady Desmond hiding from him? Chapter 5. He repeated his knock on the door, this time harder. 3 sharp pounds. Rorrick hadn't seen Cass in 3 days. At first he thought she was hiding away from the people on the ship. From him. Nestled near the captain's quarters, their staterooms offered privacy enough from the other passengers on this deck of the ship, and the rooms were rather spacious as compared to the usual private cabins. So it was very possible Cass was just removing herself from any interactions, taking her meals behind her door and reading and sleeping in the peace of her own company. She did say she was a quiet one. But after the second day, when he had not seen her above deck or in the common area for dining, nor had he witnessed any trays of food going to or from her room, his alarm spiked. The ocean had been raucous in that time, winter winds frothing the seas, but the waves had not reached a drastic state. He pounded one last time. "Cass!" No response. He jiggled the doorknob. Locked, damn it. Rorrick paused for a moment, debating. The locks were rather weak, and any splintered wood could be easily fixed. Truly, the worst that could happen was that he looked a lunatic. He stepped backward until his shoulder blades bumped into the wall of the walkway, and then he rushed forward, ramming the door with his shoulder. The short door broke free and swung open, his momentum thrusting him into the cabin. Slipping, his feet out of control, he staggered backward to the doorway, gagging. The stench in the room, a brick wall smashing into him. Coughing, his hand covering his nose, he searched the cabin. Rumpled bed, chair, desk. The chamber pot in the corner tipped onto its side. The floor. A sheen of putrid wetness covered the entirety of the floor. He swallowed back a gag. There, in the corner of the floor, curled into a ball and half under the bed, lay a shaking mess of a body. Cass. Wet from head to toe, her hair clumped in dark strands haphazard about her head. A sopped chemise the only barrier between her skin and the cool air. Damn. Leaning his head back into the skinny walkway, he gasped a deep breath, and then held his breath, rushing into the room. His feet sliding on the slick floor, he reached Cass in 3 steps. Bending over, he touched her huddled shoulder just as the ship lurched to the left with a wave. He lost his footing, catching himself on her bed. His hand sank into a moist blanket. Still attempting to hold his breath, he pushed himself off the bed and steadied his feet, then reached down. Digging his hands under her body, he lifted her off the floor, with a prayer that the ship wouldn't heave and make him lose his balance. 3 quick strides to the doorway, and Rorrick stepped out into the hall. He moved down the tight walkway with his right elbow high, holding her head in the crook of his arm to keep it from knocking against the wall. The position worked, until the ship rocked to the port side and the crown of her head clunked into the wall. He stopped and set his shoulders against the wall for support, and then searched what he could see of her face, through the wet strands of dark hair clinging to her cheeks. She didn't open her eyes, didn't react to the blow on her head. She just shook. Trembles racking her body, one after another, without mercy. Rorrick continued to the end of the hall, and he wedged a hand out to open the door to his stateroom. Moving into his cabin, he brought her to his bed, setting her down on the top blanket. He stood staring down at the wreck of her body. The soaked chemise hid nothing, working only to hold the chill on her body. He expelled a breath in a low, disconcerted sigh. "What the hell happened to you, Foxfire?" A spasm rolled along her body, shaking her down to her bare toes. Her limbs pulled inward, wrapping her torso. First, he had to procure a bath for her. His nose wrinkled. And then one for him. And then he had to shove some water and food down her throat. Her eyes cracked open as tiny vestiges of lucidity leaked into the black terrors in her mind. It took her a long moment to focus, her eyelids rough, tugging against her parched eyes. The bleariness stubborn, she could only see a fuzzy figure perpendicular to her. The figure was lying down. She was upright. No, it was the opposite. She was on her side. A thin glaze of the fuzziness lifted, just enough to see colour and shape. Rorrick. Rorrick turned to his right, moving. The brightness of his white shirt, shards of glass slicing into her eyes. He remained in the fog that refused to ease from her sight, even though she fought it, blinking, trying to wake, trying to crawl into consciousness. A painful spasm sliced through her torso. Her body started to instinctively curl around the pain, but then weakness overcame and she couldn't move, could only suffer the pain straight on. Another dream. She was just in another dream. Rorrick moved again, his head turning to her, the white shirt growing bigger, closer to her eyes. Hurting. She had thought her eyelids had closed with the spasm. Maybe it wasn't a dream. She couldn't fully see his face, but she had to try, had to find out if he was just another hallucination. So many people had appeared and vanished in front of her since setting foot on this ship. Am I? Her words were rough, barely formed past her lips that refused to cooperate. Am I dying, Rorrick? Her hand flopped out at him. To his surprise, her knuckles landed on a solid mass instead of falling through the air. His stomach. Solid. He was solid. She thought to move her fingers, but they stubbornly disobeyed, so her hand stayed propped against him for lack of strength to grip his shirt. No. The low rumble of his voice filled her ears, sending her head to pounding. Would you tell me if I was? No. Her hand slipped down his shirt, falling off of him. Air. Only air left for her. Maybe he was another hallucination. Your voice. I need to hear it. She gathered strength and reached out for him, but only found emptiness. The effort exhausted her, and her hand fell to the bed, her arm draping off the side. Tell me what I am going to see. Silence. A hallucination. Not real. He was just another ghost. He said she wasn't going to die. But he wasn't real, so he didn't know. She shut her eyes to the haze. In America? His deep voice invaded her head. The pounding wasn't as extreme. An improvement. Maybe he was real. Her mouth clamped shut as she tried to moisten her tongue to gather words. Yes. Special. Why so special? Why do you smile when you talk of it? Ah. She cracked her eyes open. Through the fog, she could see him sinking down to the floor, his back flat against the boards of the wall by the head of the bed. He reached forward and she could feel her hand lifting, his warm fingers wrapping around her cold flesh. The heat of his hand seared her nerves, as though she had just stuck her hand into a frozen stream and then set it above flame. You're wavering, Cass, aren't you? Giving up or fighting it? His soft words made little sense, especially when all her senses were centered on her burning hand. It took a long moment before the pain settled into bearable comfort. She wanted, needed his words, and he wasn't talking. Tell me. Her foggy gaze centered on her hand in his, her line to what she hoped was reality. He drew his knee up, balancing his arm atop as he squeezed her hand. There is an expanse of land I own in the mountains, a valley with a trail to the mountaintop. Purgatory Mountain, they call it.
but I just think of it as mine. Except for the crumbling pathway, a cliff of sheer rock plummets down 100 feet in all directions at the crest. When I'm up there at the peak, I can see the sunrise, bright pink in the sky, waking the land as far as the eye can see. And at the end of the day, I can turn around and watch that same day dip into darkness with sunsets of ethereal magic about them. I can see the land rolling, never ending all around me. Maybe that is purgatory, to not see an end. Maybe it's not. His other hand lifted and he clasped her frozen fingers in between his palms. This touch didn't hurt, it only added to the warmth traveling up her arm. Her eyes slid closed. Her breathing not as hard a struggle as it was when she had woken. Those moments when I am up there. His words continued, warm honey sinking over her chest. Those ribbons and time, those are everything. I am alone, and the land is at peace. Yet every one of those moments is different, always changing. The light, the birds, the wind. It is wonder. And that wonder is only eclipsed by the magnitude of it. The possibility of anything I can imagine surrounds me. So when you see me smile when America is mentioned, that is what is in my mind. His words ceased and the silence sank down upon her, the pounding in her head now because of the absence of his voice. Too weary to open her eyes, her lips parted, her voice escaping in a squeak. Don't stop. His hands tightened around hers. I won't, Foxfire. I won't. Cass opened her eyes. Dry. Her body was dry. Not wet, not clammy, not freezing. On her back, she turned her head to the side, surprised her muscles did as commanded. The low light of a lantern hanging over the desk lit the wooden walls of the room. But not her room. The lantern and the desk were on the other side of the bed in her room. Or was she turned upside down in the bed? She looked downward. No, definitely not her bed. These sheets and blankets were dark, hers were light. She lifted herself up slightly, craning her neck to look around the room. Surprise shot through her again as her muscles did as bad. Her eyes travelled to all corners of the room and then landed on the figure sleeping on the floor. Rorrick. This was Rorrick's room. The fact sunk into her chest. What should cause her pause, what should shoot her straight out of bed, instead wrapped around her, oddly warming her. Rorrick's room. Rorrick, not but an arm's length away. She should be alarmed. Instead, she was comforted. She wasn't going to die in the foulness of her own vomit, die in the cold muck of a ship. Everything was going to be well. She was going to be well. The peace of that fact wrapped around her. Her eyes slipped closed and sleep overtook her. Easy, dreamless sleep that stretched on and on and on. Open your eyes, Cass. Her eyelashes fluttered, her eyelids not dragging like gravel over her eyes. It still took a long moment for her gaze to adjust to the light in the room. Focused, she found Rorrick standing next to the bed, hovering above her with a bowl clutched in his arm. A dark scruff of a beard lined the lower half of his face. Days without shaving. He still wore that white shirt, the shirt that blinded her with far too much light for her ravaged eyes. His look narrowed at her. Good, your eyes are clear. Can you sit up? At that moment, the smell of the stew in the bowl wafted down to her, and her stomach flipped.
Her eyes went wide, the gag starting deep in her throat. She sat up, her head swiveling, searching for a pot to heave into. No, not in front of him. Quicker than she could understand what he was doing, he produced an empty bowl and set it on her lap. He stepped away, standing in the corner by the door and holding the bowl of stew. Her stomach refused to listen to her mind, and she heaved over and over 6 times, with nothing coming up from her stomach before her body admitted defeat. Nothing. Not even bile at this point. And she had just vomited in front of Rorrick. Her eyes stayed down, her cheeks starting to burn at the humiliation.
And that is why you need to drink, Cass.
To eat something. She couldn't look up at him. His boots clunking along the floorboards toward her, he stopped by the bedside and reached for a simple metal cup on the desk that doubled as a table. He shoved the cup of water under her chin, holding it for her to take from him.
Water first, and if you can hold it, you can move to tea. Then we will try the soup.
The flush in her cheeks spread to her forehead and neck. She couldn't take the cup. Couldn't lift her eyes. He gave a heavy sigh.
There is no longer any margin for modesty or embarrassment, Cass. For how I found you in your cabin, and in the days since then, I have now watched and heard and smelled and cleaned any and everything your body is ever going to produce.
She followed his words, the mortification burning her neck, spreading to her entire body. He had saved her, yes, but what he had seen. She pushed her imaginations from her mind, not having the energy to wallow in her humiliation. Her left forearm tightened around the bowl still on her lap as her right hand slowly lifted, and she took the cup from him. She set it to her lips, taking the slightest sip. To her amazement, she didn't instantly retch. She took another sip. It, too, snaked down her throat without refusal. She sat for a long moment, her head down as she waited for her stomach to churn. It was then she noticed that she wasn't in one of her chemises. Hers were white, plain, functional. The shift she now wore had ruffles interwoven with a pink ribbon along her bosom. She remembered going through the 3 she had brought on the journey in the first day, all soiled beyond saving. So where had this one come from? And she was clean. All of her, hair to toes. The flush along her skin that had started to abate roared back in a raging blaze. You have also seen me. Your body. He shifted on his feet. She nodded, refusing to lift her head to him.
Believe me, Cass, looking at your naked body was the last thing on my mind when I dunked you into the captain's hip bath.
What was? What? On your mind? She dared the tiniest glance up at him. He chuckled.
Getting you in and out of that cold water as fast as I could, and still reasonably clean you from, well, everything. It took a fair amount of cajoling to get the captain to let me use the bath as it was. Plus, you were already shaking so violently I thought you would crack your head open if it hit the edge of the tub again. You still have the bump on the back of your head from the first time you hit it.
I do. She lifted her hand to her head, her fingers searching through her hair to the rear of her scalp. She found the bump just below the crown of her head, wide and still tender at the touch. He took the cup from her hand and nestled it within the round indentation carved into the wood of the table.
And then my only concern was warming you after I got you out of the bath.
Her hand dropped from her head and she looked up at him. I'm sorry I caused you so much trouble. Why didn't you hire someone from below to attend to me?
Dysentery ran the ship. All the able women below that weren't sick themselves were busy taking care of kin. And I sure didn't trust another man to do it. He cleared his throat. This is where a maid would have been helpful, Cass.
I know. I am sorry. I am so sorry to impose. Her eyes dipped and she looked around. She needed to leave him be. It took her a long moment to work past the blankness in her mind and figure out how to exit. Bowl, blankets. Twisting and stretching, she reached to set the empty bowl on the table, and then started to push the blankets off her lap. Whoa! His grip caught her hand on the blankets, stilling her motion. What are you doing? I'm leaving to my stateroom. I'm sorry I caused you so much trouble.
That is one thing you're not doing, Cass.
Without removing his grip on her, he reached to the table and set the bowl of stew down on it.
I'll not have you stumbling and falling about again.
I fell.
Last night, you tried to get out of bed and your legs would not hold you. Then you tripped over me.
I did?
Yes. His fingers tightened on her hand. So you're not going anywhere, Cass. His shoulders slumped.
But I am a dreadful amount of trouble.
Trouble I can handle, Foxfire.
He peeled her fingers away from the blanket and then resettled the wool across her lap.
There wasn't anyone else on board I trusted to help you properly. So the task set on me. That was my own choice. I didn't mind it.
She looked up at him, her eyebrows arched high. You didn't mind it? I was a mess.
I could have done without the smell. He smiled a half-cocked grin. I do gag quite easily, so that was the worst of the trouble.
Breaking through her unending mortification, a smile breached her lips, her cheeks stretching for the first time in days.
What? You take pleasure in watching a man gag?
Her fingers lifted from the blanket and waggled in the air. It is nothing, truly. But when I initially met you, that was the first word that popped into my head. Trouble. And so it turns I am the one who is trouble. He chuckled, his arms crossing against his chest.
Well, trouble or not, you are staying in here until you have your strength back about you. Until you stop heaving up everything I'm shoving down your throat.
He picked up the bowl of soup from the table.
Do you think you can feed yourself? If so, I will leave you to it so I can go scrounge up tea.
She extended her hands, taking the bowl from him. I think I can try at the very least. Just as long as that empty bowl is within reach in case it does not go well. He waited until she tipped the wooden bowl, sipping the lukewarm broth. This time the smell held only mild offense to her senses, and she managed to force a long swallow down her throat. When she didn't immediately heave, Rorrick smiled with a nod, the furrow in his brow easing as he watched her. He turned to the door. Rorrick. He stopped with his hand on the doorknob and turned back to her.
Yes?
What was the first word you thought of upon meeting me? His calculating blue eyes landed on her, and he stared at her intently for a long moment. So long she wasn't sure if he was searching for a lie or a way to speak the truth. His right cheek lifted slightly as the side of his lips curved upward.
Complication.
Her head angled to the side at the word. He turned away and her gaze stayed solidly on the expanse of his back, under his white linen shirt. He moved out to the hall, his wide shoulders brushing the frame of the undersized doorway. The door clicked closed, and her look didn't veer from the spot he vacated. Complication. Whatever did that mean? Chapter 6. He stared at Cass. She sat on the edge of the bed, her back erect, her long fingers tearing apart chunks of bread and setting them on the metal plate on her lap. The gold-braided trimmings of her soft teal riding habit brought out the honey tones in her eyes. Her other dresses and her pelisse had not escaped her initial sickness, and even after several scrubbings, they had been so vile they were deemed a loss. She was down to this one riding habit and a heavy wool cloak. Regardless, she had her gentility back about her, all of her movements once again holding the inherent grace he had seen in her back in London. It was time, he knew. He'd had her stateroom scrubbed clean almost a fortnight ago, right after he'd found her on the floor. Yet he had made her stay in his room for at least 2 days past when she needed to. Another day and she just might think him a madman holding her captive. Maybe he had turned to madman, for the difficult time he was having letting her leave his room. For somewhere within the past 2 weeks she had become his responsibility, his to care for, his to keep safe, warm, fed, to keep smiling, laughing, her spirits bolstered. It was the oddest thing, something he could not name, could not figure. But he had brought her back from utter darkness, and it was his world that had found an uncanny ray of light. Cass hadn't asked for any of it from him, and after she had truly awoken from her illness, she had tried to remove herself time and again from the burden she was positive she was. He wouldn't have it. Not until he was sure she would be fine on her own, even if on her own meant 4 steps down the hallway. If anything, she had accepted the last 5 days with cautious humour at his protectiveness. Her inherent wariness of him had lessened but not disappeared. She didn't fully trust him. Didn't trust his intentions. Not that she should. He wasn't even positive what his actual intentions were when it came to her. Cass picked up a chunk of brown bread, looking to him. "This Van der Style land you need, Rorrick. Why is it so important to you?" She popped the bread into her mouth. He looked to her face, his eyebrow lifting as he leaned back in his chair, pulling his right ankle up to rest on his left knee. Studying her for a moment, he tried to decipher her sudden curiosity, as she hadn't asked him anything of the land before that moment. "I want to right the estate if I can." So, greed. Greed? Was she attempting to bait him? He reached his own plate on the table, his fingernail digging into the chunk of cheese to free a morsel. "I would say that particular word leaps far past my intentions." "You wouldn't call it that?" "No, I wouldn't call it that." He ate a bite of the cheese, considering her. He wasn't about to tell her this was just another one of his brother's messes he needed to clean up. She couldn't be privy to anything about that matter. She slipped another piece of bread into her mouth, watching him as she chewed. "Then why is this tract of land so important?" "There is ore under it, both copper and tin. Money made from that ore can be used for actual viable investments, used to build a factory that has a lifespan beyond what can be dug from the ground." "That sounds enterprising, especially when the estate can run on its own, as long as one is frugal with the expenses." "With farming? With the land and livestock?" He shook his head. "Not for much longer, and not for a sustainable period of time." "Why not?" "It will take far more than bushels of wheat to support the estate in the near future, much less pull it out of debt." He shifted his bent right leg, his boot clumping to the floor as he leaned to the table and pulled a bite of bread from his loaf. "Mining the land now is the key, a bridge as it is. It will produce the funds needed to create the next line of income." Her lower jaw moved in a slow chew as she considered him. "You do think differently, don't you, Rorrick?" He shrugged. "I think like an American, yes, if that is what you are referring to." "No, it is not just that. I imagine many Americans are lazy and willing to do nothing just the same as everywhere. Grabbing her plate, she scooted forward slightly on the edge of the bed. No, it is about you. You have energy for growth, for wanting to make something out of nothing. Many men have the tenacity for growth, even in English society. But none that I have seen that is so open about his intentions. She rolled the last bite of her bread in her fingers. It is so interesting to watch. I have not known a man like you. She popped the last piece of bread into her mouth. Balancing the plate on her lap, she leaned toward the table to grab the chessboard designed specifically for life at sea, and then juggled it onto the bed. She set her empty plate onto the table, and then grabbed her cup from the round notch in the wood, and sipped. Good. That was the first full meal she'd eaten. It was time for him to cease the hawk eyes he had on her. For his own sanity, if nothing else. Her look went to the chessboard on the bed, and she picked up a rook, rolling it between her fingers. I don't like it that you can almost beat me now. Rorrick gave her a wry smile. When he had found the board with the carved pieces weathered to the point where they were almost indistinct, he had thought it would give them a few minutes of entertainment. He had only rudimentary knowledge of the game, but as it turned out, Cass was well versed in the strategies of the chessboard and had spent hour after hour delightfully tromping him. He swallowed the last of his cheese. One last game before we settle you back into your stateroom? A brilliant smile lit up her face. Yes, and do let me win. I want to leave your room a victor, my head held high. When I someday actually manage to set myself in the position to win, Cass, there is no circumstance where I would let you out of my clutches. No pity when it comes to the board. Isn't that what you said during our second game? She chuckled. That will come back to haunt me, won't it? If I have anything to say on the matter, it will. He stacked his plate on top of hers, the metal clanging on the table, and then stood to move to the foot of the bed. She scooted to the head of the bed, settling her back against the wall and arranging her legs modestly under her skirt. Each chess piece had a thin hole carved into the bottom, and she set the rook back into place, wiggling it onto the peg that protruded up from the board to hold it steady against the rollicking of the waves. He sat opposite her on the bed, relaxing his shoulders onto the wall by the foot of it. She set the board in between them, twisting each piece on its peg so it faced in the appropriate direction, or at least the pieces that still held some semblance of a front and back side. Her golden eyes focused on the board, and he stole the moment to study her. He didn't need this complication. Go to England, write the Vanderstyle estate, get back to America. That was his mission. And the woman sitting opposite him on the bed had unwittingly become a major complication to that goal. For she wasn't just his responsibility. He wanted her, but not like he had ever wanted a woman before. She felt different. Hell, she was different. How he wanted her was different. Different in an intangible way he could not discern. He wanted her, yes, but it was more. She was beautiful, but he had desired and seduced many beautiful women. It was something he could not name. Something that went past the burning in his groin when he let his look stay on her too long. It was unsettling how much he wanted to spend time with her. How much he dreaded her walking out his doorway. She looked up at him, the amber streaks in her eyes glowing. Your move. Damn complications. Green, you say? Cass stretched her fingers upward, and Rorrick's warm hand enveloped hers. In the next instant he yanked her upward from the steep ladder, leading from the quarterdeck to the poop deck. Her toes dangled in mid-air for a moment before her feet landed on the boards of the deck. Cass looked about. The upper deck at the rear of the ship was empty except for the seamen half asleep at the ship's wheel. The day had been clear and mostly windless, so there were no deckhands scurrying about. And apparently 3 weeks of searching for green flashes at sunset had lost its allure for the rest of the stateroom passengers that hadn't fallen ill. But this was new to Cass. 3 weeks on the ship and she was just beginning to feel right again with her body. Her strength had mostly returned. She was once again sleeping a normal amount, and her legs had grown accustomed to the sway of the ship. Green, a dot, a flash just atop the last sliver of the setting sun. Rorrick dropped her hand once she was steady, and he nodded to the side of the ship on the back corner that faced west. They walked to the railing, and Cass set her hands on the top rung of smooth wood, gripping it as she leaned back, inhaling the fresh air. She was beginning to consider rolling out a blanket onto the quarterdeck for sleeping, for the stench that had been brewing on the levels below was starting to seep into her stateroom. Rorrick pointed at the bright sun just starting to dip beyond the horizon. Some call it Neptune's wink, the green flash, and one has to watch closely to see it. She looked up at his profile. You said there was lore around it. A few versions. He looked down to her. It depends on how you prefer your lore. Give me the options. Well, if you're a sailor, the green flash can either mean a clear day of sailing on the morrow, or it is a sign that a soul has escaped back into this world from the dead. If you're a romantic, witnessing the green burst means that you will make wise decisions on the matter of love, for only those that truly know his or her own heart can see it. Cass wrinkled her nose. Well, if I am able to see it, it is a sure indicator that the sailor lore is the sounder choice. The right side of his lips lifted in a half-smile. Not a romantic? I would be if I weren't such a failure with matters of the heart. Cass, she waved her fingers in the air, stopping his next words. Look, the sun is almost down. His eyes left her to look across the unending ocean to the sunset. Without a word, he set his forearms atop the railing and leaned forward, his focus on the sky. For the next minutes they stood in silence next to each other, his forearm brushing her hand with each gentle tilt of the ship. She appreciated this about Rorrick, his ability for silence. He didn't need to clutter the space between them with words that were only spoken to fill the air. He let her drift off, wordless, without forcing her back into conversation. It made it particularly easy to be around him, as she wasn't always on edge, searching for words, for witty remarks to entertain. The sun disappeared halfway behind the horizon, and she stole a sideways glance at him. His light brown hair had been bleached by the sun in the past week, several blonde streaks appearing. While they had oftentimes sat in the salon below deck with the other stateroom passengers, they had more often than not spent their time above deck in the fresh air and sunlight. It had been cool at first, but now that they were in southern waters, the air had grown warmer. Her look drifted to the strong lines of his profile, and the dark beard he had only once shaven off during the journey. He was handsome, even though she liked to ignore that fact most of the time. Mostly because she had discovered the most surprising thing about him was that she actually liked him. And not just because he had saved her from death's door. Rorrick was funny and gracious and kind and genuinely interested in her. He had made inquiries into the Revelry's Tempest, how she ran the business, how she had managed to keep the gaming hall so popular amongst the Ton's fickle taste for so many years. And those conversations had spiraled into 1,000 questions of how commerce was generally carried out in England. Rorrick readily admitted that the whole of how society and business and Parliament worked in England had him baffled, and he listened intently to everything Cass had to say that would help him navigate it. They chatted on news of the world, his plans for the Vanderstyle estate, and his business in America. He was the opposite of his older brother in almost every way, except for their blue eyes. Their blue eyes were identical, and it had taken her a long time to not involuntarily tense when she met his look. She had always needed to be wary around Rorrick's older brother, for one never knew what his next action or statement would be. Johnny had been erratic in the extreme, happy in one moment, raging in the next, and she had spent an inordinate amount of time over the years making sure he didn't upset the other patrons of the Revelry's Tempest. She looked back to the quickly dipping sun, searching the sky for green. Nothing. The golden orb of light vanished beyond the horizon, and the last rays of purple and pink and orange and yellow waned, drifting into grey. The first stars started to appear overhead before Rorrick sighed. Someday. You have been looking for the flash of green for a long time. My whole life. Every time I'm on a ship, on a mountain. Someday I'll be rewarded. He shrugged and then turned, leaning on his left arm still draped along the railing as his look centered on her. What are we looking for in Charleston, Cass? She froze. Rorrick had not once asked her about her plans, not once about what she needed of him once they landed in America. Her fingers tightened, clenching the railing as her gaze stayed solidly on the horizon. She cleared her throat, attempting to regain some semblance of easy composure. I told you, a woman and her child. Yes, I know that. But why? Who are they, and how did they get lost from you? Cass drew in a deep breath, her chest lifting high. For as much as she didn't want to broach this subject, for as much as she wanted to keep the air light and easy between them, she couldn't hold this from him forever. It was time to tell him. She had initially believed she could keep the story private, that Rorrick would be able to find Ashita without Cass sharing the details that she was loath to speak of. But Rorrick was the key to finding her. He needed to know all of it. Even if it meant the ease between them would disappear, and a harsh look of judgment would seep into his eyes. She would lose him here and now as an ally, as a friend. And her heart started to sink. But there was nothing for it. She had to tell him if she had any chance of finding Ashita. Rorrick would loathe her, but she knew he would stand by his promise to help her. The land and his integrity were too important to him. Keeping her right hand tight on the railing for support, she pulled her shoulders back as she turned fully to Rorrick. Darkness had set in, tempered by the full moon overhead. She met his stare. You do need to know who you are looking for. Her name is Ashita. Ashita. She is from India? Yes. Her family was quite prominent, I was told, though they disowned her. Rorrick nodded, his gaze travelling out to the sea, and then back to her. What is your connection to her? Her reply was instant, her eyes not veering from him. She was my husband's lover. Rorrick's mouth dropped open. Hell, Cass. His head shaking, he looked to the water, the line of his jaw tensing, throbbing with each passing breath. His gaze lifted to her, a storm brewing in his blue eyes. So I'm going to be helping you find someone to exact vengeance upon? I didn't sign on for that, Cass. Vandastyle land or not, I'm not about to deliver you to revenge. Chapter 7. She shuffled a step backward, the bristling air swirling about him, sending a shiver down her spine. No, not revenge, Rorrick. She forced her feet to stop moving and took a deep breath to fortify herself against his ire. You need to know the full story. It sounds like I already do. His words cut into the air, not softened in the slightest by her claim. My husband. The blurted words left her mouth and she had to stop, closing her eyes and swallowing hard. We were engaged to be married when Percival was 7 and I was 5. He was in line for the earldom and I had a large sum settled on me. It was perfect, as our families had alliances that had gone back hundreds of years. My whole life it was only him, only Percival for me, and I loved him for forever. She opened her eyes, her look straying to the low swells of the ocean alongside the ship. Or at least I thought I loved him. When I look at my friends Violet and Adalia, yes. Her eyes lifted to his face. Love, true soul-burning love, looks very different from what I thought it was in childhood. So you loved him or you didn't. What did it matter? I loved him because he was the future. I loved him because he was stability. That is what matters. Her look dipped downward. The knuckles of her right hand were a bright white under the full moon. Turning back to the railing, she loosened her fingers and then set both of her palms atop the curved wood. Slowly tapping the rail, she opened the long-buried chest of memories from those years when she was so very young. Percival was not unkind to me. He had standards for me, yes. How I looked, how I acted. But it was always known what would become of us in life. We would marry. He would assume the title. I would produce heirs. And her head stayed bowed, her eyes studying the pink returning to her knuckles. I was happy with that arrangement. He was not. She paused, her chest tightening at the memory that ravaged her mind without warning. He left the morning after the marriage was consummated. Rorrick coughed. The morning after? Yes. She couldn't look up at him, the shame of 10 years ago washing over her anew, her face heating with a flush. I don't know why you're embarrassed by it, Cass. No? She turned to him and met his gaze. Could he truly be that dense? It is humiliating. To be left by one's husband after. Rorrick shook his head, the earlier storm in his eyes lifting as deep-seated curiosity crept into his look. From what I've seen of you, Foxfire, your husband was a fool and didn't know what to do with you naked. A slight gasp escaped her lips, and she glanced over her shoulder to make sure no one else had wandered onto the upper deck in the darkness. There was only the man at the wheel, who still faced forward and away from them, most likely asleep, but also a far enough distance away that he couldn't hear their low voices. Her look travelled back to Rorrick, her right eyebrow cocked high at his words. He chuckled. Is that feigned surprise you were reaching for? Her eyes went wide. Surprise? No, I suppose not, but... And I say this with the most amount of humility I can, Rorrick. I am accustomed to men undressing me in their minds at the Revelry's Tempest. It is just that most men keep those thoughts sequestered deep in their own heads. Most men are idiots. His voice dipped lower, the moonlight angling against his head and sending half of his face into shadows. I think you know full well that since the moment you walked into that drawing room at the Revelry's Tempest, my first thought was that I wanted you in my bed. I was a complication. That was the word you said. He gave a slight shake of his head. No, you were desired. But you said complication. Yes, while complications make getting what you want all the sweeter. Her lips pulled into a tight line to hide a smile. You must enjoy complications far more than I do, Rorrick. Perchance you have some secret to make it past them? You master them, one tiny step at a time. Her eyebrows lifted. So I am a step? No. Then I need to be mastered. He chuckled, not falling to her bait. No,
And that seems to be my trouble with you, Foxfire. You are one that is not to be mastered, and that has thrown all my plans to the wind." Her mouth pulled to the side as she searched into the shadows of his face. She wasn't sure if she should be glaring at him or smiling at him. "Perhaps it is best to say the complication of you was wrapped in desire, then." He bowed his head to her, acquiescing. "The complication part was that I was looking at a smart woman. One that didn't take denunciation, didn't suffer fools. One that wouldn't be wooed by flowers and sweet words. One that I needed to deal with at an intellectual level. One that demanded respect. That is the complication of you." He took a step closer to her, leaning in, the heat in his words warming her to her toes. "But desire, Foxfire? Desire is something altogether different." His bed was not for her. She had to remember that. He wanted the land from her, and who knew what beyond that? No, she was not about to be careless with her heart again. Once, twice she had been a fool, but 3 times would be the death of her. As much as she wanted to stay in his aura of heat, stay in the sphere of his scent, she stiffened, taking a step away. "This is kind of you, Rorrick, but I don't deserve—" "No?" Her hands on the railing curled, her fingertips digging into the wood. "Reserve your judgment until I tell you the rest of the tale." His head tilted as he stared at her, his blue eyes piercing. "Fair enough." "What Percival did, leaving me, I was saddened, humiliated, but I always thought he would eventually come back. I loved him, so why would I not believe that? Why would he not come home? I believed that for 6 years, that he would come home. That I loved him. I lived by those 2 beliefs. But he didn't. No." Her head shook. "When he left England, he went to India. His family had investments with the company there, and once he was there, he never came back to England." Her lips drew inward for a long breath. "But she did. She. Ashita, his mistress. His other wife for all intents, for she was more so a wife to him than I ever was. My husband had gone to India and had fallen in love with her." Her words rushed. The faster she said them, the less embarrassment she would have to endure. "He stayed there for her. They had a child, a home, until the cholera epidemic hit Bombay. They escaped before it reached them, or so they thought. The 3 of them were travelling to England when Percival died of cholera." "You never saw him again?" "No. And the cruelty of it was that I knew he was coming. News of the epidemic had travelled quickly to England, and he had sent word he was coming home. I was waiting. Happily waiting." Her gaze dipped downward, only to find her knuckles were bright white again. Her words paused as she had to concentrate on unfurling her fist. Her fingers stretched, and she set her palm lightly on the railing, then looked up to Rorrick, her voice even. "I waited and waited, and then I received the news of Percival's death. He was on a ship in the harbour, dying, dead, under a yellow jack flag. I was destroyed. Finally, my life was going to start, just as I imagined it. I would have my husband home, and we would have children. But then he died. In those days after the news of his death, I was heartbroken, and I didn't yet know about his mistress. Not until she arrived at my home with her son." "How long was it after you learned of your husband's death?" 1 week. He winced. "I was not at my best." She turned from him, facing the railing as both of her hands gripped the wood to steady herself. Her eyes lifted to the moon, wishing for cloud cover, for anything that would send the air into blackness so he couldn't see her.
couldn't see the sins that clung to her. To dwell on them in her own mind was one thing, but this, speaking them out loud, welled the shame so thick in her lungs she couldn't take a breath. What happened? His voice soft, Rorrick turned to the ocean, mimicking her pose, his attention on the tips of waves reflecting the moonlight. Ashita was penniless. She had a 3-year-old child. She knew no one in the country. She was seeking refuge, mercy. Rorrick stood silent, not pushing, not looking at her, not demanding her next words. Silent, patient, which made her next words even more difficult to form on her tongue. And I had none. I sent her away. I sent her away with not even a scrap. My friends, both Violet and Adalia, tried to convince me not to, tried to get me to see the path I should have chosen. She paused, her lips drawing inward as she shook her head. I would not hear of it. I would not hear of anything but the hatred and vengeance that had manifested in my head, in my soul. Her head bowed. So I had Logan, the head guard at the Revelry's Tempest, do it. I had Violet and Adalia help. I drew all of them into my web of malice. They are beyond loyal, all of them. And I made them sacrifice their morality because I was weak. The words ripped shards of pain as they tore up her throat. They set Ashita and the child on a ship to America, set them to the seas without a penny, abandoned them to the mercy of the fates. She stopped, drawing a deep breath as her look lifted to the waters. No, they didn't do that. I did that. I was the one. They did that for me. I was the one that punished a woman and a defenseless child, their only sin being that they loved my husband. Love he asked for. Love he did not want from me. It took her a long moment to move her gaze to Rorrick's profile. So this is not revenge. Not revenge at all. Guilt. He looked at her, his blue eyes shrouded in a shadow. An incredible amount, it would seem. Cass nodded, her lower lip slipping between her teeth to hold back tears, to hold back the hot shame of her actions. In all honesty, Cass, this does not seem like your burden to bear. This was your husband's doing, and you were dragged into his mess by his mistress. It does not matter how it transpired. She was penniless, destitute. Her voice sank to a whisper, her eyes closing as she drew in a shaky breath. You do not know how that haunts me. How the eyes of their child haunt me. Such hope in that little boy's face. In his eyes. Eyes that mirrored my husband's. So I need to find her and her child. For what purpose? She opened her eyes to him. If I can amend my past mistakes, is it not something I should do? I have the means to do so now, to right my wrongs. Or should I go about life pretending it never happened? I tried that for a number of years, but it doesn't go away. That black mark on my soul. I was grievously wronged by my husband, I know that now. But I do not get to assign offence onto him while ignoring my own actions and what they have wrought. The tip of Rorrick's head angled outward toward the sea as he stared at her. Even with the shadow looming over his eyes, his look penetrated her so deeply she was convinced he was delving into her soul, examining her worth. You want to be a better person? If it is possible, yes, he nodded. I'll take you. I'll take you to find her, to find the boy. Words of gratitude floundered on her tongue as the relief sweeping her body stole all ability to speak. The judgment she had been sure was forthcoming hadn't manifested as she knew it should. Rorrick turned back to the ocean, his forearms resting on the railing. Cass followed in like. They stood for long minutes, silent in thought, the rhythmic lapping of the water on the ship the only sound in the night air. The low rumble of his voice cut into the air around them, even as his look stayed on the dark swells of the sea. "You recall how earlier I said I wanted you in my bed, Cass?" She started, turning to him. "Yes." His look left the water, seductive in its laziness as it travelled to her face. "It has changed. It has." He turned fully toward her, leaning close, his voice dropping lower. "Yes. I now want you more than ever." Her eyes widened at him, her stomach flipping at the scorching heat in his words. His head cocked to the side. "Why are you covering your nose?" She jumped slightly, her fingers instantly dropping from the bridge of her nose. "I was not." "You were." A squint crinkled the corners of his blue eyes. "Foxfire, I know when a woman is hiding something from me, and you were just hiding your nose." He saw. Blast it, he saw. Her look dove away from him, searching for a point in the waters to concentrate on and save her from his stare. She found a swell and followed the crest of it as it moved along the ocean, avoiding him. Her breath exhaled in a rush through her teeth. "I have freckles." "And so? You have 3, maybe 4. It took a long breath for her look to lift to him. "You were close, and I try very hard to hide them. I know they disgust." "Disgust?" "Yes." Her fingers itched, begging to lift and cover her nose once more. "That was the one thing my husband commented on." Rorrick straightened slightly, a hard line setting into his brow. "When?" "Our wedding night." Her cheeks started to flame and she had to concentrate on the white swathe of Rorrick's linen shirt under his coat. Just how much humiliation, how much shame could she endure in one night? She inhaled, bolstering words from her chest, from that raw spot where she held the memory. Percival crawled into my bed, looked at me, and his face turned to horror. Freckles. It was all he could say. That one word, again and again. Then he closed his eyes and shook his head. He could not bear to look at me as he consummated the marriage. Rorrick's voice dipped to a growl. She nodded. He wanted perfection from me, and he married me regardless. But it was why Percival left after that night. I was not perfection. Not the perfection he was promised. Rorrick took a step forward, filling the space between them. "Foxfire, no one leaves a woman as fine as you because of a freckle. There was something wrong with your man." "No, it was me. Percival needed flawless, not dirty freckles. He told me so." Rorrick's tongue slipped out, wetting his lips. Hungry almost. Her itching palm able to take no more, her hand lifted, her fore and middle finger lightly resting on the bridge of her nose. She hated it of herself, the unconscious and despised reaction. Yet she had no control to stop it. His hand whipped up, snatching her wrist and tugging her fingers away from her face, his head shaking. "No. No hiding from me, Cass." He leaned forward, his tongue slipping out, and in one long swipe he licked the line of her nose, freckles and all. Her head jerked back, horrified, dumbfounded. The oddest sensation. And also, strangely, oddly erotic. What man would lick her? Rorrick pulled away with a slight shrug. "You taste of clementines. Citrus. Not dirt."
I had to make sure because he seemed so certain. And believe me, I have tasted the worst dirt. You just licked me. That I did, Cass. A smile, so wicked it sent carnal pangs vibrating unabashed through her core, curved across his face. And it isn't the only thing I'll be tasting on your body once we get off this ship.
Chapter 8.
Hell, I want to kiss you, Foxfire. And I want to kiss you hard.
Rorrick paused, glancing past Cass's shoulders at a deckhand as he hauled a rope past them. It had been weeks since he had, of all things, licked her nose in the moonlight. Had he considered it properly, he probably wouldn't have done it. Or maybe he would have. He didn't regret it at all. His only regret was that he had introduced them on this ship as brother and sister, and now he couldn't touch her. The sailor moved away from where they were sitting, and Rorrick's eyes settled back upon Cass.
But my lips can't touch you because you are my damn sister.
The words slipped out before he could control them. Not that he would take them back. Not when he could revel in the shock that crossed her face. Her bare fingers lifted to her lips, covering the escaping gasp. The only pair of gloves she had brought on the journey had been ruined along with most of her clothes during the first days she was sick. She would need new gloves when they landed in Charleston. And real ones, not the delicate kidskin type that graced the hands of most of the women in London. He didn't want to see her delicate skin marred by the brutal winds that still held the land this time of year. Cass's fingers fell from her lips, her eyes still wide. I am your sister. Rorrick crossed his left leg in front of him, resting his ankle on his knee as he reclined in his chair by the railing of the quarterdeck. Here on the ship, you're my sister. It would be unseemly. 5 weeks into the farce, and it is a little too late to change our story. Oh, of course. For a long moment she stared at him, her jaw slightly askew. He liked it when he threw her into a flustered shock. Everything she felt, everything she thought was mirrored in the flawless lines of her face. A face he especially liked when he managed to procure a flush in her cheeks. A wave of composure washed over her and she shook her head, her look landing on him in censure. She leaned forward, her voice in a low scold. How in the blazes did you just manage to transition from our discussion on the value of copper mining to kissing me? He shrugged, a devil's smile carving into his face. It was the first time I've heard a woman talking about copper securities and trading routes. Your lips curled quite enticingly over the words smelters and tariffs. And then my thoughts wandered. I realized it would only be respectful to report to you what was consuming my mind. He had for weeks, in all honesty, been preparing her for the moment they stepped off this vessel, little by little wearing down her resistance, veiled suggestions, letting their bodies brush against each other in the tight corridors below. He wanted her, and he was damn well sure she wanted him as well, if she could manage to get out of her own way enough to recognize that fact. Cass sat a little straighter, her back stiffening as she glanced about the deck. The chill had come back into the air as they had turned north from southern waters, so they had the deck mostly to themselves. No one within earshot. Perfect. She looked to him, a mischievous spark flashing in her eyes. I admit I was befuddled for a moment on the change in topic. Her words sang with challenge. Tell me again, what is it that you want? He chuckled under his breath. Minx. She didn't know who she was playing with. Setting his hand on his ankle, he twisted slightly to her, his voice sinking to a low rumble. I want to kiss you, Cass. I want to run my thumb along the line of your jaw, down the sweep of your neck to trace your collarbone. His eyes followed the line he spoke of. I want the smooth skin of your chest beneath my fingers as I dip beneath your dress, your chemise, Her jaw dropped slightly, her fingers going to the bare skin above the lace on her bodice, spreading, touching the very spot he was staring at, the very spot he was imagining the taste of. Her ring finger dipped beneath the lace trim of her bodice, not far, just enough. Enough to taunt. Maybe he didn't know who he was playing with. It took her a long moment to form words, and she had to clear her throat as the shocked innocence in her eyes gave way to wariness. Her hand abruptly dropped from her chest and fumbled to the small round table with carved inserts for cups. She picked up her teacup, and for a long moment she stared down at the amber liquid. Her forefinger ran in a methodical circle along the bottom edge of the china. She looked up at him, her honey-brown eyes locking onto his gaze. For the briefest second, she looked almost startled, distressed, and then it flashed away. "Do you realize you have the same eyes as your brother, Rorrick?" "I do. I never actually compared." She nodded, her usual poise back in place. "He could undress me with his eyes just as well as you can." Rorrick laughed. "I don't think Johnny and I have ever been compared thusly." Her eyes narrowed slightly, barely perceivable, but he saw it. "But you are not your brother, are you, Rorrick?" Her tone, the sudden look in her eyes, and the complete loss of levity told him this was no ordinary question. The question was serious, and she needed a serious answer. Rorrick sighed. Life was always complicated where Johnny was involved. Apparently that had not changed when his brother had moved to England. Other than the occasional comment about him, Cass had never inquired about Johnny during their weeks on the ship. That she did so now, days away from landing, unnerved him. To purchase a moment, he pulled a flask from his coat pocket and freed the cap, taking a healthy swallow. He let the last of his good brandy slowly snake down his throat before setting his attention on Cass. "In most ways, no, I am not my brother. But in some ways we are one. We always have been." "Which ones?" "Loyalty. That trait rules all. Stubbornness. Occasional intelligence." She paused as she lifted her teacup for another sip, studying him. "Yes, I can see those qualities in you." "Johnny raised me. I never had a father I remembered, and after our mother died, my younger sister, only a babe, was taken in by a couple from town. They lived in a fancy house, black shutters, scalloped red roof tiles that swooped down along the front of the building." "You still recall the house?" He nodded, looking down to his knee and picking off rogue bits of lint from his dark trousers. He never talked of his sister. Never. Aside from Johnny, he couldn't think of one person that knew they had a sister. "I stayed at that house for days after they took her, in the rain, in the sun beaten down. It was summer, and it was hot, but I just stood across the street, staring at the house, trying for the life of me to imagine what I could say to them to make them give her back to us." He swallowed hard. "Or what I could say to make them take me and Johnny in, too." "How old were you?" Rorrick glanced up at her. She had settled the teacup down into her lap, her hands clutching it, her focus solely on him. Her honey-brown eyes were wide, glistening with genuine empathy. "I was 6. Johnny was 8. She blanched, her creamy skin turning noticeably whiter. "Maple Avenue. That was the street where I learned how to not hope for things I cannot have." Her skin managed to drop another shade. "How did you do that?" He shrugged. "I don't hope for anything." Her brow furrowed. "From then on, it was just Johnny and I. He fed me, found a place for us to live. He was scrappy beyond belief. Anything he could do for a coin, he did. He raised me. For better or worse, he raised me. That, from what little I knew of your brother, I would not have presumed any of that of him." Her hand flew to her mouth, her head shaking. I apologize, I meant no offense. Rorrick shrugged, setting the stopper of his flask back in place. No, it is true. Who Johnny was as an adult was different.
Why did he change?
Why does anybody change? While he wasn't expecting an answer, Cass nonetheless paused, her head slanting to the side as she seriously pondered the question. Her eyes followed the movement of the deckhands on the far side of the quarterdeck until her look travelled back to him. I imagine we go about our paths until something drastic happens. Some impetus that forces change. Forces us to change, whether we want it or not. Whether it is for the good or the bad. I imagine you were right on that score.
So what happened to Johnny?
What happened was that I see life in shades. My brother never did. He was always black or white. There was no in-between with him. Loyalty was everything to Johnny, and I betrayed him. That was it, and that was all. That was what changed him. Changed us.
You betrayed him?
The instant disbelief that crossed her face was both reassuring and disquieting. I did. We were still young, or at least I was, 19. Johnny had gotten us into mining in the mountains. It paid well enough for a time. And then we had discovered our own vein of gold ore. We set claim on it, and that became our life. Became our everything. And we followed that vein deep into the ground in the Blue Ridge Mountains. It took us forever. We were learning as we went. The explosives, the chiseling, the tons of rocks we moved out of the shaft. We were stupid at times, but we had brawn. We had will. It was just the two of us working that vein for almost a year, and the tunnel was solid. And the vein kept going deeper and deeper and winding into the mountain. Rorrick wedged off the cap of the flask and set it to his mouth, tilting it upright to demand the few discounted drops still within fall into his mouth. He set the cap back into place. We followed that vein until we blew through into another mine shaft. Rock exploded and we knew right away it wasn't a regular blast, that there was nothing but air on the other side. When the dust settled, we were looking at Tom Martin, a friend. A man we grew up with. A man just as scrappy and hard-working as we were. But we had all been working the same vein, just opposite ends of it, and we knew Tom's claim to the vein was filed earlier than ours. Her delicate eyebrows arched. What does that mean? It meant that our tunnel, our work, our vein were now his by mining law. He found the vein first. He claimed it first. So the vein, no matter where it led to, was his. All of it was his. All of our work. Johnny and I were just working the wrong end of it. Oh. Her hand lifted, settling flat onto the bare skin of her upper chest. That seems most unfair. He shrugged. There wasn't any argument against it. We all knew the minor law. Knew what it meant. The three of us standing there, staring at each other, the blast echoing in our ears. It meant the loss of everything, gone in an instant. Her head shook as the edges of her eyes crinkled.
So you had to just walk away?
Yes, that should have been what happened. We should have walked away, but instead, that was the moment I lost my brother. Johnny wasn't going to let it go. Let all of our back-breaking work go for naught? His fingers tightened around the flask in his hand. I had already turned and started to walk out of the tunnel when I saw Johnny lift his pistol. He'd had it cocked and ready the second we realized we blasted into another tunnel. I tackled him in the instant he pulled the trigger. Her eyes went wide, her jaw dropping.
He was to shoot your friend.
Our friend. Tom was a friend to both of us, and steadfast at that. And yes, Johnny was about to shoot Tom dead to make our claim on the vein valid. But I forced Johnny into the tunnel wall, sacking him to the ground,
The bullet ricocheted around the rocks as we wrestled in the muck of the tunnel. Johnny almost killed me. Rorrick's hand ran over his eyes. Hell, I almost killed him. My brother. He raised me, the one person I had in the world, and he was going to murder a man over what? Some ore? Some shiny rock? He paused, shaking his head. By the time I knocked Johnny's head into a rock, knocking him unconscious, Tom was gone. Disappeared out of his tunnel. Smart man. Rorrick. I left that day. Left my brother in the sludge of that mine. His look went past the far side of the deck to the ocean to stare at the dark blue waters. I knew he would never forgive me. Knew I would never forgive him. So I left. Do you regret it? Rorrick sighed. To this day, I don't know if I made the right decision. Loyalty was everything. Everything. Everything to me. Silence settled between them for long breaths before Cass's soft voice broke the air. Did you ever see Johnny again? He shook his head. No. I received a letter from him when he left for England to take the title. That was all. And now I have only a grave to talk to. He sighed and slid the silver flask still gripped in his hand into his inner pocket. He looked to Cass. And ever since I arrived in England, no one has told me directly what happened to him. Cass jerked slightly, her back straightening. You don't know. What do you know? A duel? I know Johnny was in a duel that he lost. That is all I know. I have suspicions, but I haven't been able to find one damn man to tell me what happened. I don't even know who the bastard is that I need to hunt down. A frown settled deep onto her face. They close ranks amongst themselves, the ton, the peerage. You are an outsider. That is an understatement. She nodded. Do not hold it against them. Most in society are wary of anyone new, of any new family. They have spent thousands of years protecting their wealth and privilege from usurpers, and Americans are the ultimate usurpers. So they don't understand you. They don't understand how you think, what you value. His gaze locked onto her. Do you understand? Her chest lifted in a deep breath before she met his look. She nodded, her head giving the slightest bob. Yes, maybe. I am beginning to think I do. Chapter 9. It was the gloves. Cass glanced to her left, taking in the strong lines of Rorrick's profile for far too long of a moment. At an intersection of two busy Charleston roadways, his focus was solely on orientating them. If it hadn't been for the gloves, she could have escaped this whole adventure without falling in love with the man. He would have helped her find Ashita and her son. She would have signed the Vanderstyre land back to him, and they would have parted ways. It had been so simple in her mind when she had first concocted the plan in London. Stepping off of the ship early this morning, she had still held on to the frayed threads of that plan, even knowing that the last shreds of simplicity had become slick, slipping out of her grasp. But the second Rorrick had led her to the glover's shop near the waterfront, all simplicity was truly lost. He wanted to replace her ruined gloves before they did anything else, before they checked into an inn, before they started their search for Ashita. Gloves were the most important thing to him. Gloves for her because she didn't have any, and he didn't want to forget. Gloves. For as much as she had set herself hard against his inherent charm, hard against his weeks of insinuations that they would do quite well as a match, especially in bed, her defences had shattered in that moment he had wiggled a wool-lined doeskin leather glove onto her right hand for proper fit. It was an unseemly glove designed for functionality at best, but also the warmest article of clothing that had ever graced her fingers.
The gesture of the gloves, so small yet so profound, had sent a lump into her throat. She hadn't asked for it, hadn't wanted it, but for some reason she had become his concern, his responsibility. And if there was one thing she had learned of Rorrick over the past weeks, it was that he did not take his responsibilities lightly. Rorrick pointed to the right, then set his hand on her elbow and ushered her along a wooden walkway abutting the frenetic street. Down to the next alley. The clomping and clanging of horses, wagons, and carriages jockeying for space along the cobblestone streets drowned out his voice. He leaned down to her ear as he stepped beside her, his imposing form clearing space among the people on the walkway. They changed the name of the cross street since the last time I was in Charleston, but it should be this way. Within minutes, Cass stood staring at the thick black paint on the door of the boarding house. The paint was thick, bumpy, as though the last coat had peeled and instead of scraping it off, someone had just dribbled a bucket of black paint over it to cover the mess. Unlike the other 6 boarding houses they had visited this morning, this one's entrance was obscure, halfway into an alley, and the house was constructed haphazardly between the rear sides of 2 large buildings. Her hand tapping on the side of her skirts, she glanced up at Rorrick. The tarnished brass knocker broken, he banged his fist on the door again. They didn't have time for this. Not only did her feet ache, they still had 4 other boarding houses in the area they needed to visit before sundown, if possible. They had started searching at the boarding houses closest to the inn, where Mr. Peaton had discovered Ashita and her son had stayed one night. He had lost her trail there, and after reading Mr. Peaton's report, Rorrick had determined Ashita would have most likely moved on to one of the 12 boarding houses within a mile. Rorrick looked to her, and his brow arched. Just as he lifted his fist to bang on the wood again, clunking, and then the clanging metal of the latch opening shook the door. It cracked open a hand's width, and a thin, sallow woman dressed in black filled the narrow opening. "What your business?" The pallor of her face an odd yellow-grey, her cheeks sunken, she looked back and forth between Rorrick and Cass. She pointed at Cass. You we can take in." Her bony thumb flicked out to jab at Rorrick. "But not the man. Only women and children here." For a moment, Cass looked at her with a polite smile pasted on her face as she worked through the woman's quick words. "Oh, you mean you can take me in to lodge here? No, I do not need a place to stay." She stopped, glancing to Rorrick. They'd actually not discussed where they were to sleep that night, or where her trunk was delivered. "Do I?" He shook his head. "I have rooms secured at an inn." Cass looked back to the landlady. "Actually, we need your assistance, if possible. We are looking for a woman I need to find." The landlady crossed her arms in front of her, leaning along the doorframe as her colourless grey eyes squinted at Cass. "You be looking for someone? What if I not be in the mood to be talking?" Cass swallowed back a groan. Every single landlady or landlord had said the exact same thing. So predictable. She and Rorrick had already fallen into an easy pattern. He talked to the men, and she talked to the women, and Rorrick always had coin ready for payment. Each interaction went much smoother and faster as a result. She smiled at the landlady. "Of course we will pay you for your time. We just need an honest answer on whether you remember the woman we seek. Have you been the keeper of this?" Cass's right hand flitted upward at the ramshackle building. "Boarding house for long?" 10 years, since the mister left." "Excellent. I am looking for a woman by the name of Ashita." The landlady's head tilted, her eyes lifting upward. "Ashita." She shook her head. "I don't rightly recall." Rorrick pulled a few coins free and stepped forward to grab the woman's hand, pressing them into her palm. Her look dropped to him, and then her eyes went to Cass. "Ashita. What else you know of her?" "She had dark hair, a foreigner. She had a boy with her who would have been 3 or 4 at the time. It would have been several years ago. I regret I do not know her family name. Possibly Monroe?" Cass winced as the name crossed her tongue. Her name. Her husband's name.
Ah, Mrs. Monroe. Foreigner with a name like that. I do recall her.
Cass's knees went weak. Finally.
That boy, he didn't look like her.
No. Cass remembered that about the child. He had looked like her husband.
She'd be quite pleasant. She had plenty of coin and was looking for better lodging. I seen the money. Made her show me by the by. 'Twas the only reason I let her stay.
The landlady wrinkled her nose. What that was supposed to infer, Cass wasn't positive. She had money with her. Are you positive?
Yes. The coins looked odd, but they bit right.
Logan. Of course he hadn't sent a defenseless mother and child off with nothing. Of course he'd had compassion where she'd been merciless. Cass looked to the landlady. How long did she stay here? Is she still in the area? The landlady snorted.
Heavens, no. She ain't been here for years. A month, maybe 2 after she get here. She came back after being out all day and she said she'd been robbed. Looked it, too. Said she had nothing and needed to work.
She flipped her fingers into the air.
That woman ain't good for any job. She never worked a day in her life. Knew it the moment I seen her. But she paid up for that first month and she stayed the second even though she couldn't afford it. 3rd month I kicked her out.
Cass's head jerked backward. You kicked her out? A destitute mother and her child? The landlady's voice took on a hard edge.
I don't run a charity house, miss.
Cass's voice rose and she took a step forward. How could you? Rorrick set his hand on her shoulder, cutting her words as he forcibly pulled her slightly toward him. She took the message exactly as intended. Don't be a hypocrite. She wasn't allowed to judge a total stranger for doing the exact thing she had done to Ashita in England. Cass shuffled a step backward, her mouth clamped shut. She had been the one to kick Ashita out without 2 pennies to rub together. She had been the one to send her down this path. The landlady bristled, standing straight, her hand on the door and ready to slam it shut. No. Cass looked up to Rorrick, desperate. His foot slipped forward, wedging against the open door as he motioned with his head at Cass to remove herself to the end of the alley. A quick glance at the landlady ready to spit fire at her, and Cass stifled a sigh, turning from the doorway. She walked to the end of the alley, her eyes focused on the blur of carriages and horses and wagons speeding by. Stopping in the dirt of the alley just before the wooden walkway, Cass tightened her wool cloak around her shoulders. The chill that had permeated the air the whole day had not bothered her until this moment. This moment when she was so very close to finding Ashita and her son. And she had almost just ruined it. The chill twisted down her spine, her cloak no defense against it. Her feet unable to stay in place, she kicked at the side of the wooden boards of the walkway with her boots. Minutes passed, and she kept up a constant stream of glances over her shoulder at Rorrick and the landlady. What could Rorrick possibly be talking to her about for so very long? Cass's attention went down to the walkway, and she kicked it hard. So hard pain shot through her cold toes and sent her hopping. Blast it to all! I've been interested to hear how curled your tongue could get. She spun around to find Rorrick directly behind her, a grin on his face. The pain instantly forgotten, she jumped to him, grabbing his forearm. What did you discover? She glanced past his shoulder to see the door of the boarding house was now closed. What did she tell you? His grin dissolving, Rorrick stared at her, his jaw flexing. What? Tell me. Tell me this instant, Rorrick. He sighed, running his hand along the back of his neck as he looked to the street. His gaze moved to her, piercing her. I need you to toughen up, Cass. Toughen... what? Her eyebrows drew together as she squinted at him. You almost fell over when that lady told you she remembered Ashita. Cass's hand jerked away from his arm to land on her hip. I did not. You did.
Did you not feel my hand on the small of your back?"
What? She glanced down the alley at the door of the boarding house before looking back to him. "You had your hand on my back?"
"Yes. I held you up for a minute before you stopped leaning against me."
"I did."
"Yes.
So that is of no matter." She waved her hand in the air to dismiss his comment. "What did the landlady say?"
"But it does matter, Cass."
He stepped slightly toward her, leaning down, invading her space with his heat.
"I need you to toughen up."
"Why?"
"Because if I tell you this, if I allow you to go—"
"If you allow me to go?" The bite in her words only set the line of his jaw harder.
"Yes, if I allow you to go, there is no margin for your kind of what? Gentility."
The words slipped out through his gritted teeth.
"Gentility?"
He straightened, his heat leaving her, his brow exasperated.
"You have to understand, Cass, where we need to go. People are not going to take care of you just because you look like you need to be taken care of."
Her head snapped back. "I look like that?"
"Yes."
That was far too brazen. To tell her to toughen up was one thing, but to tell her she needed to be taken care of? Her look whipped round. She wasn't sure which direction held the inn he had secured rooms at, but it didn't really matter at the moment. She needed away from him, away from his tyrannical and utterly arrogant domineering. Left. The inn had to be to the left. That was toward the harbour. She spun around from him, her boots stomping along the wooden walkway. She made it half the distance to the next intersection of roads before Rorrick fell in step beside her, his gait long and easy, apparently unruffled by her storming off. She glanced at him, fury brimming in her voice. "I will have you know that I have been taking care of myself for many years now."
"Yes,"
his head inclined to her,
"and apparently quite well, if your management of the Revelry's Tempest is any indication."
He grabbed her arm, both halting her and spinning her to him in one motion.
"But this isn't London, Foxfire. You are not surrounded by your privilege here."
"My privilege has done little to protect me from harm." He coughed a guffaw.
"If you believe that, you're delusional, Cass."
She met his eyes, her look skewering. What did he know of being vulnerable, of being at the mercy of the whims of men set on using her? Nothing. He knew nothing. Whereas she knew exactly how she needed to guard herself. Her words seethed out, low, vibrating with intensity from the depths of her damaged soul. "Harm comes in many forms, Rorrick, and it does not discern from privileged or not." She jerked her arm from his grasp, her hand landing on her hip. "And the only one I have ever needed to pick me up from ruin is myself."
"You are prey, Cass."
The words whipped out, and he paused, drawing in a deep breath, calming his voice.
"There will be times when I may not be near you, so I need you to toughen up. I need you not to sway. I need you to be able to stand on your own 2 feet when you hear or see or do something that wants to send you to the ground. I need you to lock your knees."
"Lock my knees?" A harsh laugh left her mouth. "You sound like my governess, Rorrick."
"Well, then it sounds like she knew you as well as I do."
Cass exhaled an exasperated chuckle. She shook her head, her eyes going to the grey sky. "Well then, I will toughen up, as you say." Her look dropped to him. "But you are not the one to decide if I am going or not." He stared at her, his blue eyes glazed over in deliberation.
"You're going to go forth with or without me, aren't you?"
"I will find a way, yes."
"Why does this have to be so very important to you, Cass?"
A hand wedged on her hip, slipped downward, her fingers tapping against her skirts. She looked out to the chaos of the street. I don't know. I don't understand it myself. It is always there, constantly weighing upon me. I need to find Ashita and the boy. Need to right the wrong. This need just gnaws upon me. I cannot explain it, and I don't know why it is so important, but it is. Like my very life depends on it. Hell. He sighed, rubbing the line of his jaw. I don't want to do this. You promised, Rorrick. She stepped to him, her toes almost touching his, but she held back from grabbing him, from shaking him. You promised me. I did. He exhaled a breath, long and weary. Ashita traveled on to a town called Widow's Creek. Do you know where that is? Yes, I do. Too well. Too well. He nodded as his mouth set into a grim line. It is a half-day's ride from my cabin, through Allison Gap, and into the next range. Oh, well, that is convenient. So we will travel there first. He shrugged. It makes sense. You can see the horse properly, I assume. He looked almost hopeful at the prospect that she couldn't. Her look narrowed at him. I can? Why are you so hesitant about this? Hesitant? No. I worry on you, that is all. Tomorrow before we leave, we will purchase you less conspicuous clothing. Proper boots that are warm. Then we will go to my cabin and onward to Widow's Creek. But first, we need to get back to the inn where our belongings were delivered, which is this way. He pointed back in the direction they just walked from. A flush tinged her cheeks. Of course she had chosen the wrong direction. She never had been very adept at throwing a graceful fit. They started walking, silent, and whereas Cass usually liked Rorrick chatting with her, she was grateful for his held tongue. Her own thoughts were in far too much of a whirlwind to hold any reasonable line of conversation, especially when searching for her husband's mistress wasn't the cause of the whirlwind. It was fully and solely the fault of the man walking next to her. To be across from Rorrick in a London drawing-room had been easy enough. To be on the ship with him in separate staterooms had been a tad more difficult. To be in a bustling city with him in adjacent rooms at the inn was dangerous, but she could still manage to hold on to a few tendrils of propriety. But to be travelling into the wilderness of this wild land with him, that was far, far beyond what Cass had intended, or could control. The deeper she moved into this country, the further she travelled from home, the closer she became to Rorrick. And that sent a spike of icy fear through her chest. She hadn't imagined this would be an outcome of the mission. She had imagined Rorrick as her guide and nothing more. She'd hoped to reach land and find Ashita quickly and be done with it, back on a ship and parting ways with Rorrick within a week. Not becoming more entangled with the one man she had no right to entangle herself with. Not when entanglements ended in nothing but a cracked heart. Not when it meant she would have to trust. He wanted her land, yes, but even more so, by his own admission, he wanted her. And then what? What more would he demand of her, ask of her? Just like every man, he would take and take and take until she was nothing. Her toe tripped over an uneven board, and Rorrick's hand was instantly on her elbow, steadying her. His fingers silently slid away once she had her balance, and they continued forth. Her strides fast and long, his slow for the length of his legs. He held to her gait. He always did. She glanced up at the lines of his face. If only Rorrick was like every other man she had ever known. But he was not. He could have let her lay in her own putrescence for days, but he did not. He could have chosen not to bathe her, but he did. He could have not bothered to care for her, but he did. He could have avoided her for the rest of the voyage after she was well, but he did not. If only he'd been like his brother, a leering snake she had to dodge and connive and hypnotize just to get past. If only. If only he hadn't bought her those damn gloves. but he did. And if she was truly honest with herself, she wanted him just as much as he wanted her. So no, the wilderness alone with him did not bode well for her defenses, for her heart. Chapter 10. Rorrick, this cabin, this isn't a shack, this is a castle. Her mouth agape, Cass stood next to her chestnut mare. It had taken them more than a week to reach Rorrick's cabin, and it was nothing as she had envisioned it. In the twilight, her gloved hand clutched tightly to the reins as she stared up at the structure nestled into the surrounding woods. The house sat 2 stories high, with 2 symmetrical wings protruding forth on either side of the main structure. Whereas the wings were built with large stones of smooth grey granite, the centre structure had been built entirely with thick stacked logs. Oddly, there were only 2 windows cut into the logs in the centre lower level, but both levels of the wings of the centre upper level had row after row of tall windows. With all the windows looking out to the evergreens lining the structure, Cass imagined it would be much akin to living in the trees. After setting his horse to the water trough, Rorrick strode over to her as he glanced to his left at his home. He stopped before her, lifting her hand and gently peeling her fingers free from the leather strap. That is a bit of an overstatement. She dragged her eyes from the home to look at him. A castle as far as cabins go, then. Is that appropriate? He shrugged, removing her satchel from the back of her mare and handing it to her. He walked her horse to the trough along the side of the stable that stood at the far east end of the clearing. After securing her horse, he went to the 3rd horse he had brought with them and began unstrapping the sack of supplies he had bought in Charleston. Her eyes ran over the structure, taking in the lines of it. She shifted the satchel in her arms, her finger lifting in a point. The part in the middle, why is it different? Rorrick heaved the sack over his shoulder and walked back to her, his feet crunching the frost blanketing the dormant ground. It was the original cabin, or rather, the first level was. That was the part I built, so I don't let anyone touch it. Then the upper level was added. I made them use the same logs, the same species of wood. Then the left wing was built to accommodate my business associates visiting for hunting retreats, and then the right wing was added because the men started bringing their wives during the summer and the ladies complained that the whole of the house was uneven. Was it? Probably. He started forth to the center doorway, and Cass followed. But the women just wanted more space away from their husbands when they were here. They eventually admitted to it. She laughed as he opened the door for her, and she stepped past him. You seem to be over-accommodating to them. How is it that one of those ladies did not procure a woman for you to marry? He grinned, shutting the door and letting the sack of supplies slide from his shoulder to the floor. There have been more than enough suggestions from the lot of them. I don't stay in place for long, though, much to their dismay. It is hard to matchmake when one of the parties is always absent. Cass stepped into the main room of the cabin as she unclasped her heavy wool cloak and tugged off her gloves. She untied the ribbon of her simple bonnet as she scanned the interior. The large space held a stone hearth on one side of the room, the fireplace big enough for her to stand within. Several long wooden benches lined the opposite wall, and a surprisingly comfortable-looking settee and 4 wing-back chairs were arranged in the middle of the room, around a low, round table. The deep maroon fabric of the furniture appeared to be one of the finest 2-tone silk damask. A long, rough-hewn table with benches was centered next to the hearth. The rear of the room held a sideboard next to an open staircase. Rorrick shrugged off his overcoat and gloves and then took her cloak from her hands and hung the outerwear on wooden pegs by the doorway. He moved next to her, stopping. This was the extent of what I had built. This room, it was all I needed. A fire, a table to eat, space to roll out a blanket and sleep. His eyes traveled around the room. All I still need, truth be told. You slept on the floor. I did. For far too long, probably. Johnny and I never had beds once we were on our own. It took years for me to have one built for this place. She glanced at his profile. There was a glimmer of the long-lost youth in how he spoke, the yearning for simplicity before life became complicated. She recognized it easily, for she had spent much of her adult years wishing to snatch back just a slice of the naivety of her youth. "You said you have done well in business, Rorrick, but were you being modest?" He didn't look at her. "Possibly. Possibly." Her hand swept in front of her. "Look at this. It is splendid. The pretty parts are courtesy of the wives. I just give them a limit." He pointed to the hearth. "The rough of this place is what I prefer, especially over my city accommodations." Cass stepped before him, fully facing him. "This isn't your only home." Rorrick shook his head as a slight flush reached his cheeks. "How many homes do you own?" "2 in the mountains, 1 smaller than this one the other side of the range. 3 other homes in various cities I do business in, I think." He turned from her, going to the sack of supplies by the door. He knelt by it, unbundling the wrap. "You think?" Cass eyed the back of him as he started pulling wrapped breads, salted meats and cheese from the bag. She went over to him, gathering the food in her arms as he unpacked it, and then bringing it to the long, rough-edged table set by the hearth. When she came back to gather more items, he finally looked up at her as he handed her a bundle of bread. "It is ridiculous that I don't know, I realize. But it depends on my men. If they find there is a need for a house in a city where we do business, port cities mostly, they are authorized to buy additional homes for their families or for guests. Those are the homes I usually stay in when traveling, though I am mostly up here at my cabin in winter. It is blissfully empty except for me." Her arms half full, she stilled, staring at him with her jaw wretchedly askew. "Just how wealthy are you, Rorrick?" His dark blue eyes settled on her. Guarded, completely guarded against her since the first time she had met him. His words came out slow, measured. "Does it matter?" She blinked hard, pausing to consider the question. No, I suppose it does not." She shook her head, quickly snatching the round block of cheese he held up to her and tucking it along her forearm. "I apologize if I was prying. It is just such a common conversation in London drawing rooms. Who owns what, how much, and all the trimmings that go about the business of it, that I did not truly think on my question." She turned, moving to the table to unload her arms. "My surprise was just that I had never considered that you had your own funds to back you." "Should I take offense at that?" He stood, but stayed by the door. "No." She turned to him, her hands gripping the edge of the table alongside her skirts. "It is not because I think less of you that I have never considered it. You have always been just you. You, and not all of this." Her hand waved in a wide arc about her, hovering about your person. His eyes swept around the room. "This is bad." Her lips drew inward. She was making a ninny of herself and insulting Rorrick in the process. He could not know what this meant to her. His eyes narrowed at her, waiting for a reply. Her breath lodged in the middle of her chest. What did Rorrick appreciate most? Honesty. By the integrity of everything he had done so far for her, he deserved, at the very least, honesty. It took her a long moment to exhale the stubborn breath from her lungs. "It relieves me of suspicion." "Suspicion?" His left eyebrow cocked. "Of you." He stared at her for a long moment in silence. She held as steady as she could under his scrutiny. "Please let that be enough. Please don't ask for more, not on this." His blue eyes flickered, stirring him to motion, and he looked from her to the hearth. "First, I need to make a fire so your shivers can stop." He moved across the room, passing her as he went to a stack of split wood along the wall by the hearth. He picked up several logs, stood and turned back to her. The guarded shroud that had covered his eyes a moment ago had vanished. "And then, Foxfire, you have some explaining to do." She sank back against the table, her grip on the edge the only thing keeping her upright. Damn her weak knees. Now both her governess and Rorrick were right about them. He didn't ask anything of her as he started the fire, poking and prodding at embers and logs until the flames licked high against the stacked stone of the softly curved hearth. The fire to his liking, Rorrick stepped away and went across the room to the sideboard by the stairs that lined the back wall. His movements precise. Glass clinked on glass as he poured 2 tumblers of what she assumed was brandy. He walked back to her, stopping in front of her and holding one of the glasses out to her. "We're in luck. They didn't drink it all when they were last here." She hadn't moved since he had started the fire, and she had to peel her fingers from the table, the bones of her knuckles cracking with relief. "Thank you." She took the glass, bringing it to her lips and taking a swallow just as Rorrick held his hand up. Fire splashed onto her tongue, seeping down her throat before she could gag, coughing the vileness from her body. He was quick to her, patting her back as she hunched over, the cough taking a hold of her body and not ceasing. When she was finally able to stand upright, she glanced at Rorrick. Concern was on his face, concern that fought a wicked smile for prominence. The concern managed to win out. "I didn't think you'd drink it that fast, or that much. I was just about to warn you it wasn't brandy." "What is it?" "The finest American whiskey the stills in these mountains produce, but it is to be sipped lightly. Or that will happen," he motioned to her body. "Come, sit and do not give up on the whiskey. 3 sips, tiny, and you will be enamored with it." They moved around the log table. Cut from the heart of one enormous tree, its top was sanded to a glossy perfection, and the edges remained unaltered, the bark still holding in places. The grain of the wood was a hypnotic marvel, majestic in its lines. Her fingers trailed atop the well-oiled surface until she stopped directly in front of the fire and sat on the long bench that spanned that side of the table. Rorrick followed her, taking a seat next to her and leaning back against the rough edge of the table. His arms spread wide, lounging along the wood, his left arm behind her. Cass glanced at him. He always looked so comfortable, in her drawing room in London, on a small wooden chair on the deck of a ship. Here. He looked at home, easy, no matter where he was. Her back stiffened as her look travelled to the fire, her hands clutching the tumbler of whiskey. She lifted it to her lips, taking the smallest sip. Better. At least she hadn't been sent into a hacking fit again. "So you have been suspicious of me since day one, Cass." She could feel his stare boring into her. "That I understand. But now? Still? Weeks, near to 2 months later, and you still look at me with a wary eye. It is not fair, I know. You have been... Her voice trailed, the search in her mind for a word to describe him escaping her. "You have always wanted the land from me. You have been forthright about that. I appreciate it more than you know. But the rest... I know your husband was a bastard, but what the hell happened to you, Foxfire?" Her bottom lip jutted up, the deepest frown commandeering her face as she stared down at the pool of auburn liquid in her glass. "I fell in love. Love. A year after Percival died, I fell in love. He was a traveller, an Italian. An artist. He had come to study an exhibition at the Royal Academy. I met him there by chance. He was charming and attentive and handsome, and he promised me the world." Her gaze lifted to the dancing fire. Finally, someone actually saw me. Me. Actually looked at me, talked to me. After all those years of waiting for Percival to do so. After all those years of being ignored. She shrugged. So I fell in love with him. I fell in love quickly and hard. His name was Franco. Rorrick stiffened slightly next to her, almost a protective gesture she couldn't quite place. Did he die? No. Her head shook slightly, her look still centered on the flames. He wanted to marry me. I wanted that too. Her eyes closed. So I gave him everything of myself. All of me. But then, a flush travelled up her back, hot humiliation still stinging after all the years. Her eyes opened to the fire. The one thing my husband did do for me was to make sure I was well taken care of. I had my thirds, and I had more than enough in investments to last me 5 lifetimes. She swallowed, shame almost cutting off all of her words. And Franco took it all. Venture after venture he convinced me to invest in. Convinced me it was for our future. And I believed every word. Every word. Every lie. I believed everything. I was stupid. So very stupid. Violet warned me. Adalia warned me. And I didn't listen to either of them. I ignored them because I was in love. And wasn't love supposed to conquer all? She stopped, heaving a breath. Lifting the glass to her lips, she took another sip, waiting for her shaking voice to steady. Franco left. He told me he had to travel to Italy to visit his family. There were letters from him, of course. Then the letters stopped. When he didn't return after 3 months, I missed him so much I went after him to Italy. Her words went flat. Emotions from that time long since battered into submission. I found him with his wife. It was outside of their house. He was kissing her, his hands on her body. 3 children were running about the courtyard of their house. He had been married all along, and he had no intention of ever returning to England. I was merely a dupe. The air around Rorrick spiked, bristling. Hell and damnation, Cass. Can I want to murder a man for you? His words startled her, and she instinctively jumped to her feet, turning her back to the fire to look at him. No, it was years ago, Rorrick. Shame at my own stupidity is the only remnant I hold from that time. He shook his head, his lip curled in disgust. Disgust not at her stupidity, but at not getting permission to murder the man. Rorrick took a swallow of his whiskey and set his tumbler onto the table before looking up at her. Who knew what happened? Just Violet and Adalia? Her palm tapped to the bottom of her glass. It is why I took over the Revelry's Tempest. Violet and Theodore no longer needed the funds from the gaming house, and I did. I needed to refill my coffers, and since Adalia owns the house, it was the natural thing for me to take over as proprietress. That has gone well, and with my thirds from the Desmond estate, I am in the position to not have to worry on my future, and to also support Ashita and her son when we find them. Looking up at her, Rorrick nodded. His face turned to his glass and he picked it up, taking another long swallow and emptying his tumbler. Her finger flung out from her grip on her glass. You don't sip? I've been drinking it since I was 12. He shook his head, seeming to clear it, and then set the glass on the table and stood up from the bench. An arm's length away, he looked down at her, his eyes scouring her face. So you distrust men, Cass? Yes. Her answer was immediate, as she held no illusions on the matter. All men? Yes. His lower jaw shifted to the side. Me? You? Her look dropped downward to her fingers tightening around the glass. You, I fear, are slipping by my defences. Even though your defences appear to be more solid than the white cliffs of Dover. Her gaze lifted to him, a smile playing on her lips. Parts of those cliffs crumble down into the ocean all the time. He laughed. But this, Her eyes swept upward about the room, her right hand following suit. This I did not know of you. I did not know I have nothing in the way of funds that you could want from me. No. He took a step closer to her. Just that land. She chuckled. Yes, that pesky land. But you have always been honest about that. And it is that forthrightness, I think, that has been your covert way past my stalwart defences. His left eyebrow lifted. I've made it past your defences. You admit to crumbling? No, not crumbling. His shoulders lifted. Possibly there has been flaking. Surreptitious or not, I'm happy to squeeze past your defences where I can. He moved another step closer, his body aligning with hers. Her instinct to step backwards and away from him shot up her spine. She couldn't want this. His bed was not for her. Not for who he was. Against all rational thought, her feet stayed in place, her eyes locked with his. Slowly, gently, his thick hands moved forward and settled lightly onto her hips. Not heavy, not forcing, but suggesting where they could travel. Pleasure they could unearth. The pads of his fingers pressed into her muscles, and it sent a shock of fire coursing through her body. Fire that awakened every nerve. His head angled to the side, and a frown crept onto his lips. You're covering your nose again, Foxfire. She jumped. What? No. Yes. He grabbed her hand before she could remove it from her own nose, and he tugged it away. And I never want to see you do it again. He leaned forward, his tongue slipping out to trace a thin line along her cheek. This one is delectable. He didn't pull away with his words, his breath hot, filling her pores. All air left her body, her lungs numb, her body now throbbing with each beat of her heart. The tip of his tongue found a new spot on the bridge of her nose. This one is new. The sun on the ship did it. He moved down to the tip of her nose, brushing a kiss ever so softly along it. And this one is my favorite. His eyes found hers. Never again, Cass. She nodded. Chapter 11. The pink in her cheeks blossomed, enveloping her head and turning her ears red. Rorrick could feel the heat pulsating off of her, every beat of her heart sending out another wave that sped the blood in his veins. I cannot help myself sometimes. Her words left her mouth cracking. I spent a host of years wondering why I was not good enough for my husband, wondering what I did wrong, why I could not be the perfection he was looking for. I sometimes wonder why anyone, his hands lifted, his fingers pressing to her lips. Stop, Cass. No explanations. Explanations mean you are thinking of the past instead of thinking of the present. Thinking of you. Yes. He took the glass from her hand and set it on the table, then stepped closer, leaning down. His voice dipped low as he set his cheek next to hers, his words soft to her ear. I would much prefer you to be thinking of the man standing in front of you, the man that is aching to set his lips to your skin, the man that is currently concocting how to make your body twist with pleasure. Her lips parted as she inhaled a short breath that lifted her chest to him. The smallest motion. Torture. Torture to his fingers that wanted to touch her naked skin. Torture to his groin. She exhaled, her words soft into the air next to his face. So why are you not kissing me right now, Rorrick? He pulled back slightly, his look meeting hers. Her honey-brown eyes were intense, carnal sparks of heat vibrating in the golden depths. She nodded. His body tensed. Invitation secured, he lifted his right hand ever so slowly from her hip, his hand burying into the dark hair knotted loosely along the nape of her neck. He held her stare for a long breath, taking the moment for himself, imprinting it in the recesses of his mind. The glow of gold in her eyes, the throbbing of her full lips, the pink that still tinged her cheeks, the entirely wanton way she stared at him, every breath she took impatient invitation. He held the moment until he could stand it no more, and he crashed into her. Pins fell from the knot in her hair, dark strands dropping free as he kissed her, taking control, exploring the swell of her lips, the contours of her mouth. Sinfully sweet, the tip of her tongue met his, and an animalistic fervor tore through his body. His hand on her hip slipped around to the small of her back, and he pulled her body into his. His lips left her mouth to travel to her neck, and his gaze lifted past his shoulder to the stairs along the back wall. He wanted her rolling in his bed, her legs tangled in his sheets, her body twisting with his. He had been dreaming of that very thing night after night since the middle of the voyage, since her golden eyes had opened to him in his stateroom on the ship, clear and cautious, and he knew she would be well. That was the moment weeks ago when his mind had started to wander uncontrollably, the moment he realized she was a survivor, that she could match him. Up the stairs to his room, it would only take a minute, but it would be freezing in his chambers. Damn that he didn't start a fire up there when they arrived. He lifted his head, underestimating how excruciating it would be to pull his lips from her skin. You are positive of this, Cass? Of all of it? As long as all of it is what we are doing here, in this moment, just the two of us? Yes. Her hands lifted, catching his face and pulling his lips to hers. Our clothes dropping, our hands exploring, our bodies meeting. I am more than ready for this to happen. He growled into her mouth, the blood pumping it into his cock on fire. He forced gravelly words. It will be cold in my room. Her look swung around. Is this not a room? Didn't you say you could do everything in this room? It was all you needed. A rumble came from his chest and his lips crushed into hers, sending her backward. His hands dipped between them to free the long row of jade buttons along the bodice of her riding habit. Her skirt, boots, stockings, silk shirt, corset and chemise disappeared into a pile beside the hearth. Her hands were just as quick on his clothes. Within minutes they stood before the flames of the fire, both bared completely to the air, their hands, their mouths ravenous on each other. His right hand moved along the curve of her hip up to her waist, and then he dipped inward, his thumb landing under the weight of her breast, his fingers teasing the nipple. There was no shock at the touch, no feigned innocent maiden. She only looked up at him, her bruised, full lips parted as she exhaled, arching into his touch. Hell, Foxfire, you know what you like, don't you? She chuckled, low and throaty. I know what it is to have a man's touch on my body. I did not hide that fact. No. Visceral envy swept him. But that doesn't mean I'm not viciously jealous of those that have touched you. Her hand lifted, her fingers digging into the hair along the back of his head. You are the one that demanded this to be about no one but us, Rorrick. So let us make this about us. She was right, and he was a fool if he let even one minuscule thought stray from the woman before him. His mouth dropped to hers, kissing her as he spun her, setting her back to the fire to keep her warm. He took a step back, his calves hitting the bench that spanned the length of the table. She chuckled into his mouth and set her palm flat onto his chest, pushing him backward. He sat. In the next instant she was crawling onto the bench, straddling him. His mouth found her left nipple. She froze, arching into him as he rolled the bud between his teeth, his tongue swirling until it was primed. Soft mules escaped from deep in her chest. He moved to her right nipple, repeating the process. On this one she didn't still. No. Now her body was in motion, her hips moving against him, against his shaft, angling herself over him, insistent. So insistent he was no force to slow this like he needed to. At her mercy, his hands clasped onto her hips and he lifted her, sliding her down onto his cock. Her entrance was taut, almost resistant in its tightness, but then she spread her legs wider, beckoning him inward. Her hips swiveled slightly, easing her body onto him until he was fully sheathed in her body. Her tight, wet, pulsating body. A miracle he didn't come in that instant. He dropped a hand in between them, his thumb slipping into her folds, finding the hard nubbin that sparked under his touch. A slow circle. Slow. Fast. Teasing. Slow. His onslaught sent her back arching, her breasts thrusting out to him with her nipples taut and begging for touch. Her hips rolled in rhythm to his thumb, mimicking every swipe he made as restless growls simmered in her throat. "Lift yourself for me, Cass." She did as bad, setting her hands on his shoulders as her thighs tightened and she lifted her torso. Her body gave his cock up to the air slowly, fighting to keep him deep inside of her. But still she lifted. Exquisite. He looked up at her, poised on her knees above him, her dark hair spreading in a waterfall around them. The most beautiful thing a woman's body had ever done. Her fingernails dug into his shoulders, drawing pain that only set his ravaged nerves to a precipice he could barely control. His fingers didn't leave her folds, continuing their strokes, and her breathing evolved into panting, desperate moans escaping with every exhale. "Let me lower, Rorrick." "You don't need my permission, Cass." Her eyes widened at his words, a whole new revelation racing through her brain. It took only a moment and she smiled. Amphitrite and her band of nymphs suddenly understanding the power they held over men. "Truly, I'm going to pull you back down in a second if you don't do it yourself, Cass." Her eyes in awe, she locked her gaze to his and lowered herself. He saw it all speed across her face, the pleasure, the rush of control, how it made her gasp for breath, yet she only wanted more. Her backside pressed into his lap, and then she lifted herself, slow, tortuous. He would never have to instruct her again. No, Cass knew exactly how she wanted this, and he wanted nothing more than to give it to her. Up and down, well past his breaking point, he latched his lips onto her breast, desperate for something, anything to help steel himself against her assault. Yet he held, refusing to surrender, refusing to break this moment for her. Her scream started low, almost a wounded animal, until it morphed into his name. Rorrick. Over and over. His name at her lips until words could not form on her tongue, only a scream of release echoing through the room as her body shuddered violently above him. Her hips dug in, worked along his body hard, wanting more and more of him, deeper into her. He offered her the only thing he had left, his cock swelling, exploding with seed deep inside of her. Exactly what she needed. She jerked, a second wave of release hitting her, her body collapsing, throbbing against him in spent satisfaction. Hell. He hadn't wanted to do that to her. He had planned to pull free, had planned to give her every bit of pleasure she could take before withdrawing. He had been nothing more than a voice-cracking whelp that couldn't control himself. But if there was a child, he would marry her in a heartbeat. Earlier, if he could convince her of it. The thought echoed, bounced around in his skull. Not for 1 second did he cringe at the idea. Not for 1 second did he attempt to fight it, to come up with 1,000 reasons that it was a bad idea. He wanted her, not just her body,
Her mind, her heart. His brain never stopped, never quit its constant frenzy, but with Cass, the quiet assurance of calm that permeated her being managed to still his mind, slow his constantly madcap thoughts until they were tameable. It seeped into his mind in that moment, the intangible thing he hadn't been able to place about how he wanted her. Hope. Family. He had long since forgotten what both of those things were, but with Cass she made him want to hope. Hope for a family. Hope for a family with her. The thought sank into his chest and his arms tightened around her. He had known within the first 2 weeks that she was his. Right or wrong, and her opinion notwithstanding, she was his. Yet that didn't mean she agreed to carry his child. His hand went to the back of her head, his fingers burying deep into her dark hair. Cass, I'm sorry. I meant to pull out. I did not intend to risk child. Limp, she didn't move a muscle, only her chin bobbed against the back of his shoulder as her voice came out in a lazy whisper. It is not likely. I do not believe my body is meant for offspring. I will, Mare. She jerked upright, setting her face in front of his, though her eyes were cast downward. No, do not, Rorrick. Do not speak another word. I refuse promises. I do not want you to be like the Italian, she nodded. You realize I am nothing akin to that bastard, she nodded. He opened his mouth, ready to push for more, but then her amber eyes met his. His mouth closed. No matter the thoughts going through his own mind, she wasn't ready. She was ready for this, yes, but for more? No, not by far. She trusted him to find Ashita. She trusted him with her body, but nothing more. The horses ready to leave, Rorrick stepped in from the cold to find a pile of folded blankets now neatly stacked on the table. Rather than starting another fire in the bedroom last night, Cass had suggested bringing a slew of blankets down into the main room to sleep on. It had taken him years to learn how to sleep in a bed as an adult. He hadn't bought a bed for this place until he had added the second level above, and here she was asking to curl up onto the floor with him. She had surprised him again and again, most of all in that she was nothing like the other Englishwomen he had met. Cass held no airs, no need for fine crystal at her lips and luxurious pillows beneath her head. She only needed his chest to sleep, and to be satisfied several times a night. In between bouts of their bodies meeting, of him splaying her out naked by the fire, they had slept nestled between the table and the hearth. And he couldn't remember ever sleeping as peacefully as he had last night, with her naked skin entwined with his, the stiffness of the floorboards beneath his back, his toes warmed by the fire. If heaven ever made it to earth, it came wrapped in porcelain skin and the darkest tendrils of hair. The horses are ready. Cass paused on her way down the open staircase at the rear of the main room, looking at him. A glow of excitement radiated from her honey-brown eyes. She wore the dark grey wool habit he had insisted on in Charleston. The separate jacket and skirt, both simple in design, would be warm and not draw any undue attention to her. He hoped. The glow in her eyes he would like to take credit for, but he suspected it had much more to do with their upcoming journey across the northern valley and up the mountain to Widow's Creek. They are ready. He pointed to the bundle she held in her arms. What do you have? Smaller blankets and another cloak. She descended the few remaining stairs and walked across the room to him. I rummaged through the guest rooms and found them. If I can convince Ashita to come with us, I do not want her and the boy to be cold on the ride back here. Will the wives of your business associates mind that I pilfered these from them? I doubt they will even know they are missing. She stopped in front of him, hugging the bundle as she looked up at him. Rorrick, truly, thank you. I cannot believe I am finally, after all these years of disappointment after disappointment, Going to find Ashita. My chest is about to burst with the anticipation of it. You are not nervous? Nervous? Yes, absolutely I am. Terrified, actually, as I am sure she despises me. A smile set onto her lips, widening. But none of that matters. I will talk to her and I will apologize and beg for forgiveness for what I did to her, and she will find it in her heart to listen to me. Whatever it takes to make the past right by her, I will do it. Cass shook her head in amazement. I had just begun to believe I would never get the chance to make amends, and now it is here. You are ready to leave, then? I am. She moved past him toward the door. Rorrick turned, watching the slight hop in her step, and his feet froze in place. Cass set the bundle onto the floor while she grabbed her cloak. She set it about her shoulders and tugged on her gloves. After picking the bundle up, her hand went to the doorknob, turning it before she realized he wasn't directly behind her. She turned back to him. Rorrick? Are we leaving now? Her eyebrows cocked. What is it? Cass, I didn't want to tell you. I thought we could just go and you would see. But you were so hopeful. Wariness set into her eyes. I am too hopeful. What are you not telling me, Rorrick? I am not sure what we will find in Widow's Creek. Why not? It's a mining town, Cass. So they are not always the kindest of places. His look dipped to the side as he ran his hand along the line of his jaw. He looked back to Cass. I don't know why that town would have been Ashita's destination, especially with her son in tow. The landlady said Ashita met a man that promised her honest work in Widow's Creek. Cass's hand dropped from the doorknob and she took a step toward him. But you do not think that was the man's intention? He shook his head. There is no honest work in a town like that. You know this how? Because Johnny and I lived in a mining camp before we moved to the shack we built at our mine. He took 2 steps toward her, his voice hardening. And no one survives a town like that unscathed. No one. Her head jerked back, her eyes wide. I don't want to scare you, Cass, but you need to know what we are walking into. Her voice trailed, a disheartened nod the only thing she could offer. Rorrick had to look away from her crestfallen eyes. She had held such hope only seconds before, and he had been the one to put that crushed look on her face. He sighed, walking to her and ushering her out the door. They were halfway down the mountain in silence, the horses picking over the frost-covered rocks along the trail, when her voice cut through the still air. You lived in one. He looked back over his shoulder, watching her for a long moment. She sat her horse well, her body fluid with the mare's steps. Not an easy thing to accomplish on the steep angle of the trail. A mining camp, she nodded. Yes. And did you land back in one after the vein you were working was taken from you? Rorrick held his answer until his horse took the last few strides to where the trail widened and flattened out into an open field. He set his horse alongside hers. No, I actually didn't land anywhere. After I deserted Johnny in that mine, I left the area and drifted town to town. I honestly didn't care whether I lived or died. I cannot imagine you like that. She looked over at him, the thick wool of her dark cloak tight around her face, a stark contrast to her flawless skin. So what did you do? He looked forward, eyeing the flock of blackbirds swooping down into the leafless tree line in front of them. It just so happens that there is a lot of work available for men that don't care whether they live or die. Such as? It started with the explosives. They need lots of it in the mines for blasting deep into the rock. But the devil's powder is a shoe to work with. One wrong measurement and you are exploded into 1,000 pieces. No one wants the job. So I took it. I got good at it. He shrugged. And then I made enough money, had enough work that I could hire other men that could care less on their lives. And then I started to transport the gunpowder as well. From there, it just happened. One day I was setting the explosives, praying I didn't kill anyone, and the next... He snapped his fingers through his thick gloves. My men and I were hauling ore from the mines down to the smelters and then hauling goods from the cities to the camps on the return trips. The work expanded and expanded and expanded. You must have an intelligent eye for business. He looked to her. Common sense, mostly. All I ever did was be honest with everyone that hired me. I never tried to cheat anyone. I hired only people I could trust. I paid everyone well. His gaze drifted forward. It was odd, the day it happened, when I didn't need to set off the explosives anymore. My men won't let me, as a matter of fact. Smart work, she smiled. I can see that in you, how you would inspire such loyalty. He looked at her, his eyebrows lifted in question. Rorrick, I have not seen you treat one person without respect. From the lowliest deckhand to the captain of our ship, you respect everyone equally. I suppose I do, he agreed with a humble nod. I suppose I am never too far from that 6-year-old boy picking through refuse piles, searching for something to sell, to eat. I remember the feeling all too well, how people would discard my presence, my very existence, just because of my lowly status. What I have built comes from that time, I imagine. She gasped, a thin grin tightening her lips. I need to amend my statement. Me. You did not treat me with the slightest bit of respect when you first met me. He choked a cough. I didn't? Her head swiveled to him, her chin low as she glared at him through upturned eyes. You know full well you didn't. Unless you consider calling me a whore respectful. He shook his head, his eyes begging forgiveness. I was hoping you would forget that particular transgression on my part. Forgive, yes. Forget, never. He stared at her. She had said the words with a grin that shielded the very truth of the statement. She had an amazing capacity to not hold ill will against those that had wronged her, to truly forgive. But she didn't forget. She hadn't forgotten any one of those moments in her life that had wounded her so deeply that she still, even after last night, could not look at him without a modicum of suspicion lacing her eyes. Bastard husband. Bastard Italian. He cleared his throat. You are telling the truth on that score, aren't you? She looked to him, visibly startled by the vehemence in his voice. She eyed him for a long breath. You are worried I don't trust you? I am. A smile, soft, half-broken, came to her lips. I trust you, Rorrick, I do. As much as I can. He took her words with a nod. It was enough, for now. It had to be. Chapter 12. The wind whipped against her cheek, the beads of ice pelting like hundreds of needles into her skin. Cass tugged the hood of her cloak to the side, blocking the sleet. Swathes of grey clouds had crowded the sky halfway to Widow's Creek, and a drizzle set in before they had started to ascend the mountain road to the town. Drizzle had turned into sleet, with the wind picking up an hour before they arrived. Now this, angry shards of tiny ice whipping sideways through the air as the little light that managed to glow through the heavy clouds disappeared, night descending. Sudden noise made her peek out the side of her hood. Flapping. Fast. Rhythmic. Angry. The bottom corner of a canvas tent, stretched tight across a makeshift frame, thrashed in the bitter wind as they passed it. Unending, the racket from the wall tent beat through the storm, enough to drive a person mad. Cass attempted to ignore the sound as she followed as closely as she could behind Rorrick. She huddled along the back of his long black overcoat, the breadth of his wide shoulders shielding her from not only the wind, but also from the atrocity of the town around her. Dirty, unkempt men fumbling drunk along the street. Ladies in bright red corsets bellowing down from balconies.
miners fighting, rolling in the gravel. The storm didn't hinder any of them from their daily business. The long tail of fabric on his overcoat blew out to the left, and Rorrick's arm swung out, clasping it back to his body. Even with the bitter wind, Rorrick kept his overcoat open as they moved through the town, his 2 pistols in holsters low along his hips in full view. She had seen the rifle on his horse, but she hadn't realized he had brought 2 pistols as well. Hadn't realized just how important the show of them was to walking about in a town such as this. Once they had arrived in Widow's Creek and secured their horses at the blacksmith's, Rorrick had demanded she stay close to him, within an arm's reach at all times. She had no plans of being further than a hand's width away. Concentrating on the dark wool of Rorrick's coat in front of her, Cass bumped into his back when he stopped suddenly. She caught herself on his waist, not letting go of his overcoat as they ducked through the opening flap of the next tent. 13 of these wall tents they had visited, scattered along the edge of town. Town. As if 7 solid buildings, 4 of which were saloons with whorehouses atop and the other 3 a bank, a blacksmith, goods store, and a claims office, constituted an actual town. But the array of wall tents spreading out from the buildings was unending, each tent holding squalor, desperation like she had never seen. Stepping into the tent, Cass peeked around Rorrick's torso. A woman was hunched over a wash basin, her hands and forearms deep into a launderer's tub. She looked up at the cold blast of air, the intrusion not giving her the slightest pause in her work. Her left eye was covered with a black patch, the strings holding it in place disappearing under a dirt-splotched red handkerchief that wrapped her head. Her hands didn't stop moving, scrubbing with vigour a white cloth against a metal washboard. The woman, gaunt and worn beyond all measure, glanced with her one good eye to the opening flap behind them, waiting until it fell closed and the wind stopped whipping into the tent. Her eye went to Rorrick as her hand stilled. "What you need?" Her toothless mouth slurred the words together. His voice kind, Rorrick was already extracting coins from his pocket. He looked at the woman directly, a sincere smile breaking through his cold, weathered skin. "Just your ear and your memory for a moment of your time, ma'am." His look dipped to the washboard angled out of the basin of water. "And it appears as you have much work on hand tonight, so please, don't stop working on our account." Cass stepped slightly to her left, her right hand still gripping the back of Rorrick's overcoat. The laundress looked from Rorrick to her, and then grunted with a nod. Her thin hands, nearly transparent, plunged into the dingy water, fishing out the white shirt. She went back to scrubbing as she looked up at Rorrick, with what was almost a smile on her face. "Ask your questions, Anne." It was amazing how disarming Rorrick was with just a few words. She had seen a little bit of it in Charleston, but these were his people. Young, old, male, female, rich, poor. Rorrick could set the most haggard, scowl-filled woman at ease within a moment with just his smile. Because it was genuine. He was genuine. Rorrick looked at people and actually took an immediate and honest interest in them. So very different from her. Her own eyes dipped, her tongue frozen with most new people. Adalia, Violet, Logan. She only needed 3 fingers to count the people with whom her tongue did not freeze. And now Rorrick. He would be number 4. He made her talk. He made her want to talk, just as he did with every stranger they encountered. Rorrick set a few coins on the bench next to the wash basin and looked to the laundress. "Have you lived in Widow's Creek for a long time?" "Long's anyone, I supposin'. We're looking for a woman that would have been here 3 to 4 years or so ago. She had a boy with her." 3 years, you say? That was before I lost me eye. Worked in the Tourist Saloon then. Her name was Ashita. She was of India. Her boy, he had blonde. Rorrick looked over his shoulder to Cass for confirmation.
She nodded. Blonde hair. The washwoman's one eye sparked, her hand stilling. She be a kind one. Saved me life after me eye. Sewed it shut. Healed it best she could. She be good at that, healing. I remember her well. She had a room for a spell. Too bad on her end. Rorrick asked. Killed by a drifter that worked the mines. Of course, they all be drifters. She went back to scrubbing the cloth. He didn't like what she didn't do in bed, I heard. She always be particular on that score. Not me, though. Not me at all.
So, she died? She'd died? You are positive? Cass's words choked out as her fingers tightened on Rorrick's overcoat. The woman's good eye swung to Cass. There was no sorrow, no sympathy, only cold truth in her despondent eye. She nodded.
Dead. Yes, ma'am, a year back.
Dead. The word echoed, rattled in Cass's head as she spoke it. Dead? The sound drifted out into the air in front of her. Not her voice. Not her space. Her feet shuffled backward and her hand fell from Rorrick, heavy stones weighing it down. She felt the loss of Rorrick's overcoat from her fingers, but she couldn't lift her arm to grasp it again, couldn't move forward. Only backward. She drifted backward, Rorrick's body moving away from her. Floating away. The thick canvas flap of the tent slipped over her shoulder and dropped in front of her. Bitter wind attacked, whipping at her face. But the cold couldn't reach her. It was there, just there, demanding reaction. Cold she should feel, but couldn't. The icy blasts pelted her skin, but she was only numb. Numb, not cold. Backward she slipped, her boots dragging through the dirt, her eyes glossing over, the tents becoming fuzzy shapes in the black, retreating. Darkness surrounded her, and still she drifted, bumping into trees, stumbling, falling, but only moving backward. Away, backward and away. Failure chasing her, the black teeth ferocious, salivating for her. Backward, the only escape. Bloody tarnation! Rorrick squinted against the wet snowflakes whipping into his eyes as he let the flap of the laundress's tent fall closed behind him. The damned storm had come up out of nowhere an hour away from Widow's Creek, and had he had any indication of the mess of it, he would have holed up in his cabin for a few days with Cass until it passed. As it was, they would be stuck in Widow's Creek for at least a night. A night in a town he had no right bringing a woman like Cass into. A woman he wanted to keep safe. A woman he needed to keep safe. He looked back and forth along what was left of the road through town, really just a trickle down to a footpath on this end of the row of wall tents. The laundress's tent was the second to last one in the line, with tall spruce trees stretching into thick woods of oak at the end of the path. "Cass!" he shouted, his eyes searching through what was quickly becoming blinding snow. "Cass!" He had felt her shrink, shrivel, and back out of the tent once the woman had reported Ashita's death. The washwoman hadn't done it kindly, not that she should. Hers was not a kind world, and what happened to Ashita was nothing that the woman didn't see every week of her life. "Cass!" He yanked down on the front lip of his beaver felt hat, angling his back to the wind. "Cass!" His eyes dipped down just as he was about to turn and start searching the tents along the row for her. Tracks in the snow, quickly drifting over. Tracks that stumbled, dragged. Tracks that shuffled backwards instead of forward. Tracks that led into the woods. "Damnation to all hell, woman!" He jumped to his right and yanked free the oil lantern hanging by the front flap on the last tent in the row. He held the light to the tracks in the snow, his heart thundering in his chest. She wouldn't be so stupid. Not in a snowstorm. Not in the mountains. He followed the tracks that dragged haphazard into the tree line. Even with the few evergreens, the oaks held no leaves, and the wind whistled harshly, snow swirling in reckless terror. The tracks faltered. Disappeared. His head whipped around, searching the trees. No Cass. His look went back to the ground, and he thrust the lantern close to the forest floor. The snow had spread in the spot where her tracks ended. She had fallen, crumpled into a mess of snow and fallen leaves. He stepped forward, his eyes analyzing every drift, every minute line of snow he could see. She had fallen and gotten up. The backward tracks continued, dragging. She had kept going into the forest, into the snow, into the cold. His mind went frantic. How long had Cass been outside before he was done talking with the washwoman? 15 minutes? A half hour? The woman had talked and talked. How far could Cass have gotten? He had assumed she needed air. He had assumed she wouldn't step away from the tent. Not for how she had clutched to him as they worked their way through the town. Her hope had been crushed. He would have needed air just the same. But this... He never considered this. Never considered she would be so stupid. Fire exploded in his veins. He was going to kill her when he found her. He started forward, the lantern low to the ground, his eyes not leaving the trace lines of her boots. "Damn it, Cass!" She looked up at him blankly, her hair whipping in the wind around her, her bonnet long since vanished. A wounded animal waiting for death. She sat not against a tree, not crouched next to a boulder, but in the middle of a blasted clearing with the snow already drifting up along her skirts. Her body gave one wicked tremor that cracked the drifts formed around her. "Bloody hell, Cass, what in tarnation were you thinking?" He looked around, attempting to find his bearings, counting back the steps he had taken from the edge of Widow's Creek. He lost her tracks for a good hour before finding them again, and then only by the luck of stumbling upon her hat half sticking out of a drift. She was freezing, and they needed shelter now. Now, not the hour it would take him to carry her back up the mountain to town. But if he was wrong about their location, and he went further down the mountain... He shook his head. He was right. He had to be right. He'd never questioned himself before on his bearings. But he'd never had so much to lose before. Rorrick bent, sliding his hands through the snow to find Cass's legs. Her skirts sopping wet, almost frozen. He lifted her, swearing silently at the extra weight. Adjusting her against his body, he clutched her to his chest and dipped one hand down to pick up the lantern. Then he started walking down the mountain. Within 10 minutes he knew exactly where they were. Within 5 minutes after that, he was kicking in the few boards blocking the entrance to the old Thompson mine, where he had delivered gunpowder and supplies many times. 10 steps into the abandoned mine, there was a sharp curve to the left, and Rorrick cautiously moved around the side of it and paused, listening. No animals. He moved further past the curve, cutting them off fully from the wind that whistled along the opening of the tunnel. He bent, letting the lantern slip from his fingertips and settle onto the ground. Dropping to his knees, he set Cass down, propping her against the tunnel wall. He'd been watching her slip in and out of consciousness as he carried her, and as she swayed, her eyes faltering. Jumping to his feet, he pulled off his gloves and picked up the lantern to hang it from a rusty nail on an overhead beam. He looked down at her. Her eyes had closed. The one thing he couldn't do was let her sleep. "Hell, Cass!" Her eyes fluttered open at the sudden bark of his voice filling the tunnel, though her look landed blankly on his boots. He stripped off his overcoat and his coat, staring at her. "How could you do that? Do that to me, damn it!" He yanked off his waistcoat and then tugged his linen shirt up off his torso. Freezing air snaked around him, but the fury running through his veins warded off the sting of it on his bare chest. Going to his knees before Cass, He laid his waistcoat and shirt flat onto the rock-hard ground next to her. His fingers quick to her neck, he unclasped the fastener on her wool cloak. As quickly as he could, he worked through the mounds of clothes on her body, buttons on her riding habit, ties on her skirt, ripping wet layer after wet layer off her. When he got to her stays and chemise, he leaned her forward, his fingers fast through the ribbon weaved along her spine that held the stays to her chest. A shiver racked her body, and she suddenly burst from her trance. What? You need my skin on your skin, Cass. Unless you would like to freeze to death. Skin. The word chattered out. He yanked the wet stays away from her body and pulled down her chemise to sit about her hips. In one quick motion, he dragged her onto him and lay on his back, her body long on top of his. Skin on skin. The blast of her frozen skin shocked him, a plunge into an icy stream that flayed his nerves. His shirt and waistcoat constituted the only barrier between his back and the ground, and he started to pile every scrap of clothing he had removed from the two of them on top of her, draping her from head to toe first with his dry clothes, and then with her wet ones. A cocoon, he hoped, of warmth that would yank her slow heartbeat back into life. Before he managed to drape his overcoat fully over them and the mound of clothes, Cass jerked up and away from him. Stop! It hurts. His overcoat only half wrapped over her backside. He dropped it to grab her and press her chest back onto his. What hurts? She writhed, shoving at him as her voice chattered. Your skin, it is burning me. His arms clamped hard around her body, not letting her move from him. Then it's going to hurt, Cass. I'm hot, you're cold, and it's going to hurt for the both of us. But it will pass, and you're going to suffer it until it passes. Rorrick. Damn it, Cass, if this is burning you, then you are closer to death than I thought, so stop squirming around and lie on me. She stilled, her breaths turning into gasps against his chest. Gasps against the pain. It took a torturous 15 minutes before her panting gasps eased, only to be replaced with violent shivers that swept through her body one after another. An improvement? Though the shivers were a good sign, they did nothing to ease the ire running hot through his veins, especially with his blasphemous body reacting to her bare skin on top of his, her breasts pressing into him, her body vibrating with every breath. She was near death, and she was still enough to drive a man to pure, vein-splitting madness. Rorrick's arms clamped harder around her, trying to still her trembles. Why in the bloody hell did you walk off like that, Cass? I can't move. His hands jerked down and grabbed her wrists, forcing her hands to flatten in between them. Fresh shards of ice impaled his skin. His face against the top of her wet head, he grimaced into her hair as he crushed her body back down onto him. Don't you damn well care you almost just died? Froze to death? Well, I bloody well care. Walking away like that, Cass? What the devil were you thinking? Of all the idiotic things to do in the middle of the damn woods in a snowstorm. Rorrick. Her teeth chattered, not letting full words form. Stop swearing at me. I'm going to be swearing at you for some time, Cass, so you'll just have to deal with it. She nodded into his chest as a savage shake racked her body. It wasn't fair, yelling at her when she couldn't even form words to argue. But the anger was the thing keeping him warm, the thing keeping her alive. Yet the tremors kept rolling through her body, each shiver vibrating into his skin, shaking his soul. What he had almost lost. Her. Almost lost her to the blasted cold. He had never imagined what it would be to lose her from his life. Not until tonight. And the mere hint of the thought was devastating. A shock firing down to his core. Her trembles started to ease, the intensity of them abating, the spacing of them going further apart. His arms shifted on her back, his hands splaying out onto her skin under the weight of the clothing. To his relief, the swathes of her skin he reached were cool, but warming. Rorrick took a deep breath, the cold air of the cave sinking into his lungs, cooling his ire before he dared to speak again. For whatever she needed, she didn't need him yelling at her. His fingers pressed into the muscles on her back. Ashita died, and I understand how much hope you held. I understand your devastation, but to try and kill yourself, Cass, I wasn't trying to kill myself. Her words blurted out, the first easily formed ones since they had found shelter in the abandoned mine. What were you trying to do? I don't know. I wasn't trying to do anything except escape. She shook her head, her words flowing in a warm rush onto his chest. My feet just went backward and I couldn't stop them. And I couldn't see. And by the time my feet stopped, I didn't know where I was. I couldn't see anything. Couldn't see the town. And then I just wanted to find you. And I thought I was going back. And then it got colder and colder. And I got tired, so I sat. And that is how you damn well die in the woods, Cass. You're still swearing at me. You still deserve it. Her voice escaped, small, breaking. I am sorry I failed you. My reaction. I am not perfection. He swallowed his next building tirade and instead wedged his hands from under the pile of clothing to move upward and capture the sides of her face. He tugged her head up so she had to look at him. This doesn't have a blasted thing to do with failing me, Cass. It doesn't have a thing to do with perfection. You think there's perfection in grief? I don't want perfection from you. I never did. I am just furious that you... I was an idiot. Yes. But you don't know. You don't know this land. What it can do to you. I just couldn't stop my feet, Rorrick. His hand dove under the cover of his overcoat to sink deep into the back of her hair, cupping her head to the centered divot of his chest. I know, Foxfire. I know. He let her lay in silence, not demanding explanations, not asking for words. The shivers had been reduced to occasional flicks of limbs, and he hoped she was on her way to sleep. Warmth and sleep. Those two things alone would give her the strength to walk back up to the town once the storm passed. An hour later, the oil of the lantern was almost out, and he thought Cass was asleep when he realized hot tears were flooding his chest, her face buried against his skin. She didn't sob, didn't make a sound, just silent tears falling, soaking him. Cass. I killed her, Rorrick. Her voice was muffled, her lips moving against his skin. You cannot blame yourself for Ashita's death, Cass. It will get you nowhere. She twisted on top of him, craning her neck to see his face. No, I was the one to send her to this devil's land, to send her into this. If you want to blame yourself, Cass, go ahead. But you had better save part of that blame for that demon drifter that actually killed her. Save some for whoever stole her money in Charleston. His words dropped, low, savage. Save some for your husband. Her head dropped, her face burrowing into his chest. Hell. How he wanted to stop her tears, stop her pain, stop the torture she could not bear to let go of. He could feel it in her heart breaking, her soul fracturing from 1,000 things she couldn't control. But the tears were good. They meant her body was functioning again, that she wasn't going to drift into the frozen abyss. He let her tears fall for far too long. But if she needed it, he needed to give it to her. After a long stretch of time, his chest was still so wet he could not rightly tell if her tears had ceased. Cass? She nodded into his chest, not lifting her face to him. Ashita died, yes. But you need to know that I asked the washwoman about what happened to the boy. That was how you got so far away from me. I thought you were just outside the tent. her head whipped up, her chin jutting into his breastbone. The tears had dried, and now her red-rimmed eyes were wide. The boy, he's alive. Yes, or at least he was the last time she'd seen him. Is he here? We have to find him. She started to move, pushing at Rorrick with weak limbs to untangle herself. Can't stop. He locked his arms around her, stilling her motions. He's not in Widow's Creek any longer, and where he's at we can't get to until the storm lets up and we have daylight. Not to mention dry clothes. Where is he? The owner of the Folgart mine took him about 6 months ago. The boy had been scrounging around town since his mother died, and then Folgart took him last time he was through. The boy is an orphan, so none in the town objected. Why would this Folgart man take him? Rorrick sighed, his chest lifting her. There are oftentimes very narrow corridors in these mines, space only large enough for children or small women. He needs the boy for his mine. Rorrick nodded. For a second he hedged on his next words, wanting to shield her from the truth, but he couldn't allow her to hold on to too much hope. It was her nature. Hope. Always holding on to too much of it, and now was not the time for it. You need to know, Cass, Folgart is a bastard. I've dealt with him before. I don't know if we will find the boy there after this much time. Her voice caught. Because he will have died. Or escaped Folgart's clutches if he was lucky and smart. That's what I would hope for. She exhaled, the sightless spark coming to life in her defeated eyes. Then we will go to this mine next. I failed his mother. I cannot fail the boy if he is alive. His right cheek lifted in a half-smile as he drew his left hand up to trace the brow line of her hair across her forehead. I figured you would say that, Foxfire. His thumb dropped, following along the edge of her temple, her skin still damp from her tears. Her honey-brown eyes searched his face. You came after me into the cold, Rorrick. Yes. Her look dipped away for a second before lifting to him. The intensity in the dark flecks of amber in her irises was mesmerizing. You were the first man to ever do so. I don't believe that. Belief does not make reality. He exhaled a scoff. You would have 1,000 men coming after you, Cass, if only you would let them. She paused, her look piercing him. Yet I only want one. She stretched against his hold on her backside, moving upward. He couldn't let her shift against his body much more without complete collapse of his moral restraint. She wriggled upward, her lips searching for his. This he could allow. This one kiss, nothing more, for she was still far too vulnerable, too raw, too weak from the cold. Her lips landed on his, the sweet swell of her skin, of her tongue, forging battle against every last shred of his willpower. She pulled away, sinking back down to his chest, curling into his warmth. Her shivers had ceased, and he could feel her muscles relax. Finally, thankfully, on top of him. But all of that did nothing to stop his throbbing cock from straining for her body. Nothing to stop the images of flipping them over, driving into her, her body arching with abandon under him as it had last night by the fire, from flashing in his mind. He clamped down on his unruly brain, his rebellious groin willing them into submission. Cass needed nothing more than sleep in this moment, and sleep she would get. Nothing more. He shifted slightly under her, muting the groan that came with the movement. He would be rewarded in heaven one day for this moment in time. He was sure of it. Chapter 13. The sense of horror that had sunk deep into her chest hours ago didn't ease as Cass set her hands on Rorrick's shoulders. She loosened her boot from her stirrup as he wrapped his hands around her waist and then lifted her from the side saddle to the ground. They had lost a day between making their way back to Widow's Creek and then having to procure dry clothes from the madam that ran the upstairs brothel of the Tory Saloon. Rorrick had said it had taken extra charm to convince the woman to part with the carriage dress, the only reasonably sedate dress that wasn't in rags in the town. Cass wondered at what the description extra charm meant, but Rorrick would only grin at her continued questions on the matter. So Cass had had to suffer riding through the mountains in layers of bright pink. But the carriage dress extended upward all the way to her breastbone, and for that she was grateful. The only other dress that had been an option, a beastly concoction of bright, scratchy blue, had cut deep across her breasts, and that would not do with this chill. Plus, she took solace in the fact that with the bright pink she would be easy for Rorrick to spot in the snow were she to get lost again. As Rorrick set her to her feet into the snow next to her horse, he kept his hands in place at her waist, leaning down to whisper in her ear. Folgard watched us approach. I didn't want to alarm him by keeping you on your saddle, which is where I prefer you, wary and ready for escape. So I don't want you to leave your horse's side. Do you understand me? Take your reins, take my reins, and you get out of here if there is even a hint of trouble. I will stay and handle it. But I need you safe. All you need to do is follow the trail downward on the mountain, straight to the valley. Tell me you can do this, Cass. She pulled back, searching his face. His eyes had set hard, the lines of an ancient warrior manifesting in the angles of his face, his stone-set jaw. She'd never imagined he held this within him, deadly power exuding with every breath that sent shivers down her spine. What else had Rorrick hidden in his depths far away from her? His look alone scared her more than the portly man standing next to the entrance of the mine with a rifle pointed at them. This was serious, far more serious than Rorrick had originally let her believe in the cave. Or maybe she had been too cold to truly recognize the look in his eye when he had first talked of Folgard. But she saw it now. She nodded. He inclined his head to her and then turned to Folgard, blocking Cass from Folgard's view. He walked toward Folgard, his hands out wide and raised in innocence at his sides. Cass moved to the right, reaching for the reins of her horse. Rorrick shifted to the right as he walked, once more blocking the direct path from her to Folgard. I come in peace, Folgard. I come with coin. Dressed only in a mud-stained white shirt, pants and suspenders, Folgard waved the barrel of his rifle at Rorrick. I told you never to show your face here again, Trowlson. I know, Folgard. Believe me, I know. I do not choose this, but we are here searching for someone. Like you were last time? I did not know those boys had hidden in the wagon, Folgard. Rorrick's palms flicked upward to the sky, his voice calm. I only found out once you came after them. I never suspected they were hidden in the sacks. Still a liar! Rorrick slowly started to reach into an inner pocket. Folgard's head dipped to the line of the barrel, setting his aim. Rorrick froze. The coin I have should more than make up for your troubles. Folgard's head lifted slightly from the rifle. You cost me, boy. You cost me mightily. I had to find 2 new ones. Rorrick's right hand moved again, slipping into his inner pocket. He pulled free a sack, the coins inside clicking. He held it up. Gold, silver, more than those children ever would have extracted from the mine. Rorrick tossed the sack onto the ground between them, the snow softening the clattering of the coins. For a long moment Folgard stared at Rorrick, stared at him with hatred and malice, a mottled red exploding onto his face with every heartbeat. His eyes narrowed at Rorrick, and then Folgard lifted his head from his rifle, taking 5 steps forward to the sack. He squatted, snatching the coins up from the ground. With one eye trained on Rorrick, Folgard opened the sack and peeked inside. His eyes went wide for a quick second, and then he looked to Rorrick, his black teeth protruding with a sneering smile. What are you here for, Trowlson? Rorrick took a full step forward, his arms still wide and non-threatening. Information. That is all. We are looking for a boy that we believe was here at your mine. Why? He be worth something to you? We were looking for both the boy and his mother. His mother died in Widow's Creek. It is thought you took the boy with you when you went through there 6 months ago.
He had blonde hair, 7 years of age. 6 months ago, you see. Folgart shifted the gun to his side, the end of the barrel pointing to the ground as he slid the stock end under his armpit. He shook the bag of coins. If I know your ways, Trowlson, you got ya another sack in your pocket, just the same as this. Rorrick shrugged. Maybe I do. It depends on what you have to tell me. The immediate threat of a bullet eased, and Cass shuffled to her left for a more direct view of Folgart. Movement directly behind him. A shadow along the timber inside edge of the mine caught her eye. She squinted, the reflection of the sun against the snow making it hard to see into the dark shadows. The shadow moved again. 1, 2 figures, both small and both peering out along the rough vertical timbers on the right side of the mine's opening. Both not only small but filthy from head to toe. Cass blinked, squinting harder. The shorter figure had blonde hair under the mat of grime covering his head. The whites of their eyes were stark against the dirt covering their faces. She gasped, Rorrick. Rorrick glanced back over his shoulder to her, and she inclined her head to the opening of the mine. His look whipped around just as Folgart followed her gaze. Folgart spun to the opening. I told you brats to stay in the mine! Both children jumped out of view. Rorrick's voice went deathly calm. It does not look as though much has changed here, Folgart. Not blinking, his movements precise as he stared at Rorrick. Folgart tucked the sack into his waistband and lifted the barrel of his rifle at Rorrick. You ain't coming out of my claim and judging me, boy. Now it be time for you to leave. No. Terror shot through Cass's chest. They couldn't leave. Not if that was the boy. As much as it curdled her tongue to form the name, to willingly speak her long-held humiliation out loud, she opened her mouth, her voice loud and clear and ringing through the crystal-strewn trees. Percival! A bird squawked, and then only silence followed the echo of the word along the mountain. One bare foot appeared from the shadow of the mine. A foot. A tattered, rag-clad leg. A body. A boy. A boy who knew his name. The boy looked directly at her, the sunlight catching the stark green of his eyes. A blow straight to her belly, and Cass nearly doubled over. Her husband's eyes. She would know them anywhere. She had spent years looking at them, wanting them, being denied by them. And there they were in his boy, looking at her in wonder, in curiosity, in hope. She stumbled toward the boy, the horse reins dropping from her hands. Cass! She heard Rorrick scream her name at the last second, an instant before the shot rang out. Rorrick was already leaping through the air, shielding her from the tip of the barrel aimed directly at her. His shoulder jerked back in mid-air, but he landed on his feet, his pistol already drawn. A mere second for aim, before Folgart could even think about reloading his rifle, and Rorrick shot him. The bullet ripped into Folgart's belly just as he pulled a knife from his boot. The force sent him backward, stumbling toward the opening at the mine. He dropped the rifle, but his grip on the knife was secure, his arm lifting to point the blade at the children. Percival, run! The boy glanced to his left, quickly holding his hand out to the other child in the shadows. Folgart's swinging blade was almost to them. Percival! Cass's scream tore through the clearing. The boy yanked on the other child's hand and they jumped, running to the side of the mine far from Folgart and then straight out into the open, straight toward Cass. A scream, gurgled, blood spewing, came from Folgart. He shifted his heavy momentum, rushing forward, coming at them. Percival reached her, and before his feet stopped, she grabbed him under the arms and swung him up onto her horse. She turned to the other child, not hesitating for a second before she lifted the child onto the rear of Rorrick's horse. She spun back to her mare, grabbing the reins and hauling herself into the side saddle with Percival in front of her. Between Folgart and the horses, Rorrick stood,
a wall of defence, his second pistol trained on the bleeding man.
"Rorrick!"
Cass whispered his name. Without a glance behind him, Rorrick's feet moved backward to the skittish horses. His arm remained high, the pistol not wavering. Within seconds, Rorrick had swung himself up into the saddle, his glare and pistol still locked on Folgart. Folgart tripped, falling forward, blood splattering against the white snow as he fell. The knife flew from his hand, far out of reach. It was all Rorrick needed. He looked to Cass.
"We leave now."
Her breath caught in her throat. She couldn't answer him, could only nod, her hands already tugging on the reins. It wasn't until they were halfway to Rorrick's cabin that Cass realized the other child riding on the back of Rorrick's horse in front of her wasn't a young boy like Percival. She was a girl. She sat small, clutching onto Rorrick's back, the side of her face pressed into his black overcoat. Cass couldn't quite tell how old she was. Judging by the side of her face, she could be as young as 10 or 11, or as old as 14. A tiny, tiny, tiny 14. Both of the children were waifs, wispy slivers of bone and skin. There had been no words thus far, just stunned silence, just moving swiftly through the trees. Even Rorrick was quiet, except for telling her they would be making a long push back to his cabin on a direct, little-used route. He had been stoically silent, never looking back to her, not stopping, his focus solely on the trail ahead. Unusual for him, for this was the exact situation he usually took command of, setting everyone at ease. The worry on Rorrick's odd behaviour piled upon her worry for the boy in front of her. Her arms wrapped around Percival as they rode. She could feel his bones jutting from his skin. She had tucked her skirts over the boy's bare feet, pulling her cloak forward around the two of them. At least she knew Percival was warm, if nothing else. Starving, but warm. While she didn't want to imagine what horrors he had endured at Folgart's camp, the silent hours on the horse left her far too much time to do that very thing. To be consumed by it. It wasn't until darkness was falling and they were rounding the third to last bend to Rorrick's cabin that she discovered the source of Rorrick's continual silence. The girl clutching onto Rorrick's back twisted around to Cass, stark fear evident under the grime on her face.
"Ma'am, your man, he be bleedin'. I think he'd been shot."
The first thing Cass noted was the crystal-clear voice the girl possessed. It struck her so oddly, a voice of the heavens, that it took Cass a full breath to realize what the girl actually said. Cass jerked upright, sure she hadn't heard correctly. "What?" The girl pointed to the back of Rorrick's shoulder.
"He's bleedin'."
Cass looked around frantically. She remembered this part of the trail. The cabin was just ahead. "Rorrick?" His horse plodded forward, but there was no answer. "Rorrick?" Fear echoed deep in her voice. No answer. She nudged her horse forward. The mare resisted for the tightness of the trail, but Cass dug her heel in, and her horse moved forward, aligning next to his. "Rorrick." She looked at the side of his face. His eyes were closed, and... hell, he was swaying. "Rorrick." She unwrapped the reins from her hand and reached over to him, shaking his arm. It only made his swaying expand, his torso swinging in a wide circle.
"Ma'am, he's gonna fall."
Cass flipped her hand around to slide it under Rorrick's upper arm and grip him, trying to stop the sway. His weight heavy, out of control against her grasp, she yanked on him as she tried to keep her horse in step and tight.
"Fall toward me, Rorrick. To me. Me, fall here."
Her grip on his arm tightened, and with all her force she pulled. "Percival, move up." Percival scampered forward, almost onto the mare's neck. Just in time he cleared the space Rorrick fell into. Dead weight. His torso stretched awkwardly over the horn of her saddle as his legs remained entwined along his horse. But his hand still gripped his reins, his knuckles white. His horse started to drift to the right, brushing against branches. "Grab his reins, girl. Keep his horse steady." Her order was not to be disobeyed. Cass could care less if the girl had never touched reins in her life. She needed to get these horses to the cabin. The girl scrambled awkwardly over Rorrick's waist to reach the reins. Once the leather straps were pried from Rorrick's grip, she looked to Cass, her eyes wide. Cass conjured up her calmest voice. "Just a few steps farther, and we'll be there. Just hold the reins steady and even." Wrapping her arm over the top of Rorrick, Cass held him the best she could to her lap. Her fingers landed in something warm, sticky. She glanced down. Her breath stopped. Blood. Blood all over her fingers. Digging her hand under Rorrick's body to hide it, she looked to the girl. She couldn't afford these horses stepping apart. "Just hold the leather steady. Tight. A little to your left." It took agonizing minutes for them to round the last few bends and get to the clearing in front of the cabin. Cass stopped the horses, her head swiveling around, searching, desperate. It crashed into her. Rorrick had taken a bullet. He was bleeding. Near to death. She needed help, and she was in the middle of a damn mountain. Not a soul was around. Even if she could find her way down the trails to a town, Rorrick would be dead by the time she reached help. And 2 terrified children were looking up at her in the last rays of daylight. A wave of helplessness hit her, crushing her breath, her thoughts, suffocating. She was not made for this, not made for blood, for emergencies, for a wilderness she had no idea how to survive in. Her head dropped, her chin hitting her chest as she fought for her next breath. Her eyes opened a sliver only to see Rorrick's face in her lap, always so strong, now so pale. He would know what to do. He would figure this out, and he would never think of giving up. A determined smile would break onto his face, the word complication on his lips. Complication. Master them. One tiny step at a time. Could it really be that easy? He thought it was. But had he ever been stuck alone on a mountain with a man bleeding to his death and 2 helpless children? The slightest breath slithered its way into her lungs. She opened her eyes fully, staring down at Rorrick's face. One step. She had to get him off these horses. And hopefully not kill him in the process. Chapter 14. The pain descended on him in a surge, an onslaught of dark torment that invaded his body, head to toe, setting every nerve on fire. A wicked gasp and his body jerked, his eyes opening and delivering him from the peaceful darkness he had been moored in. The stench. Burning flesh. Gunpowder. Sparks burning a hole in his shoulder. His eyes flew around, frantic, the world blurry, objects moving. He had done it. He had finally blown himself up. And then Cass's face. Cass. Her face, upside down, hovering above him, terrorized worry in her eyes set off by deep, dark circles below her eyelashes. Something was pushing at him, pushing him down. Cass. Cass was pushing him down. Holding him down, her mouth moving. He couldn't hear anything through the pain tearing his body apart. Her left hand lifted, clasping the side of his face, and she was still pushing him down, soothing. She was trying to soothe him. Cool wetness landed on his brow. A cloth. But all he could see was her. She was safe. He stopped fighting her, letting his body sink back to the floor. Safe. She was safe. He knew what he would see when he opened his eyes. Cass, the boy, the girl. They were around him constantly, flittering to and fro. Rorrick couldn't hear them the first several times he awoke, but every time he opened his eyes, his vision was less blurry, his hearing just a bit sharper. They were always there, close enough to touch if he could lift his arm. And now, if what he could actually feel on his face was true, the sun was shining on the side of his cheek. He cracked his eyes open. Sure enough, sunlight blinded his left eye. He turned his head to the right. Cass stood at the table next to the hearth, a long white apron wrapped around her waist, her dark hair twisted high in a knot. Her sleeves were rolled to her elbows, her forearms bare, and her hands busy with something on the table. He couldn't see quite what it was from his angle. He glanced down and realized he was on the floor. Her look lifted to him, and an instant smile lit up her face. She started to him, wiping her hands on the apron. "You are awake." She dropped onto her knees next to him. "How?" Cass set her forefinger on his lips. "Here. First, take a sip." She leaned to the right, reaching past his head to grab a tin cup. Sliding her hand underneath his neck, she lifted his head before she set the edge of the cup to his lips. A trickle of water slid into his mouth, raw as it made its way down to his belly. She pulled the cup away, setting his head back down on the pillow, not disquieted in the slightest that she was acting nurse to him. "How did we get here?" The words were gravel ripping up his throat. Shifting backward, she sat on her calves as her left hand settled flat onto his belly. "You got us here, or at least almost here. Do you remember collapsing onto my horse?" He shook his head. She smiled. "I don't imagine you would. You created quite the complication." She paused, her lips drawing inward in a cringe. "And you did eventually fall from the horses. I apologize for that, though I could not think of a way to avoid it as you were draped over both of them. We did our best to try and lessen the blow of the ground for you, though." He closed his eyes, trying to conjure the slightest memory of it. Nothing. He opened his eyes to her. "What happened?" "What happened was that you failed to tell me that Folgart had sent a bullet through your left shoulder, Rorrick. A damn bullet!" Where her voice had been soft, relieved a moment ago, ire now thickened her words. "I didn't know it until you collapsed on me." That he remembered. Ignoring the searing pain of the bullet. Shooting Folgart. Pulling himself up onto his saddle. Every step of his horse torture, sending blazing pain through his body. Getting Cass to safety. That had been the most important thing. But he had been a fool not to tell her, not to prepare her. He swallowed hard. "I should have told you. At least once we were in the valley and away from Folgart. We could have gone to town, but by then I could only go in one direction. Here. It was all my mind could handle." Her look narrowed at him. The ire she didn't want to let go of held fast in the dark flecks of her eyes. It took a long moment before she sighed, her fingers curling on his stomach. "Yes, exactly. You stranded us up here on the mountain. I could not leave you in your state to find help, not with the fever that has gripped you." Her head shook. Not that I even could have found my way to town. For the first time since Folgart's mine, Rorrick moved his right arm, and it responded just as it should. He pulled his arm free from the layers of blankets on top of him and found her hand on his stomach, setting his palm atop it. "You realize you have an uncanny ability to do everything you set your mind to, Foxfire?" A partial smile appeared on her face, her head shaking as she half-heartedly scoffed. "What I do realize is that you have an uncanny ability to charm your way out of trouble." His eyes left her, glancing around the room. "Why am I on the floor?" "Oh, this." A quick frown crossed her face, accentuating her tired eyes. "We could not get you to the bed. We even brought a light one down from one of the bedrooms since we could only drag you into here." Her eyes lit up in a tease. "You do realize you weigh many, many, many stone. I could not lift you into the bed even with the children's help. And they are still so weak." She leaned forward, pressing the hair back from his forehead. "And once we stopped the bleeding on your shoulder, I was afraid to move you again. So we've been dragging you about on the floor, to the hearth at night, to this window during the day. I didn't think you would mind with your penchant for floor sleeping." "I don't. How long have I had a fever?" 5 days. His eyes closed and he swore silently to himself. 5 days. 5 days he had put her through hell. He shifted and then lifted the blankets, glancing down to find he was naked. Only his left shoulder was covered with white bandages, neatly overlapping the wound that still stung with every breath. He looked at her, his brow lifting. 5 days like this and I'm clean? There's been a fair amount of pus and blood. She shrugged, pulling the blankets from his hand and tugging them along his chest. "And I think I have now seen everything your body can produce, Rorrick, though I, thankfully, have no gag reflex." He laughed, the jolt to his body jarring his shoulder and sending pain radiating. But it was worth it. Worth the grin on her face. Worth it to feel even a modicum of normal again. But the one you truly need to thank is Percival. He knew what to do with your wound. He did? Yes. The bullet had gone through your body, thank heavens, so we did not have that to deal with. We cleaned it, but it got worse. She cringed, a shiver shaking her shoulders. And that was the largest leap of faith I have ever had to take. To let Percival pour gunpowder into the wound. So he hadn't imagined that. She had lit him up. As it was, Sheeta was a healer in her country, and Percival helped her many times with healing wounds when they were in Widow's Creek. For as young as he is a very intelligent boy. And the girl? You know she's a girl. Rorrick nodded. She sang to me on the way back. It was soft, so soft, I think. Only I could hear it. But I think she knew I was injured, and that was all she could do to help. So you heard her voice. Yes. Remarkable, isn't it? Her name is Lila, and she thinks she is maybe 13 years old, possibly 14. She's not sure as she was orphaned 5 or so years ago and she has lost track. She is tiny. She is. Cass moved to lift his head again and set the water cup to his lips for another sip. And Percival is extremely attached to her. He follows her everywhere. She's been a mother to him. From what I can tell, as neither one will say much about it, I think she is the only reason he survived Folgart. The gulp of water filled his mouth. Blissful. He looked to her. Where are they? With the horses. She offered him another drink and then set the cup onto the floor by his head. He stretched his right hand across his body to find her fingers and then clasped them, bringing them to his chest. Cass, I am sorry that I left you to take care of all of us. I never should stop. The children have been more help than hindrance. They are just so grateful you saved them from the mine. You are quite the hero to them. Rorrick shook his head. But 5 days. Has there been enough food? I don't think I brought enough. There has been. The children eat very little. I think their stomachs are still so small. And I have only managed spoonfuls of soup into your mouth. She pointed to the hearth where a black kettle hung over the fire. Oh, and we found the grain storage here. I was just attempting bread again. Again? She smiled, wide and determined. My 5th try. I am sure this time will work. He chuckled. You don't know how to cook, do you? No, not a lick. Her smile went wider. It is a good thing you have lots of grain in storage. Her laughter met his, and he watched the amusement skip across her honey-brown eyes. For as frustrated and exhausted as she must be, she found the strength to laugh. The strength for hope. The thought of his own death had never bothered him before. But now Now he realized how very much he wanted to live. Live with Cass. See her face when he opened his eyes. Hear her laugh. Feel her hands on his skin. She alone was worth living for. He had known since he was 6 he would never long for a family again, but Cass made him want it more than anything. And he was ready to hope, body and soul, for that very thing. She squeezed his hand, pulling her fingers away as she shifted, lifting to her knees. And the bread will surely beat me again if I don't get it onto the fire. Let me do that, and then I will bring you some soup. You need to start eating again. Catching her before she stood, his fingers found her hand again, and they travelled up her bare arm, setting as much of her skin onto his as he could. His voice dipped low, cracking. Cass, you saved my life. A soft smile danced onto her lips. She leaned forward, centering her face over his as her hand spread along his face. It was only fair, Rorrick. You saved mine. In ways I never knew needed saving. Chapter 15. Setting her wet hair behind her shoulder, Cass cracked the door of her chambers and peeked into the short hallway as she clasped the neck of her robe together. Finding the corridor empty, no servants scurrying about, she quickly scooted across the hall and slipped into the room opposite hers. Rorrick jumped, turning to her from the tall mirror by the fireplace he was looking at. He stood shirtless with black trousers on, and his fingers were paused from lifting the edge of his bandages. Even with his wounds, the expanse of his bare chest made her mouth go dry. Her fingers twitched, aching to touch him. She clamped down on her thoughts. There would be no touching of him. Not until his wound healed. Not until the journey back to England was complete. He nodded with his head toward the door. The children are bathed and settled? Yes, quite happily so. They wanted to be in the same chamber, so they were settled in the room at the end of the hall. They are amazed by the beds. Amazed? Neither has ever seen such soft beds. I must assume the wives of your associates took this home on as one of their decorating projects as well? They did. Why didn't we stay here when we first came through Charleston? I knew we would only be in town for a day at most, and there is pandemonium with the servants whenever I arrive. I only stay here if I will be a few days. Well, you were smart to have the ladies descend upon this house as well, as they have excellent taste, though Percival and Nyla may end up sleeping on the floor like you do. She pointed at his shoulder. You should let me change those bandages. They are dry, I just checked. Finally. Thankfully. It itches, that is all. She walked across the room, not quite satisfied with his report. They had stayed at his cabin for 3 days after his fever broke, and then had left for Charleston. But Cass hadn't been convinced it was enough time for him to regain his strength. In the lead with his horse, the children sharing a third horse between them, he was able to hide much from her on the journey back to the coast. But she had still caught far too many grimaces on his face for her liking. Stopping in front of him, she brushed aside his fingers and shifted the bandages up, inspecting the ragged skin she had sewn together. The scab was holding well. She tugged the bandage back into place and rounded him, checking the same on the back of his shoulder where the bullet had exited his body. The scab was holding steady there as well. Standing behind him, she paused, her body stilling, her nose almost touching his back as she inhaled the scent of his bare skin. This moment, finally, a moment when her muscles weren't tense, when her mind was not crushed with worry. A simple moment of peace, of calm she hadn't known since she set foot on that ship in England. She had failed in her mission, failed as Sheeta. But Percival, Lila, 2 people she had not failed. And Rorrick, she had not failed him. He had made all of this possible, and she had not failed him, even though she had been convinced, every second of every one of those first days at the cabin after he was shot, that she would fail. That he would die. But he didn't. He had lived, and that was the most important thing. For he had become the peace she craved, the burning in her soul she could not deny. She had sworn she would never let herself love a man again, but she had never met Rorrick. The heat off his back radiated to her, pulling her closer. She slipped her hands along his sides, leaning into him as the silk of her robe slid along his skin. Her fingers spread, pressing into the muscles lining his stomach. He tensed under her hands. "You cannot touch me like that, Cass, and expect me to keep my hands off of you." She set her cheek to his spine, words she despised having to live by leaving her mouth. "I refuse to strain your wound, Rorrick." "It will strain a different part of me, then." She ignored him, slipping her hands further around his torso to clasp his body tight to hers. "I refuse it, so just let me enjoy this. You, upright, healthy. I will allow you seconds." And then, his head swiveled, the cords of muscles running down his back flexing under her cheek. "And then I plan on setting myself comfortably out of my chair by the fire." She looked across the room at the wingback chair. It did look comfortable. It looked like the exact chair to match him. A hefty, strong chair. A deep blue velvet graced the plump lines, and it was almost wide enough for both of them to sit in it if they squished. She frowned. She wasn't helping herself be responsible in the slightest. "That is a good plan. I will leave you to it in a moment." He twisted, spinning in her arms. "I didn't say anything about you leaving, Cass." She stared up at him, her voice set hard. "I will not strain your wound, Rorrick, and I don't think I have the spine to stay in here and not be tempted." "Tempted, A grin cut across his face. "What if I swear not to move a muscle? What if I swear I will allow you to do all the work? Or could you not possibly handle that?" Her eyebrow cocked. The man was maddening and irritatingly undeniable. "Is that a challenge?" "It is a solution." He was slowly shuffling them across the room toward the chair. "To the problem that only you were worried about?" Standing in front of the chair, he stopped. She glanced past him to the blue velvet seat. There was enough room for both of them. Her eyes travelled up to him as her head slanted to the side. "You swear you will not move?" "An oath to heaven above and Hades below." She leaned forward to set her lips on his skin. The salt of him, the clean soap from the bath he'd taken, sinking onto the tip of her tongue. Her mouth trailed down along his chest, exploring the curves of his muscles. The heady sensation of his body in front of her, hers to do with what she wanted, sent her mind spinning. "Marry me, Cass." The words sank down to her, making her flinch for only a breath. She didn't look up at him, instead moving downward. Reaching his trousers, she flicked buttons free, pulling at the flap with her teeth. She glanced up at his face. "Hell, Cass," he squirmed, his hands going to her shoulders and his fingers wrapping around the back of her neck. "Marry me." Tugging with her teeth, she loosened his trousers and then pushed them downward. He shifted, trying to move, his hands along her shoulders attempting to set her slightly away. She grabbed both of his wrists, holding them in place as her look went up to him, piercing him. "Don't make me tie you up, Rorrick." "I just may need it, Foxfire." She set his wrists free and reached up, pushing at his chest. He dipped, sinking onto the chair as he kicked his trousers free from his legs. On her hands and knees, A predator with prey in sight, Cass slowly crawled onto his lap, her legs straddling him. Her hands dipped, tugging free the front knot of her silk robe. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed her by the back of the neck, stilling her movements. For a long breath he forced their gazes to meet, a fierce fire consuming the blue of his eyes. "Marry me, Cass." He wasn't going to let her avoid the question. He would push, and he would ask, and he would wear her down. The devil. He already had worn her down. For all of her barricades, the entire defense of her stalwart cliffs had crumbled into the ocean to leave only raw emotion open to him. She wanted him, loved him like she had never loved another, loved him unequivocally, loved him in the way she always knew she was capable of, loved him in the way that fate had never granted her the opportunity for. There was nothing left to say, no excuses left to conjure. She met his stare, met the depths of his dark blue eyes. Yes. He inhaled sharply, his fingers around the back of her neck tightening. Yes. She nodded. He pulled her toward him, kissing her hard, leaving no doubt as to his thoughts on the matter. She had just given him lifeblood like no other, and he was sending wave after wave of promise, of love, of loyalty like no other through her body. The kiss breaking, she pulled up, hovering over him as she glanced at the bandages wrapping his shoulder. "He promised me you wouldn't move." "Don't say you'll marry me and then ask me not to move, Cass." A wicked smile curved onto her lips. "Keep your promises, Rorrick. You move your left arm and I leave." She tugged open the edges of her robe, letting the creamy silk fall down her spine and puddle onto the floor behind her. Reaching up to grab Rorrick's forearm, she tugged his right hand from the back of her neck and tucked it along the length of her thigh. His fingers flexed, spreading across the delicate skin at her hip. He was ready for her, large and straining and pulsating between them. Yet he managed to hold still, watching her, transfixed by every one of her slow movements. He deserved reward. She lifted herself, her hands moving to clasp behind his neck, and then she centered herself over his shaft. Leaning forward, she set her right breast to his cheek. His eyes not leaving her face, his head turned slightly, his lips unable to resist her hardened nipple. He took it into his mouth, his teeth rolling the sensitive skin. Her control waning, she snatched it back, moving herself downward onto his member, her thighs shaking with restraint as she took him into her, each inch a lesson in prolonged torture. Torture for him, torture for her. She wanted him fast and hard and heaving for breath, but she also didn't want him to move, didn't want him to tear open his injury. And she enjoyed the power. There was a time for him to loom fiercely over her body, his power driving her, controlling her as he had several times that first night at the cabin. And then there was a time for her. This was one of those times. Time for her to revel in the strained set of his brow, his dark blue eyes wide, the pulsating of the blood along his neck, his jawline flexing in bridled strength, the muscles in his bare chest clenching. Their heated exhales matched breath for breath as she dipped, the longing and the brutal pounding desire barely held in control. She pushed downward, letting the last of his cock slide into her. She stilled, fighting for her next breath. The whole of him filled her so fully she couldn't imagine lifting, couldn't imagine letting his body leave hers. The devil, Cass. His hand along her thigh moved inward, his thumb invading her folds. The sheer assault to her nerves made her gasp and then clutch his wrist, stilling him.
You swore you wouldn't move. That was before I knew you were going to torture me. Then there's only one way to solve this.
She lifted herself, his shaft sliding slick within her. Her hips swiveling, she descended. Even, precise, and agonizingly slow, she set the pace. The torment of every stroke etched into his face, but he didn't break, wouldn't break. Not until she was satisfied. She quickened the pace methodically, and within minutes she could not deny giving his fingers free rein to her folds, to the very center of her. Stroke after stroke until all her will was shredded and she had to give over to abandon, to give over to riding him, letting his fingers, his shaft, push her over the very edge she begged for. Her body shattered into 1,000 shards of reckless pleasure. His hand moved around to her back and his fingers dug into her muscles as he clutched her downward. He buried himself to the hilt as thunder from deep within exploded, filling her, sending her to a new plane of euphoria. She collapsed against him, having no strength left to insist he not move, not take the burden of her body draped over him. Yet she managed the smallest deference to his wound in that she did not choose his right shoulder to land her chin upon. Silence filled the room for long minutes as proper breathing returned to them. The only sound the occasional pop from the flames in the fireplace. Senses back about them, Rorrick's fingers methodically lifted strands of her damp hair, letting them drip from his fingers and spill onto her back. "When will you be ready to board a ship? You said you would like to purchase the children clothing before we leave." She nodded into his neck, her head draped along his right shoulder. "I would. They need to get out of the oddly fitting clothing I patched together for them at the cabin. I have some business to attend to here in Charleston with my associates." He lifted another strand. "They have been managing my interests well in my absence, but I need to check in with them." "How long will you need?" "A few days. Is that enough time to get the children outfitted?" "Yes, as long as I can find the right shops. Do I dare to hope you know of a reputable clothier that would accommodate children?" He chuckled. "As much as I hate to dash the high expectations you have of my shopping prowess, no, I do not. But I imagine I could convince one of the wives to help guide you through the city." "That would be wonderful." She pulled slightly to the side so she could look at his face. "Thank you." He set his gaze on her, a twinkle sparking in his eyes. "And you will not escape our bargain, Cass." Her eyebrows drew together. "Bargain?" "You said yes." A smile spread across her face, the mere thought of marrying this man, sending a trail of sheer, raw love through her body. "I did, didn't I?" He nodded, both his face and eyes serious. He wanted her, and he wasn't about to let her go. She considered for one long moment the possibility of trekking out into the dark streets to find a clergyman, to marry them in the dead of night. If they even could. She had no idea what marriage customs were in America. Her lips pulled inward as she searched his face. "It is silly, I know, but can we marry in England? I so wish for Adalia and Violet to attend. They are my family. The Duchess will be able to enlist her husband into procuring a special license for us, so it will not be delayed." Rorrick sighed, his chest lifting high. "England? A special license. Do I have a choice?" She scooted up to hover over him, her dark hair falling in a curtain around their faces. "Do you want to make me happy?" He groaned and nipped her chin. "I can wait. As long as you would like, and as long as we travel on that ship to England as though you are already my wife. The lie can send me to hell, but frankly, I don't care." His hand traveled down the bare skin of her back, settling at her hip. "Are you sure you can wait?" "I can wait a lifetime, Rorrick, as long as I have you in the interim." His fingers lifted to dive deep into the hair at the nape of her neck, and he pulled her head down to his, kissing her soundly.
That sounds like a deal made in heaven. Laughing, she shifted both of her legs to one side of his lap, and then sprawled along the right side of his torso. She tucked her head into the nook between his shoulder and upper arm. The bed called to her, sleep beckoning, but she knew if she moved to Rorrick's bed, she would be dead to the world until late morning. All propriety, what little there was left of it, called for her to sneak back to her room. Losing the battle against heavy eyelids, she was at the edge of drifting off to sleep when Rorrick's words in a low whisper broke into the still air. "Would you mind if I wasn't a viscount, Cass?" Her head heavy, not willing to give up the battle for sleep, she could only nuzzle her cheek against his chest, her eyes insistently shut. "Why do you say that? You aren't thinking of abandoning the title, are you? You will do so much good for the Vanderstyle estate and the people dependent upon it. Violet said those cousins that are next in line are atrocious." His hand lifted to cup the back of her head. "It was just a thought." She nodded into his chest. He fell silent. "Wait." Her head suddenly popped up, her eyes searching his face. "You realize I don't care if you have a title or not, Rorrick." "You don't?" "Absolutely not. I have a title. I've lived for a title. And all of that has never once given me happiness. Never. But you have given me happiness like I have never known. You have given me everything of yourself, and that is all I want. You." Her eyebrows drew together as she scrutinized his face. "Do you not want to go back to England, Rorrick?" I do." He lifted himself slightly to kiss her forehead. "I do. For you. For Percival. For the title. It is just that it is a torture to be there and not know how Johnny died. That was the land, the people that killed him. And society is not something I know or understand. That much was evident last time." She nodded, a frown settling deep onto her face as she sank back into his side. A sudden dark pit carved into her stomach. Maybe England wasn't the place for them. She would have to give up the Revelry's Tempest, the existence of her life for the last 3 years, and she wouldn't be able to give Percival the upbringing and education he was due, as close to his father's upbringing as was possible for a bastard child. Cass had planned it out in the last 7 days. She would set up household for Percival and Lila at the elegant country home near the Desmond estate that she had purchased a year ago for Ishita and Percival. It was his. She wanted it to be his. She wanted it to be home for him. And then she was going to cast about for every favour she could to get Percival into Eton. The boy would know his father, if only through shadowed footsteps from long ago. Maybe she needed to rethink all of that. Everything. She drew in a deep breath, the weight of the world sinking onto her chest. The scent of Rorrick's skin, salty and still of the woods even after his bath, filled her head. A pang of dread skittered down her spine. There was still so much to write. Chapter 16. Cass juggled 2 packages in her arms, slipping her hand through the loops of string holding the bundles of clothing closed. The packages secure, dangling from her left wrist, she reached out to grab Percival's and Lila's hands, yanking them to a stop before they stepped out into the busy cobblestone street. "This is the spot, Auntie Cass." Percival pointed up at the name of the street painted on the side of a red brick building. "Tract Street, correct? That was what Mr. Trowlson said." In spite of the squalor that they had been living in, Ishita had managed to teach Percival to read and write to an impressive degree. Guilt tightened her chest. She doubted she would ever be able to think on Percival's mother without regret, without guilt. Cass looked up at the building he pointed to, smiling as her gaze dropped to Percival. "Yes, this is Tract Street. Very good find, young sir. I do not think I would have seen that." She looked around the intersection of 5 roads, cringing at the chaos of carriages and carts and wagons and horses jockeying for passing lanes. The walking paths fared little better, crowds rushing, people darting through the mess of carriages. Her brow furrowed. I did not imagine Rorrick would send us to such a busy place. I thought it would be easy to find him here. What shall we do, Auntie? Cass looked at Lila and then at Percival. Both looked fine in their newly pressed outfits. She pasted a bright smile on her face. Well, I imagine we start walking back and forth along these roads, with the utmost care in avoiding horses and carriages, to find him. We are early, as I thought it would take much longer to get here from the clothier. If anything, it will be interesting to discover what shops and homes are in this area. Perhaps there is a park down one of the streets. They set off, walking back and forth on each side of the lanes, peeking into shops that interested them, and then they travelled on to the next and the next. Along the 4th Street, the shops quickly turned into lovely wide homes. There was still plenty of people jostling about, but the sounds of wagons and horses had lessened with only well-sprung carriages travelling along the lane. A black coach travelled by, the paint on the side of the carriage so glossy it rivalled the very finest in London. Cass watched it as it clipped along the street, its perfectly matched bay horses synchronized in step. The coach turned at the end of the street, and as she started to look toward what Percival was pointing at, 2 figures exiting a house at the end corner of the lane caught her eye. The house's wrought iron fence delineated the street walkway from their gardens, and the couple lazily strolled along the shrubs on their side of the fence. They were walking in the opposite direction from Cass. The tall, finely dressed man with his arm wrapped tightly along the shoulders of the woman. In a sunny yellow dress with a thick shawl about her shoulders, the woman's hand trailed along the top of the waist-high hedge that lined the courtyard in front of the house. 2 children, both young boys with wild and silly arms, burst through the front door of the house and chased after the couple. Within a few seconds the boys had caught the pair, jumping along the side of the man. The man's arm dropped from the woman, and he caught one of the boys, hauling him up onto his shoulder and spinning him in a wild circle, arms and legs flailing. Laughter. Cass couldn't hear it, but she could tell all of them were laughing. The scene was so very perfect in its simple, loving happiness that Cass couldn't help but imagine her and Rorrick like that. The perfect family. 2 comical boys jumping and playing about them. She smiled at the scene, staring just a moment too long. Too long, for the man set the boy on his shoulder to the ground and turned in Cass's direction. Rorrick. She froze. No. Not Rorrick. A carriage went by, blocking her sight. She shook her head, squinted. The rear wheels passed. Rorrick. The woman stepped in front of the man, wrapping her arms around his neck. Laughter still on his lips, Rorrick swung her in a wide circle, her legs flying out. He stopped, setting the woman on her feet. No. No, no, no. She closed her eyes. The scene from years ago of Franco hugging his beautiful Italian wife overtook her mind. She had been just as far away, but had seen perfectly. Seen Franco kissing his wife. She shook her head. No, not Rorrick. Rorrick loved her. Wanted to marry her. Franco loved her. Wanted to marry her. No, not Rorrick. He wouldn't do that to her. He wouldn't. She resisted with every fibre of her being what she was witnessing. Cass opened her eyes. The woman in the yellow dress had wrapped her fingers tight along Rorrick's neck again, pressing her body into him. Rorrick lifted his arms. The world slowed. Rorrick's hands moved through the air until his arms encircled the woman, his fingers moving to cup the back of her head, pressing in on her loose upsweep of golden hair. The woman lifted herself slightly, her chin angling upward toward him. Clutching her head, Rorrick's face dipped down to meet hers, disappearing behind her hair. No,
Not Rorrick. There had to be some explanation. Her body shook, jolting out of its stupor. She looked around frantically. Percival and Lila were stopped 5 feet away, staring at her, waiting for her to join them. An older lady, grey hair beneath her black bonnet, scurried by the children walking toward Cass. Cass's hand whipped out, grabbing the older woman by the upper arm. "Excuse me, ma'am. Across the street, who is that woman?" She pointed at the end of the lane to Rorrick and the woman. Startled, the lady looked down her long, straight nose at Cass, the creases around her mouth crinkling with a frown. Cass didn't let the woman's arm go, shaking it. The woman sighed and then looked over her shoulder to the end of the street. "On the corner with the boys?" "Yes." "That is Mrs. Trowlson." Trow. "Yes, Mrs. Trowlson." The air flew out of Cass, blackness hitting her, and she stumbled backward, falling into the side of a stone brick building. Her arms flew wide, her fingers gripping the smooth stone to try and keep herself upright. 2 days ago, Rorrick had asked her to be his wife, and he was married? Married? She gasped a breath. Married. She exhaled. Married. He was married. Rorrick was married. Mr. Trowlson, Mrs. Trowlson. Married. The cruelty of it sank into her chest, stealing bits of her breath until no air reached her lungs, just gasps for air. Her hands flattened against the stone of the wall behind her, her nails scraping through her gloves into the mortar. Not again. Not again. How could she be so stupid, so very, very stupid? Miss, are you not well?" Cass cracked her eyes open, surprised to see daylight instead of blackness. The older lady bobbed in front of her, waving her hand in front of Cass, half fanning and half trying to catch Cass's attention. "Can I fetch someone for you?" "Auntie Cass?" Fighting the dizziness that was threatening to sweep her to darkness again, Cass's gaze dipped down to the left of the lady. Lila stood there, clutching Percival's hand to her belly. Stark fear cut across her face. Cass looked at Percival. He was near to tears, his green eyes huge, watering. Who was scaring them like this? Hell, she was. "Lock your knees. Lock your damn knees." She gasped a breath, shoving herself off from the wall whether her spinning head was ready for it or not. "No, I am well. Thank you for your concern." Waving the woman away, she snatched Percival's free hand, the packages swinging in the air between them. She pulled him and Lila down the walking path back toward the main intersection of the roads. As far and as fast as she could from the scene at the end of the lane. They cut through the traffic toward the street they had arrived on, sending horses to haphazard stops as they dodged animals and carriages. The intersection and Trad Street disappearing behind them, Percival tugged on Cass's hand. "But Auntie Cass, we have to meet Mr. Trowlson. I'm sure it is time now." Cass didn't break stride, her hand a solid clamp on Percival's. "No, we need to do no such thing. We are leaving now to the docks. And if there is no ship setting sail, then we are travelling to a port that does have a ship leaving. Either way, we are not spending a minute more in this land than necessary." Her voice left no room for argument. Cass paused at the entry to the library, leaning on the doorframe as she watched Percival and Lila, with their heads down, both reading the open books in front of them with the fierce intensity only the young possessed. Cass knew the text Percival read from was at a level far beyond Lila's. He had been teaching Lila how to read the best he could in the mine, and now with a proper tutor teaching both of them, the girl's skills improved every day. She wondered how long the new books would take to be delivered from London. Cass had furnished this home by the Desmond estate a year ago and had supplied the library mostly with classics, not knowing there would be 2 young readers voracious for more and more stories. The winds had been kind to them on the return voyage to England, and they had spent only 4 weeks at sea. During the past 2 months, both Percival and Lila had taken to their new home in North Shropshire, with wide-eyed enthusiasm for everything new and interesting. They were a pair, the two of them. Within the year, she would have the steward she'd hired start teaching Percival about managing the land. It was a small estate, this farm and home that she had managed to purchase for him and his mother. But it would keep Percival in self-sufficient comfort his entire life if it was managed well. Just as Percival had, Lila had recovered reasonably well from the horrors of Folgart's mine. The girl could already sing her way around most of the ladies in London, and that alone would open many doors to her. The fact that both her face and her spirit, if not her size, matched her voice, set Cass's initial worries for the girl to rest. Lila was smart, and Cass would ensure Lila had any opportunity she wanted available to her. Bright futures for both of them, Cass could already see. Even as a content smile spread across her face at the thought, her heart started to thud, squeezing painfully in her chest. Her chin dropped to her breastbone as she steadied her breath and attempted to stop her eyes from welling with tears. It happened randomly, without warning. The crushing torment of missing Rorrick, of not seeing his face, hearing his laugh, feeling his breath on her skin. Even with the torment of his betrayal, she missed him, and that was the cruelest part of all. There were moments when her thoughts would finally be content, only to explode painfully around her in the next, reminding her that peace would continue to be an elusive dream. Happiness, love, those things would never be for her. It seemed as though the only one with lasting open wounds from their time in America was Cass, and she needed to sear those wounds closed. It was time. Time to recapture some of her old life, the life that was constant, dependable, predictable. Cass stepped into the library. Lila, Percival. Both sets of eyes looked up to her. "I have news. I am packing to leave today." "Leave?" Percival stood from his chair and scurried across the library to stand in front of her. "Where are you going, Auntie Cass?" His green eyes wide, he looked up at her as though he was losing his very life. "I thought you were to stay here with me, Auntie Cass. With me and Lila. You said you would." Her lips drew inward, her words faltering. I was... A confused frown set onto his face. "So where are you going?" She reached out, setting her palm to the side of his smooth little cheek. "Your eyes are very much like your father's, Percival." "Thank you, Auntie. He was very handsome. My mother always said so." She was right. He was handsome. A sudden rock of bitterness formed of regret and humiliation lodged in her throat. "Every time I look at your eyes, I am reminded of how I failed him, how I failed your mother, how I failed you." Percival's face fell. "Please stay, Auntie. I don't mean to look like him. I don't want to make you sad." The rock in her throat lodged free and guilt swept through her. Even after these months she was still fumbling, making a disaster of what she could and could not say to an 8-year-old. She dropped to one knee in front of him and cupped his face. "I am so sorry, Percival. I should not have said that. I only spoke it as a reminder to myself, not to make you feel bad or to make you question how much I love you." She had never hidden from the boy who she was and how they were connected. That was Rorrick's doing. He had convinced her at his cabin that if she didn't tell Percival the truth of his parents, the boy would always wonder. The truth was better. Laughable now, Rorrick's pious honesty. But in this case, Rorrick had been right. She had never regretted telling Percival the truth and her part in it all. To her shock, the boy had never blamed her for what had happened to his mother. Percival's face eased and he nodded. Yet the guilt still pounded in her mind, refusing to ease. She squeezed her hands to his head. "You are not the sins of your father, Percival. I know that. You are a wonderful boy who will grow to be a fine man, who I will be very proud of. Who I am already very proud of.
So don't go, Auntie Cass.
Her bottom lip slipped under her front teeth for a long moment as she looked at him. Do you know how you are happiest when you are in here reading with Lila?
Yes,
he nodded. Well, I have to go away for a little while to find that very same thing for myself. A place where I can be happy, if it can still exist in some form.
Must you?
Yes. And I will not be gone long. A few weeks, a month at most. You will have Lila and Mrs. Ketling, and your lessons with the tutor you have started, so you will be incredibly busy learning and playing, and of course reading. Those new books should arrive any day now. He nodded again, slow, reluctant, but accepting.
I still will miss you, Auntie.
And I you. She hugged him, and then Cass stood, looking to Lila, still at the table, and then back to Percival.
Now, did Mrs. Getling say she was going to make sweet tarts with Cook?
Percival's eyes lit up. Yes. Why don't you two go check on their progress while I finish gathering my items? The children ran out of the library, running down the hall toward the kitchens. Cass followed them, veering at the stairs to trudge up to the second level and her chambers. Closing the door to her room, she looked at her half-packed valise. The temperatures had been warming steadily in the last weeks, and she eyed her heavy wool cloak hanging on the wall by the fireplace, debating on bringing it with her. She stepped to it, lifting the edge of the cloak, and her gloves fell from a fold. Without thought, she picked them up and set them into the valise before she realized what she was holding. The gloves. The gloves Rorrick had insisted on buying for her in Charleston. Thick and terribly unfashionable. Her fingertips dipped down to them, curling along the soft leather. Warm and comforting, even now. She plucked them out of her valise and set them on the side table. These she needed to leave behind. She needed to get back to the Revelry's Tempest, get back to her life as it was before. It seemed like 1,000 lives ago, what her world had been, managing the gaming house. In a time long before she did more, was more. A woman with boldness in her spirit, determination. A woman of hope. It was that damn hope. Hope had destroyed her time and again, yet she was helpless to refuse it. She hoped far too easily. She loved far too easily. And that had to end. Hope was the thing she needed to squelch from her life, and she would start back at the Revelry's Tempest. Back to what her life had been full with before. The Revelry's Tempest and all it demanded of her. She could have that life. Be that woman once more. It could be that way again. It had to be. Chapter 17. Shall I see you in, milady? Clutching her driver's hand as she stepped down from her carriage, Cass took one look at Rupert's drenched, sagging top hat, getting pummeled by the rain, and she shook her head, taking the umbrella from his hand. By all means, no. Take care of the horses and get yourself out of this cold rain. Kind of you, milady. Rupert winked at her. But the flowers have started, so I'll be happy to be taking the rain, cold or not. I have to agree with you on that count, Rupert. She smiled as she tightened her cloak against her chest, centering herself under the umbrella before she moved, jumping over haphazard puzzles in the mews as Rupert led the horses and coach away to the carriage house. Reaching the rear gate, she flipped open the latch and stepped into the expansive rear gardens of the Revelry's Tempest. She paused, her hand on the gate as she scanned the many neat, orderly flower beds. Buds had started to form on many of the plants, and plenty of new growth, bright green leaves unfurling, soaked up the rain. This area was a dahlia's domain, as the Duchess was a master of the roses and planning the wonder of an oasis like this. Cass guessed that within another 2 weeks the gardens would be offering the first blossoms of their spring display. She pondered a themed night of gaming focusing on the spring flowers. They had held such an evening 2 years ago, and it had been a resounding success. Plus, planning a themed night of gaming was always an extraordinary amount of work, and that would be perfect to occupy her time. Logan had managed the Revelry's Tempest with perfect ease while she was away. That hadn't surprised her. What had surprised her was how relieved he seemed to be to have her back at the Revelry's Tempest. She had thought Logan would be terribly upset with her for leaving to America by herself without telling him, a move so atrociously unsafe she knew he would be irate with her to no end. But whatever he thought of her misguided adventure, he had managed to keep his ire to himself, and for that she was grateful. Cass nodded to herself. A Fresh Blooms event was just what she needed to get everything back in order, back to how it had been before she left. She spun to close the wrought iron gate, and a rush of air hit her, followed by a rush of man. Sopping, the mass of soaked clothing crushed onto the front length of her, arms clasping around her torso and sending cold rain splashing onto her neck, onto her face. Her umbrella flew out of her hand as she was lifted off her toes. Crushed into a soddened black overcoat, she twisted, craning her neck to see upward. Rorrick. Rorrick clasping her against his rock wall of a chest. And he was staring at her, fury and damnation and relief and craving bearing down upon her. His head sank to her, his lips finding hers in the next second, kissing her so hard and so fast she had no room to breathe, no time to react. He yanked his head away, the rain he had sheltered her from suddenly pouring upon her face. In the next instant, he released her, pushing himself away, his breath ragged, seething as his eyes skewered her. "You left me." The 3 words cut through the rain, the rage in them so heated the tip of every nerve in her body spiked. You damn well left me, Cass. Do you know how long it took me to find out where you went? Hell, I even thought Folgard was alive and had come after you. He started to take a step toward her, but then he stopped with a jolt, his foot moving a step back. You left me and I wasn't going to come. He cut his own words off, his lips drawing to a tight line as his head shook. She had struck terror in him. Good. He had no right to his fury, no right at all. Wiping a sheet of rain from her cheek that had dripped from the rim of her bonnet, she stepped toward him, her lip curling. Don't you dare feign outrage, you monster. You have a wife, Rorrick. His head jerked back. What? You have a bloody wife. Her words flung out through gritted teeth. I saw it. I saw you with her in Charleston. Did you not think I would find out? Did you not think I might want a choice in whether or not I was entangled with a married man with a family? Her hand slapped onto her chest. Whether I was the mistress? His hands curled into fists. Whatever you were thinking, you have it all wrong, Cass. Do I? She jumped another step forward, her boots splashing water onto his trousers as she looked up at him, her words hissing. Because I have witnessed the exact scene I saw on that Charleston street by someone who is far more cunning than you. You truly think me that stupid? You didn't think I would find you with your wife, did you? Found me with my wife? What are you talking about? I don't have a wife, Cass. The fury he had arrived with intensified. She slapped his chest, the wet fabric smacking against her palm. Don't you dare try to lie to me now. Not after what I saw in Charleston. I saw you. I saw you with her. I saw the boys, your sons. He exhaled an exasperated growl, his eyes going to the sky. This is madness. What are you talking about, Cass? I saw how she looked at you. Your hands on her, kissing her, how she adored you. I asked a neighbour who she was. Still a punch to her belly. Cass had to swallow a breath, forcing the next words out before she couldn't. Mrs. Trowlson, your wife. Mrs. You have this all wrong, Cass. Leave, Rorrick. Both hands flew up, shoving him in the chest as hard as she could. Get out. Out. Cass, leave. She shoved him again. It is done. I know. Why are you still here? Her mouth clamped shut, her eyes flying up to the storm clouds as she shook her head. A caustic chuckle escaped her lips. The land. The bloody land. The words came out in a bitter whisper. Her look dropped to him, her lip curling. Take your blasted land and leave. I'll sign it over to you. I'll send you the papers. Just leave. There is nothing more to say. His eyes narrowed at her. Why didn't you stay? Why didn't you ask me? Ask you what? I don't have a damn wife, Cass. Her eyes closed and she puffed an exhale into the cold rain. Hell, she was weary. So very weary of this. So very weary of lies that ripped her heart out. She just wanted him gone. Gone from her life. Gone from her memories. Gone from her dreams. She didn't bother to open her eyes to him. Stop the lies, Rorrick. They won't work anymore. You have been waiting for me to fail you since the moment we met. The low rumble of his voice, thunder gathering, made her eyes fly open. Rage, pure and focused at her, vibrated in his blue eyes. Stop your distrust, Cass. Have I not proved to you again and again that you can trust me? Her head tilted back, and raindrops splashed into her eyes. Or tears? She wasn't sure. Either way, she had to wipe them away, her wet kidskin glove tugging across her face. She met his look, not cowing from his storm. Yes, well, I trust, and then I get destroyed, Rorrick. I don't see how this is any different. It's different because it's me, Cass. Me. He leaned slightly forward, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. I am the man that saved you on that damn ship, that held you against the cold, that took a bullet for you, that found the salvation you needed just so you could have peace. The man that took you in that cabin, and from that moment, I would have died 1,000 times over for you. He paused, his head dropping as he drew in a ragged breath. His eyes lifted to her. It's different because it's me. He shook his head slightly and turned, moving toward the rear entrance. At the gate to the mews, he paused and turned back to her. When you figure that out, come find me. For one long moment, his gaze pierced her. She had seen the warrior in him before with Folgart, but it was nothing compared to the ferocity in his eyes now. Then he had been fighting for their lives. Now he was fighting for her. For her. She blinked. He was gone. I did not expect this. Cass jumped in her chair, looking up from the ledger in front of her, from the rows of numbers that she hadn't managed to see for the past hour. The Duchess walked into the office at the rear of the Revelry's Tempest ballroom, her green eyes concerned, her head angled to the side as she tucked a rogue strand of her red-blonde hair into her loose upsweep. Expect what, Ada? The complete despair you are sitting in. I thought you were excited to get back to life here at the Revelry's Tempest. Cass glanced down at the open ledger. The numbers in the columns had been smudged, illegible from her tears falling on the ink. She quickly picked up the ledger, slapping it closed before Adalia could see the mess she'd made of the accounting. Violet was the one that would throw a fit if she saw what happened to the ledgers, but neither did Cass want Adalia to witness her shame. Adalia's right eyebrow lifted, and she scooted around the chair in front of the desk and sat. Are you to tell me? Cass attempted to shove down the sob that had been stuck in her throat for the last half hour. It fought, ripping her neck from the inside out. Tell you what? Whatever has made you make a mess of those numbers in that ledger? Adalia motioned with her head to the leather-bound book on the far edge of the desk. I did see. Of course she had. Cass sighed. And you are not dizzy from the sight? I am dizzy more from seeing you in this state. What has happened? Cass looked to her friend, both wanting words to form and not wanting to speak at all.
Rorrick is here. Adalia's head snapped back. She absorbed the news, her face twisting in disgust. Adalia and Violet knew everything that had happened in America. She shook her head, her eyes going wide as she looked at Cass. Rorrick? Lord Vanterstyle is here in London. A brutal smile lifted her lips. Excellent. I have been looking forward to cutting him direct in public. Violet is as well. We have been planning the moment for maximum impact. Here, as in here in your back gardens an hour ago. Adalia's hand slapped onto the desk. Wait, he came here? Here to see you? Cass nodded. The knave. Cass nodded with a shrug. What did he say? Clearly it has put you in straits. Adalia groaned. The spectacle of a cut is not nearly good enough for the bastard. I have a mind to go after him directly. What is his business? Shipping? Surely if we involve Torrin and my brother, we can ruin much of his business. I think— Stop! Cass's hand flew up. Before you start constructing his downfall, he— Adalia leaned forward, her hands clasping the edge of the desk. He what? He says he's not married. Not married? But you saw his wife. You verified it was her. I know I did. I don't understand what is going on. What did he say? He was angry. Brutally infuriated that I had left him in Charleston without a word, without a trail. And I told him I knew, that I saw him with his wife. Cass closed her eyes, a weary sigh escaping. And then he claimed he had no wife. Directly. Do you believe him? Cass's eyes were at a complete loss as she opened them to Adalia. Adalia's fingers rubbed along the edge of the desk, stilling as her forefingers entwined. You want to hope he is telling the truth, but you aren't letting yourself dare it. Cass exhaled, sinking back into her chair. Exactly. She hadn't wanted to admit it to herself. Hadn't wanted to be weak, to hope for more. She had no room left for hope in her heart. Her head heavy, she nodded to Adalia. Adalia's lips pursed. For long seconds she stared at Cass, not saying a word. Her mouth opened twice in false starts, only to be silenced as her lips clamped shut. On the third try, words formed. Adalia's voice soft, comforting even as she echoed from the past all the hurt Cass had endured in her life, like only a true friend could. Cass, I know what has happened to you. Percival, his mistress, Franco, his wife. She paused, her chest lifting in a deep breath. I know the torment. It has crushed my heart to see you in pain all those times. No one owns more just cause to close off her heart than you. Adalia's hands on the desk flattened, stretching, her fingernails digging into the wood. But do you know that is the very thing that makes you extraordinary? It is your hope, your optimism, your belief in others, in us. Her hand lifted, swirling in the air. We have done all of this, the Revelry's Tempest, because you have believed in us, because you hoped and you were optimistic and you don't give up on us. Violet is the genius with numbers. I am the creative. And you are the quiet heart of the Revelry's Tempest, of our friendship. You always have been. Everything we've accomplished, it has been because of your belief in us for all those times that our own belief wavered. Adalia leaned forward further, her chest bumping into the desk, her voice earnest, vibrating in vehemence. So I don't want you to lose that, to lose your hope. It is selfish, but I need it. Violet needs it. Logan needs it. Those two children, Percival and Lila, need it. The world needs it. Cass drew a quivering breath. And if I am wrong to hope, then I get to plot out my destruction of the man unencumbered by your interference. The side of Adalia's mouth lifted in a half grin. Cass chuckled. Adalia's green eyes went serious. But more importantly, Cass, what if you are right to hope?
Chapter 18. Cass had visited Violet countless times in the library of the Alton townhouse, but never had she paused at the threshold, terrified to touch the door handle. Violet stood at the end of the hallway watching her like a hawk, her fingers swishing by her mauve skirts, urging her to go inside. Her friend was not bashful. Whereas Violet's husband had taken the nonchalant course, Theo had executed his part of the plan and had excused himself to his study. Violet had not. Violet was not going to allow Cass even a breath to compose herself, nor was her friend going to allow Cass to run out of the townhouse a coward. Cass stared at the door, her eyes centered on the brass knob. She had asked for this. She drew in a deep breath. She had to take this chance. Of all the chances in her life, of all the risks, this was the one she least wanted to do, yet the one she most needed to dare. Trembling, her fingers lifted to the doorknob. She pushed the door open gently, slipping inside and closing it behind her before she could bear to look up. Cass. Damn. She had wanted one moment, just one tiny moment to see him from behind, from the side. One moment to center her mind, to prepare herself, to be able to see him and not have the air around him sweep her into his space. She lifted her eyes to him, her breath catching in her throat. Rorrick stood, frozen, far across the library, his body facing toward the high case of ancient tomes that neatly lined the shelves opposite the fireplace. His left hand clutched a short tumbler of brandy, his knuckles turning white. A black coat of the finest cut stretched across his shoulders, crisp, the lines impeccable. His dark waistcoat, his trousers, shirt, cravat, the whole of him stood just as he was the first time she'd met him. He was dressed for London again, dressed for the cool civility of it. He cleared his throat. I thought I was here for a tongue-lashing from Lady Alton. Cass looked over her shoulder at the door. I am surprised Violet didn't fit that in before I arrived. A mercy. Cass's head dipped, her chin touching her shoulder. She couldn't look at him. Not yet. You don't know what it has taken for me to come here, Rorrick. I swore I would never allow myself this vulnerability again. I know. His words were a whisper. I know, Cass. Slowly, she lifted her head and forced her gaze to him, her voice raw. I don't want you to tear my heart out, Rorrick, to take away the last of my ability to hope. His eyelids slipped closed with her words, the breath he inhaled shaking his whole body. He opened his eyes, his look piercing her. Cass, so tell me. Make me believe. Her right hand curled into a fist, her fingernails cutting into her palm. I don't know if I can chance this, but I need you, Rorrick. So make me believe. She's not my wife. You said that. His body suddenly unfreezing, he turned fully toward her. But he kept his distance. Far, far away. Those aren't my boys, though I think of them as such. Her brow furrowed as she waded through his words. Is this something I don't understand about America? Marriage by habit and repute? Polygamy? Divorce? No, none of that, Cass. They are my family, but not how you're thinking. The woman you must have seen is Mary, and she was Johnny's wife. She's not remarried, so she is still Mrs. Trowlson. Johnny's wife? Your brother? Her voice cracked as all feeling left her body and she sank to her heels, catching herself on the ground with her hands on either side of her, her back flat against the door. Her head dipped as she tried to drag a ragged breath into her lungs. She looked up at him, unable to make a sound.
Johnny left her and the boys years ago, and then refused to acknowledge them, though there was never a divorce. And not only did Johnny desert them, he left them deep in debt, and I've been taking care of them ever since. Mary contacted me after he disappeared.
But you kissed her.
She's my sister-in-law, Cass. I don't know what you saw, but I have never kissed her but on the cheek. Those boys are my nephews.
Cass's jaw dropped, the implications of Rorrick's words rolling through her mind. But if those are his boys, Rorrick nodded,
Frederick and Thomas, they are the rightful heirs to the Vanderstyle title and estate. But Mary doesn't want that for them just yet. She is extremely protective of the boys, and after how Johnny left her, she didn't want this life for them, especially if the estate is debt-ridden. She wants them to grow up in America, and most importantly, she doesn't want them to become their father.
But the title... So you...
A weak half-smile curved the side of his face, his right eyebrow arching. I am keeping it warm, so to speak, and I am ensuring that it is safe, that the boys are safe. I don't trust the Vanderstyle cousins. I am quite positive they had something to do with Johnny's death. But above all, I could not have Mary and the boys inheriting my brother's mess again. They are my family, and I witnessed once how Johnny destroyed Mary. I'll not see it happen again. So I'm determined to right the estate so that when Frederick wants to take his rightful title, he can do so and it will not be a debt-ridden burden. It is why I needed the land.
Cass's head dipped forward, and she stared at the bright blue scallop border of the Axminster carpet centering the floor. After a long moment, she pushed herself up from the floor, her hands trailing up the door as she regained her feet and locked her knees. When she looked to Rorrick, he had not moved a muscle. He stood staring at her across the distance, waiting for her. How do the solicitors at the Vanderstyle estate not know about this?
Johnny lied to them from the first. He never admitted to having a wife and sons. He lied about a lot of things. He lied to make his life how he wanted it to be, not how it was.
But how... Why is this your responsibility, Rorrick?
We don't always get the choice about what we're responsible for, Cass. His look bored into her. You know that. Her lips drew inward. He took the smallest step toward her. Just one. I have been cleaning up after my brother since that gold mine tore us apart, Cass. And then Johnny died and I never got to talk to him. Never got to reconcile what was wrong between us.
And you never thought to tell me all of this?
Of course I did. I thought about it 100 times a day, but I couldn't tell you. I can't tell anyone. It's not my secret to share. I swore to Mary no one would ever know of her and the boys' existence until she was ready. Until the boys were ready. Until they were grown and men of their own, and it was their decision whether they wanted this. He took 2 steps toward her. It was why I wanted you to meet Mary. Why I wanted you to meet me on Trad Street. I needed her permission to tell you the truth, and I had convinced her to meet you. She wanted to talk to you, to know you before she allowed me leave to tell you who they are. He glanced down at the tumbler in his hand. But it was her choice to make, not mine, and I was bound by that, for my nephew's sake.
All of this?
Cass's arm swung in a wide swoop as her voice pitched higher, outrage taking hold of her body as the enormity of what he had hidden from her sank in.
So every day you were lying to me. You were living a lie and you weren't going to tell me. Ever. After you asked me to marry you? Ever? You hypocrite. Honesty is what you live by, but you do this?
Cass. The word tended to a growl and he spun from her, turning to the sideboard and stalking over to it. He set his tumbler of brandy down and paused, hunched for a long moment with his thick hands gripping the smooth edge of the sideboard. Finally, after long moments of seething to himself, he pushed away from the sideboard and turned to her, his voice defeated. You are right, Cass. I am a hypocrite. He stopped,
his hand running over his eyes as he shook his head. His hand dropped to his side.
He raised me, Cass. Johnny made me who I am.
She took a step toward him, the ire in her voice not dissipating in the slightest. And what do you owe him for that? Your future? Why is it that you were willing to throw away everything? Me, for him, for a dead man?
I wasn't about to toss you aside, Cass.
No, just lie to me. He heaved a sigh.
There is no reason for my loyalty to him. It doesn't make sense, I know. But there is a bond there that I will never be able to break. All the bad between us, yet it just is.
His fingers ran across the slight scruff along his jaw.
And Johnny's sons, they don't deserve his legacy. They deserve a legacy they can be proud of. A legacy that doesn't hold them down. A legacy that allows them to be honorable men.
Her head snapped back. But if Mary wasn't going to allow you to tell me, what then? Were you going to leave me? Or were you going to lie to me our entire lives? Lie to our children? Or just until 20 years from now when your nephew showed up and you handed him the title?
No.
His bark filled the room.
No, Cass, I would have convinced her regardless. I did convince her regardless.
Her eyes narrowed at him. How?
She saw. Mary witnessed what happened to me when you disappeared. The manic terror I was in. She gave me her blessing to tell you, and only you, the truth.
Cass stilled. You have told no one else?
No.
He took a step toward her.
You have our future in your hands, Cass. It is your choice to do with the truth what you will. It is your choice to do with me what you will.
Rorrick.
But before you decide anything, you need to know that I need you, Cass. That I love you. That the moment I realized you left me in Charleston almost killed me. And as furious as I am with you for that, I still want you more than ever. More than yesterday, more than the day before. And that is not going to change. Ever.
She held her feet in place for longer than she thought she could. For as much as she wanted to run across the room to him, she held fast. She had to see it in his face. See it in his eyes. She stared at him, the silence thick between them, only the echo of his words in her ears. His blue eyes, always so astute, held her look, held hard under her scrutiny. There was the anger, the disappointment in his eyes, but also determination that she believe him, for the one thing that burned brighter in his eyes than anything else was love. Tortured love, yes, but love. That had not disappeared. She had fallen for lies time and again in her life, but Rorrick, he was the truth. He always had been. Her feet started moving before her mind realized where she was headed. By the time Cass reached him, her head had caught up and she pummeled into him, full force. Leaping onto him, he barely caught her. It didn't matter, so secure was her grip on him, her arms stretching around his neck, her legs wrapping around his torso as she flattened herself onto him. He laughed as he stumbled to gain his balance. Once he had their weight under control, his hand flew up, clasping the back of her head as he kissed her brutally, all of the anger and fear and love that had been denied the past months melding onto his lips. His face pulled away.
Tell me. Swear to me from this moment on, everything that has happened has happened. We start anew. We start fresh. There are no more secrets between us.
Rorrick, he kissed her, interrupting her words.
And you, Cass, swear it to me.
Secrets. Part of her crumpled inside, but she squashed it down, ignoring it. She wanted this too much. She needed this too much. She met his eyes and nodded. Past is past. His lips found hers again. With his right hand under her backside, he spun and took 3 strides to the wall by the marble fireplace. Her back slammed into the mahogany wainscoting, instant support for them. Wedged against the wall, her hands joined his as they dove downward, freeing him from his trousers and pulling her skirts up in a squall of frantic fingers and buttons and fabric.
Rorrick's mouth landed on her neck, devouring, scouring for every inch of her skin as words growled from his belly. "It has been too long, Cass." Yes. One word. One word was all she could conjure. One word for everything. "We're going to violate Lady Alton's library." Yes. Lifting his head from her neck, he found her eyes and locked his gaze with hers. No words, no seconds, no breath. He slammed into her, filling her deep, the pulsating of his shaft tearing through her body and almost instantly sending her over the edge. But he would not let her bow so easily. He propped her up, holding her to the wall as he pulled from her. Her breath left her. All she could do was writhe, her hips ferocious, begging for him, her heels digging into his backside. He didn't make her wait, but a breath, crashing into her again, and again, and again. The primitive assault against the wall, fast and hard and savage, pushed her past everything her body could take and more, and she came, exploding, her teeth deep into his shoulder to swallow her scream. His body mirrored hers, and a violent shudder engulfed him. It sent him weak against her, his weight crushing into the wainscoting. Weight she would gladly take. The waves consumed them, brutal and ravaging, his cock throbbing deep within her and reacting to each and every rush overtaking her body. Spent, both of them in a raging flurry of reclamation. He caught his breath first, a solid exhale spilling from his lips in a low groan. A satisfied groan. An unabashed groan. His hands went under her backside and he lifted her slightly so his weight was no longer crushing her. He straightened to look at her face and then leaned down, kissing her on the nose. "You are the first one, Cass." "The first what?" A grin lifted the edges of his lips. "The first woman to come after me." She chuckled. "Rorrick, you would have 1,000 women chasing after you, if only you would let them. I only want one, Foxfire. One. It had better be me." A laugh shook his chest as his head dipped down, his lips meeting hers, rough and demanding like the land he was born of. The land that made him. The land that created the one man strong enough to shatter her cliffs. She found herself breathless once again as he pulled away. His blue eyes searched her face. "Truly, Cass, are you at peace with being the viscountess for only a few years?" She smiled, her hands around his neck, curling into his brown hair. "As long as I am Mrs. Trowlson for forever, I care not a whit about the rest." Chapter 19. Cass slipped into the lower drawing-room of the Revelry's Tempest, shuffling papers into her left hand, and then clicking the door closed behind her back. Her breath caught in her throat. Rorrick was sitting just as he was the first time they met, his right arm draped along the back of the Kissing Swan settee. The sound of the closing door turned his head and his eyes lit up when he saw her. He was to his feet in an instant, walking to her with concern etching his brow. "What is this? Are we not getting married in an hour?" "Yes, which is why I am not in my dress yet, as you arrived earlier than I thought you would." With her free hand, she tugged together the overlapping of her silk robe along her chest. "I think I left a stream of red faces at the sight of me walking through the house in my wrapper. There are quite a few servants still scurrying about, busy preparing for the event." Her hand lifted, running along the crisp lapel of his dark tailcoat. "You look incredibly handsome." The compliment sent a wicked smile onto his lips. "You realize your carefully crafted upsweep is in grave danger of ruin from my fingers running through it with you walking in here dressed only in this." He glanced down to the line of skin on her chest that had just appeared from the collar of her robe slipping. "So what was so important that you needed to come down here and risk complete disgrace for?" "I wanted to take care of one piece of business before we marry." "Business." His smile grew absurdly lascivious as he wrapped his arms around her. Shall I lock the door?
She lifted her left hand, swatting his chest with the papers in her hand. Do not entice me so. The clergyman is upstairs in the ballroom. She wiggled out of his arms and walked to the delicate rosewood secretary against the inner wall of the room, then set the papers down next to the inkwell. It is the deed to the Vanderstyle land. I need to sign it over to you before I sign the rest of the papers upstairs. The Duke just brought them with his solicitor. Rorrick chuckled. A bargain is a bargain, and you're not letting me get out of it, are you? Picking up a quill, she smiled, looking back at him. Exactly. I pay my debts, and I don't want you claiming I never held up my end of our original agreement. She turned back to the desk, dipping the tip of the quill in the inkwell. As for the rest of my holdings, I know what you are trying to prove with this. She set the tip to rest on the edge of the inkwell, and then glanced back at him. And I do not need to do it. I don't need to sign the papers. I trust you unequivocally, Rorrick, and it is the way here in England. My estate becomes yours the moment we are wed. So I am accepting of the obligation. Just because you accept it doesn't mean I have to. He moved across the room, smiling as he slid his body behind hers, his hands flattening along her hips. Setting his mouth next to her ear, his lips brushed her skin. And I trust that if I ever lose my fortune, you will be able to take care of me in the finest fashion. She chuckled, glancing over her shoulder at him. The finest? Absolutely. You know of my atrociously bombastic inclinations. She shook her head, the grin that had been permanent on her face for the last day not wavering. Her attention went back onto the paper before her, and she set ink to paper, signing the Vanderstyle land over to Rorrick. His fingers starting to dip inward along her hips, she plunked the quill into its holder and then spun in his arms before she lost all ability to resist him. His dark blue eyes centered on her. I will only feel relief once you sign the rest of the papers, Cass. If anything, your estate becomes added security for us should we ever need it. Then I will sign them, she nodded. It was creative of you to think to move my holdings, transferring them to a trust under my name with the Duke as the administrator. There is always a way around every complication. Rorrick smiled, his hands slipping down the smooth silk of her robe to span her backside. Escape. She needed to escape before she truly did lift her skirts not an hour before her wedding. You, Mr. Trowlson, need to cease enticing me. You can wait. Can I? Yes. Her voice stern, she grabbed his wrists, pulling his arms wide as she stepped to the side. What if I promise to excuse myself directly after the ceremony and make my way to the private gaming room? Third from the stairs, above? What will that accomplish? A mischievous smile lifted her lips. After an appropriate minute or two, you will excuse yourself to check on me. A gaming room. There is a table. There are chairs. There is a floor. There are walls. She dropped his wrist to point at him, swinging her finger in a circle. If it keeps your hands at bay now, then there is anything you want in that room as reward. And only one thing I need. He leaned down to kiss her, and she jumped to the left, dodging him. If he kissed her, she was done for, and they both knew it. Before the meal. His look pinned her, debating on allowing her to escape. She grinned. Absolutely before the meal. He chuckled. Minx. She started to the door, a minx presenting herself to the clergyman with as much virtue as she can muster. He laughed, and she opened the door, ready to escape. Just as she stepped into the front foyer, her slippers soft on the marble floor, Logan appeared in the corridor from the back of the townhouse. His face held a hint of a smile as greeting. Cass froze in place. She had seen Logan every day since she had been back at the Revelry's Tempest, but never with Rorrick only a few steps away. That her movement had so abruptly stopped drew Rorrick out into the foyer. Cass? He looked past her, seeing Logan. The slight smile on Logan's face vanished, and he visibly paled in front of her. In the next breath, he shook himself and stepped toward her and Rorrick, his mouth set in a grim line. No, 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 no. Cass instantly recognized Logan's intention. Logan wasn't about to go forth without acknowledging it. No. She hopped to her side, blocking Logan's path to Rorrick. Logan's steely gaze dropped to her, his eyebrow cocking as he stepped around her, planting himself in front of Rorrick. His head dipped in respect. Lord Vanderstyle, I am Logan Lippenstein, and I must extend my deepest apologies to you and your family. Cass turned on her heel, the world slowing, the foyer spinning, dipping in and out of focus around her. Logan's movements, his words seemed sluggish, like she could almost reach out and snatch them from the air. But she couldn't. She couldn't stop this no matter how hard she tried. A smile eased onto Rorrick's face. You were Logan, the head guard. I understand your contribution to the Revelry's Tempest over the years is lauded. Rorrick looked to Cass. My bride depends a great deal upon you. His gaze travelled back to Logan. But I am afraid I am at a loss. What is there to apologize for? My aim faltered. Logan's words did not waver, direct as always. I meant to hit his arm with the bullet, not his chest. He moved, and my aim did not. Rorrick's eyes collapsed together, his eyes narrowing at Logan. What the hell are you talking about? Cass reached out, grabbing Rorrick's upper arm, both to calm him and to steady herself. Logan's brow furrowed as he glanced at Cass. He looked back to Rorrick. You don't know? Know what, man? Your brother, Lord Vanderstyle. Logan's jaw set into a steely line. His arm was flailing. He was threatening my man. I did not want him to misfire and hit an innocent. It was my bullet that killed him in that duel. The duel? Rorrick staggered a step backward. That was you? Logan nodded. Before she could say a word, before she could tighten her grip on his arm, Rorrick attacked, leaping at Logan, his clenched hand flying through the air. The wild fist pummeled Logan backward, but Rorrick stayed with him, grabbing Logan's coat and not letting him escape. 3 more hits Logan took without fighting back, before Cass managed to get herself in position to snatch Rorrick's upper arm. His elbow flew back, slamming into her temple, but her hands were already in motion, and she managed to wrap her fingers around Rorrick's swinging arm, even as her head snapped backward from the blow. Rorrick spun, roaring, drowning out her grunt of pain, but she didn't let go of his arm. Couldn't let go. He shook his arm, pulling her off the ground, trying to free himself from her grip. Stop, Rorrick! Just stop! Cass screamed, trying to cut through the firestorm of fury Rorrick had become. Stop! Stop! Logan doesn't deserve this! Rorrick, stop! He doesn't deserve this! Spinning, Rorrick's enraged look landed on her face, and he stilled for one breath. Cass? His face transformed from wrath to disbelief to pure, brutal rage. Ignoring what was transpiring on his face, Cass jumped at the moment where he wasn't swinging, and her feet scurried backward, tugging him into the drawing room. He walked forward, more allowing her to drag him than actually being pulled by her puny weight. Once she got Rorrick to the middle of the drawing room, she dropped his arm, rushing to the door. Logan was already at the threshold. Cass, I can't leave you alone with him. Her look whipped to Logan. Stop! Just stop, Logan, I can handle this. She slammed the door in his face. The crash of the door ringing in her ears, she stilled. Leaning forward, her forehead clunked onto the door as she attempted to get a solid breath into her lungs. It took too long. Harsh footsteps cut across the floorboards, and in an instant, Rorrick's body landed behind her, hulking and swallowing her space. Why are you defending that bastard? Rorrick's voice dipped to savage depths, as deadly as she had ever heard him. What the hell is this loyalty between the two of you? She shook her head, not able to turn to him. Nothing. That wasn't nothing, Cass.
I just find out that bastard killed Johnny, and all you can tell me is nothing? She clamped her mouth shut, trying to flatten herself to the door. His hands pounded onto the wood on either side of her head. Damn it, Cass, if you don't tell me, I leave. Her head swung back and forth, her forehead rubbing into the grain of the wood. Rorrick. The one word escaped, a broken, begging whisper. Cass! There was no mercy in his voice, only demand. A cold, harsh moment of reckoning. Every exhale that left his lips a hot fire consuming the back of her neck. Every twitch of his muscles, a spike through the air sending chills along her spine. His hands, his arms trapped her against the door. She couldn't deny this any longer. Couldn't deny it happened. Couldn't deny that Rorrick had to know the truth. Air wouldn't move into her lungs, so she didn't even attempt to gasp for breath. She just closed her eyes and opened her mouth. Logan, he's not to blame for the duel. The entirety of Rorrick's body twitched behind her, near to exploding. Why the hell not? He killed my brother, Cass. Killed Johnny in cold blood. He just admitted to it. Yes! She spun, her yell propelling her around to face him. A yell that held nothing back. And he did it for me! Rorrick stilled, his gaze skewering her. Did it for you? She met his eyes, letting his judgment burn through her. The duel. I was the cause of it, Rorrick. You. Your brother, he... Her look dipped to Rorrick's chest. As much as she wanted to face him on this, she just as badly wanted to sink into the floor and disappear. Johnny. One night, he took his advances too far here. It was after we closed our doors for the evening. Your brother had somehow managed to stay behind after the floors were cleared, and I was in my office, and he found me in there alone, and... Her breath shook in her chest, cutting her words. She drew her lips inward, shook her head, and then rushed on. Logan was one of the last guards left at the Revelry's Tempest. He was the one that heard my cries. He was the one that got to me in time. My brother. Her eyes flew up to him. I swear, I never tried to mislead him, Rorrick. I never. I was nice, that was all. I talked to him when no one else would. Rorrick's right hand slammed into the door by her head. Damn it, Johnny! She cringed, her body curling into itself. His hand slammed into the door again. And you've known this the whole blasted time? You never told me, Cass? He slammed his hand again onto the door, this time pushing off as he did it, stomping far away from her. Far, far away from her. His hand ran through his hair, his fingers landing on his neck as he stared at the ceiling. And you lied to me about it. Hell, you said you didn't know. His look whipped to her. They closed ranks amongst themselves. The Tarn, the peerage. You are an outsider. Your exact words, Cass. His words slid through gritted teeth. She blinked hard, the misdirection that had been so easy to her lips on the ship to America flooding her mind. Misdirection. A holding of the truth. A lie, all of it. She had lied. She had lied about the most important thing to him, and more than anything, Rorrick despised lies, had no margin for them in his life. Her head began to shake. I never meant to lie. By the time I knew you, truly knew you, could trust you, it was too late. I was the cause of your brother's death, and I knew you would be looking at me like you are now, and I could not handle that. Your repulsion, your hatred. His head shook, his lip turning into a sneer. Were you ever going to tell me, Cass? Her voice faltered, her head dropping forward. I don't know. He stomped across the room to her, reaching past her waist to the doorknob. I can't be around you, Cass, not now. He yanked the door open, sending her stumbling. 3 steps to the front door, and he was gone. Her body shaking, she stood behind the door, staring at the settee.
It would only be a short stumble to reach it, but she couldn't lift her feet. Couldn't move for the trembles racking her muscles. The settee was not for her, not with her weak knees. She sank, collapsing to the floor, wedged between the wall and the door, disbelief racking her body, tears blinding her. She had carried that lie for so long, refused to acknowledge that lie for so long that it had disappeared like it had never happened. But it had, and now she had lost everything. Chapter 20. Thwack. He hadn't anticipated the thwack on his head when he'd heard the scuffle at his front door. The sting of it caught him off guard and sent him spinning as he jumped to his feet, the whiskey in his glass splattering onto his boots. "You left her? Why would you be such an ass?" Lady Alton stood in his study behind his wing-back chair, her hands on her hips, her look piercing him. Rorrick searched about the room and then to the open door. The thwack on his skull had been so hard he was sure it had been a man's hand. "Where is your husband, Lady Alton?" "He is on his way in, having been sidetracked by your butler. But I was not standing for a minute longer than necessary when you needed to be rightly swatted." It had been her. Alton he could have hit, but not so Violet. His hand curled, clasping to his side as he considered the ramifications of throwing her out of his house. "I explicitly told Gregors not to answer the door for anyone. Yes, well, he made the mistake of looking out the window when we knocked." Violet tugged off her gloves, twisting them in her hands as she glared at him. "How could you do this, Rorrick? How? What?" "What?" She scoffed a chuckle. "You know very well what. You left Cass, and she thinks the whole episode with your wretched brother. Take care on where your tongue goes when it speaks of my brother, Violet." She waved her gloves in the air. "Cass thinks the duel was her fault." His head snapped back. What? "She has always believed it was her fault. Your brother's blood on her hands." Lord Alton stepped into the library with a nod to Rorrick. He closed the door behind him. Violet glanced over her shoulder at her husband, and then her look returned to Rorrick, pinning him. "I refuse to curb my tongue where your brother is concerned, Rorrick. I understand your loyalty to him, but your brother was an ass of the highest order. He was the one that attacked Cass. He was the one that tried to force himself upon her, yet she blames herself for the whole of it." "No, yes. No matter how Adalia and I have attempted to convince her otherwise. It was not her fault. Cass never once implied or bandied about with your brother's attentions. She was always cordial and professional with him. Never did she insinuate there could be more, but your brother thought to take it upon himself what was not offered." Rorrick shook his head, his look landing on the flickering flames of the fire. "Damn Johnny. Damn him." "What?" Violet stepped around the wing-back chair, planting herself in front of him. "Do you not believe me?" A flame flicked high, cracking. Why was he battling this, battling the truth? He knew who his brother was better than anyone. He tore his eyes away from the fire, looking first to Alton. The man stood attentive. A quiet support, but smart enough to keep his mouth closed. He knew his wife could handle this. Rorrick's gaze dipped, settling on Violet. "No, I do. I do believe you as much as it pains me to say so." She inclined her head, the scold on her face easing slightly. Yet her violet blue eyes pinned him, challenging him. "So how much does it pain you to know Cass is now wallowing in her guilt, in the grief that you left her in?" "I didn't leave her." Violet's hands went back to her hips, the fabric of her blue muslin dress tugging against her babe-swollen belly. Her look hardened once more. "You did." "No, I just had to breathe, away from her." He ran his fingers through his hair, his palm landing on the back of his neck. "She lied. Yes, she did. She didn't tell you all she knew." Violet's head tilted to the side, the irate creases in her brow deepening. "And I ask you, so what? So what if she lied? She shouldn't have. Think, Rorrick. Think." The tips of Violet's fingers tapped her temple. "Do you think she was aching to tell you about how your brother near forced himself upon her? Would that have been an easy thing to chat about? Should she have brought up the topic the first time you met? The second? When would have been the proper time? Especially when your brother is dead." Her hands started to twist her gloves again. "Maybe Cass didn't want you to think less of him. Maybe she was protecting you from the knowledge that he would stoop to such a heinous act." She took a step closer, her voice vibrating with intensity. "Maybe she was thinking of you and only you when she lied, when she didn't tell you what had transpired." Rorrick's head dropped, his chest tightening. Every single word Violet uttered was truth. Truth he didn't want to hear, didn't want to acknowledge. Truth he fought against even though he was an idiot for doing so. An idiot. Why was he fighting so hard to make his brother into something he wasn't? Fighting to make Johnny into who Rorrick always wanted him to be, needed him to be. Johnny was dead, and his history could not be changed. But the present could be changed. His head snapped up. I have made a grievous error." Violet's eyelids flickered, surprise sending her jaw askew. I did not expect you to admit to the mistake so quickly." "I don't care for lies." Rorrick paused and then swallowed the last mouthful of whiskey still in his glass. He stepped to the mantel, setting the empty tumbler atop, before turning back to Violet. "Especially lies I tell myself. And this would be one. You were right, Violet. My brother was not a good man." His head shook. "And Cass, she is a diamond, the kindest, most generous, most tender-hearted person I know." "Yes." A hard glint flashed in Violet's eyes. "And you left her." "Yes." He stared at Violet. "And you also hit her." He blinked hard. "I what?" "She has a lump on the side of her head." Violet tapped her forehead right above her right eyebrow. "She does not blame you. She said she got in the way of your elbow. But I blame you." His gut clenched, sinking. "She does? I... He had only seen red in those moments in the foyer. Only red, only fury. Only the man that killed his brother. The instant that his arm had swung back and his elbow had hit something solid flashed in his mind. Cass's skull. His hand went to his eyes, rubbing the bleariness from them. Rubbing the stupidity from them. Hell. Exactly. Violet nodded. "So what are you waiting for, Lord Vanderstyre?" Rorrick found Cass sitting alone in one of the private upper gaming rooms. His head poking into the room, he searched her profile, noting the slight swelling next to her right temple. The skin tinged pink, he could almost feel the throbbing of it in his own veins. Through puffy eyes, her vacant stare was on the purple velvet of the gaming table, her hands limp in her lap. She still wore the thin silk robe she had been in hours ago. Body and soul, she was limp, wasted. He had done that. He'd done all of this to her. He stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. At the sound, her eyes lifted, travelling to him slowly. For a long moment she stared at him blankly, only the slightest flicker of recognition in her eyes. Rorrick. His name exhaled from her lips, weary, defeated. "I cannot take any more. Please, no more. I have nothing left. Please just leave." He saw it then, what was amiss about her dull eyes. Hope had vanished. The light always burning in her golden brown eyes, no matter the circumstances, had been snuffed out. Broken. After everything, this was the thing that broke her.
"What are you doing in here, Cass?" His voice cautious, he stayed by the door. "Deciding." "Deciding what?" "Deciding what is next. The ocean is nice. I may go there. Take Percival and Nyla with me. I do love those two. The ocean. I am not meant to be around people, Rorrick, and I am so weary of trying, of forcing myself to be someone I'm not. Violet, Adalia, I love them and I have always wanted to be like them, but I am not. How they managed the Revelry's Tempest, how their lives have gone, mine never will. I am not them. I have to accept that. So I have to move on from here, from society, from wanting things I will never have. He closed his eyes, his chest tightening. That he had done this to her. In all that she had suffered and survived, nothing had been able to extinguish her hope. Nothing but him walking out on her. In just those few moments, hours ago, he had wounded her, failed her, more than he realized he ever could. And his muscles twitched, aching to back himself out the door, to back up time. But the past he could not erase. Complication. So he needed to move forward, and there was only one way to do that. Start in the dark and work toward the light. You lied to me, Cass. I did. She nodded, her reply immediate and flat. That is all you can say? Yes, I did lie. Her look drifted down to the wide, round gaming table, her voice wooden. I cannot even apologize for it because I would do it again, Rorrick. I would lie to you because I am weak, because I don't hold honor sacred, because I would have lost you instantly with the truth, but as long as I could hold the secret, I could hold you. So yes, I did lie. Right or wrong, that was where my choice lived. He inhaled sharply, her words so raw in their truth he had to take a long moment to collect his whirlwind of thoughts. His chin dipped to his chest. 3 deep breaths. His face lifted, his look centering on her. Johnny's death wasn't your fault, Cass. Her gaze drifted from the table to him. Now who is lying? My brother was not a good man, Cass. I know that. I've always known it. And I didn't react as I should have earlier. For that I am sorry. For those moments when you believed my brother was more important to me than you. Especially after what he did to you. His left hand curled into a fist. I would have killed him myself for that. A surge of fire shot through his veins, making him take a long stride toward her. So to blame yourself for Johnny's depravity is pure madness, Cass. My brother was the one to attack you. My brother picked up a pistol in his own hand to shoot at a man. My brother didn't know how to stop his own blasted idiocy. And whatever justice was delivered, it was justice the fates had decided upon. You did not kill him, willingly or unwillingly. The tip of her head leaned to the side, her eyes closing. Whether she believed him or not, or would ever believe him on that score, he could not discern. Cass. You ripped my heart out, Rorrick. Her closed eyes squinted hard, refusing to open. I did. He took another step toward her. And it is that heart that I no longer have to give for this. Her broken words made his steps falter, but falter only for a moment. 3 more steps and he was to her side, looking down at her, his fingers aching to touch her, to grab her. Then I will take your mind, Cass, or your body or your soul, whatever part of you can give me, I will take. I will take anything because I love you completely. He sank, dropping to his knees by her side. Let me carry this burden. I have enough hope for the 2 of us that your heart will follow, that someday your heart will heal and be full, and it will give everything to us. For you, for us, I will hope, Cass. I will hope because you, a life with you, a family with you, is worth it. Her eyes cracked open, her look flickering to him. You don't hope, Rorrick. I do now. He lifted his hand, the tips of his fingers going lightly to the bump on her forehead. I am so sorry for this. His fingers drifted down along her cheek, dropping to land on her bare chest. His hand flattened, sliding under the edge of her wrap until his palm covered her heart. The beat of it, rapid, hard, wild, buoyed him like nothing else. She thought her heart was done. He could feel it wasn't. I am sorry for this, Foxfire, and I will never give your heart another reason to doubt. His eyes found hers. Risk it, Cass. Risk lighting the hope in your eyes. You are the bravest person I know, Cass. Risk it. For me. For you. She stared at him, blankly at first. Blink. The hurt flashed in her eyes. Blink. The pain. Blink. 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 The slightest touch of fire appeared in the deep golden shards of her eyes. It hit him like a wall of bricks, sending him slightly backward. But he kept his hand wide over her heart, his fingertips curled into her bare skin. Blink. The spark in her eyes manifested in full, the most beautiful thing he would ever witness in his life. Blink. And there it was. Hope. Love. His mouth suddenly dry, he had to force words up past the thick lump in his throat. I meant to marry you on this day, Foxfire, and I still do. His right palm stayed in place on her chest as he lifted his left hand, cupping the side of her face. If you will have me. Her eyes closed for a long second. The beating of her heart told him his answer long before her eyes opened. She nodded, her cheek rubbing along the palm of his hand. Yes, good, as I still have the special license in hand, if you would kindly put a dress on. But the clergyman, he is long gone. Violet and Alton are in the process of bringing him back to the house. Her brow furrowed. They are? Rorrick shrugged. Violet has great regard for my persuasive powers. You choose your friends well, Cass. The Duke and Duchess are already downstairs. They never left. Her look snapped to him. Logan. Rorrick winced. With a long exhale, he sank backward, his hands dropping from her as he sat on his heels. It took a long breath before he looked up at her, his jaw set hard. It is much to reconcile, Cass. He killed my brother. I cannot forgive him for that, yet he was protecting you, and I cannot express enough gratitude for that. Her golden eyes searched his face, a frown tugging down the corners of her lips. So it will remain complicated. You're alive. My brother is not. Rorrick reached up, sliding his hand over hers on her lap. And I am not a man willing to live in the past. So maybe it is not as complicated as it seems. Her eyes closed as she inhaled a long breath, her chest rising. The lines on her face relaxed, relief visibly swelling through her body. She opened her eyes to him and leaned forward. Pausing with her face just before his, her lips brushed lightly against his. I do love you, Rorrick. She kissed him, 1,000 sparks of light landing on his lips. She did love him. She had given him laughter and love, her body, her soul. She had given him hope, hope that would last him all of his days. Epilogue. Did I just see that? The words slipped from her mouth, a hesitant, awed whisper. Cass held her eyes wide open, even as they begged to close, begged to wet the aching pain of dryness. She couldn't move a muscle on the rock she sat upon. If you saw it, then I saw it. Rorrick's voice reached her ears, reflecting the same awed wonder as his right arm tightened around her back. I think I saw it. I think I did too. It was green, Rorrick? I truly think it was, but was it? Yes, green. The green flash. I thought I'd never see it. He shook his head, his stare not moving from the sky. Maybe this was the place. Maybe it was always the place. Maybe all those years spent searching for it on the sea, on cliffs. And maybe it was here all along. Several breaths passed and Cass nodded to herself. So maybe this is our answer. Maybe this has been our place all along. His look whipped down to her, his eyes tearing away from the horizon. Cass wasn't about to let her gaze drift from the majestic show of mountain tops jutting into the purple and pink and gold dancing about in the twilight of the waning sky. Are you saying what I think you were saying, Cass? Do you remember when you first told me of this place, Rorrick? Of the peak of Purgatory Mountain? You said the wonder of it is only eclipsed by the magnitude of it, that the possibility of anything one can imagine surrounds you. She pulled her eyes from the glowing sky to look up at her husband sitting next to her. How could I not want our children to grow up surrounded by this? Her hand swept out in front of them. This is the magic, the wonder. This is what I want for the twins, for us. His right arm solid behind her, Rorrick twisted slightly, reaching his left hand to land flat on her protruding belly. His fingers stretched wide, protective. And for this one, or two, her nose scrunched. Please let it be one. A swaggering grin of a man far too adept at impregnating his wife crossed his lips. We do have a number of rooms to fill at the cabin. Having twins was quite efficient. Says the man that didn't need to carry them for 9 months, she chuckled. And after birthing those 2 boys, I am quite happy to keep it to 1 at a time from here on. Smiling, he dipped downward, his chin brushing her dark hair back to nuzzle his lips warm to her neck. If anyone can handle 2, it is you, Foxfire. His head lifted, his dark blue eyes serious as he searched her face. But are you certain? To consider moving here was not my intention at the start of this trip from England. It had not occurred to me until Percival asked the question. If we could stay here. Rorrick nodded. Yes. She cringed slightly. For all that she had hoped Percival would embrace England, embrace his father's land, he had not. He does not want to go back to Eton, does he? No, he does not. He wants us. He wants Lila. He wants the twins. Percival has lived through more lives in his short years than any of those other schoolboys could even imagine. They don't have the slightest notion as to how to comprehend what Percival has survived. So I can understand why he would not want to be there. Rorrick nodded to the vista, to the tips of the mountains bathed in purples and golds. Why he would want to be here. Cass set her hand over Rorrick's on her belly, leaning into him as she set her gaze to the horizon. And I don't need to try and make Percival into his father. I thought that was what he would want, what his mother would want for him. But you are right. What he truly wants is a family. Lila, us, the twins. He rested his chin on the top of her head. But to move to America, are you certain? She shook her head slightly. No, but it seems to be clear. The twins, the boys love this mountain, especially now that they can walk. The woods, the animals, everything of this place. And with the mine producing and the smelting factory built, the Vanderstyle estate is well on its way to profitability. But do you need to be there for it? I am positive we can enlist both Alton and the Duke to oversee the estate steward while we are not there. Rorrick shrugged. In the Revelry's Tempest? I know how important it is to you. Cass took a deep breath, uttering words she never could have imagined 3 years ago. I will miss it, but I have spent such little time there since the twins were born. Logan manages it entirely too well. Rorrick's body tensed at the mention of Logan's name. Still, he probably always would, yet he kept his mouth closed. She craned her neck to look up at his face. England will always be there. We will need to go back once a year or so, or we risk the wrath of Adalia and Violet. But this is where you are happiest. She lifted her hand up to his face, clasping the side of it. It is where I am happiest. He tipped his head to the horizon. Plus, I think the green flash just told us so. A smile spread across her face. I don't think there's ever been a surer sign. You are aware it very well could have been a lost soul returning to this world. She pinched the side of his stomach. No, I'm absolutely positive that green flash was solely for the matters of the heart. Do not take it away from me. Forget I mentioned it. The smile on her face went wider as she looked up at him, meeting his dark blue eyes. Do you know that within weeks of the first time I met you, I realized you were a man that held an unusual capacity for hope? His eyebrows lifted. I would disagree. No, it was on the ship to America. It was the searching for the green flash. You said you had done it your whole life, and searching for that flash is nothing but hope. You searched for it because you have hope. Hope you always had in you. He leaned down, kissing her brow. It is amazing what can happen with a little hope. She laughed, light and happy, tiny bells floating out into the breeze. It was. This has been Of Risk and Redemption, a Revelry's Tempest novel. Written by K.J. Jackson. Narrated by Shiromi Arserio. Copyright 2017 by K.J. Jackson. Production copyright 2018 by K.J. Jackson. If you would like more hold your breath historical romance from K.J. Jackson, find it at kjjackson.com.